Sir ji, good to have. Okay, get everyone inside. इन लोगों को इधर शिफ्ट करवा दो. Check. Louder. Good morning, guys. I know you've been waiting, but can I hear a louder good morning? Good morning. That was a slower good morning. Can I hear a louder good morning? Good morning. I know it feels like class, but let's try one more time. Good morning, guys. Good morning. नहीं ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. I think we need to energize. Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? What is this? Okay, so we'll play a clap game. How many of you know how to clap? Only 5 people. Okay. So, basically that's what you have to do through the day. Okay? But we'll start with a quick game. When I say clap, you clap. When I say stop, you stop. Got it? Yes? Yeah. Okay, when I say clap, you clap. When I say stop, you stop. 1, 2, 3, start. What were the rules of the game? I say clap, you clap. I say stop, you stop. Did I say clap?
Just now you did.
Just now I did. Fantastic. You know, our creative energies, our brains always connecting the dots. Clap and start mean the same. No, they don't. For this game, they don't. When I say clap, you clap. When I say stop, you stop. Okay? 1, 2, 3, start. Okay. First benchers, please be careful. 1, 2, 3, start. Fantastic. Okay, clap. Stop. Clap. Stop. Clap. Okay, stop. Brilliant. Do you see how you are now saying, अच्छा जब हाथ right में जाता है, clap करता है, left में जाता है, stop करता है. Game over. Very silly game. I don't know why you guys are smiling there, as if it's the most challenging game that you have cracked. When we play this with kids, it's a lot of fun. Also with you guys. So let me come to round 2, where you will clap with me. Okay, with me. One sound of these 250 people right now. No, this is round 2. There's no clap, no stop. Just clap with me. A lot of energy, nervousness, excitement for MDX. Come on. 8 sounds. We need 1. With me. Come on. Much better, much better. Let's try. Okay, lie. like 2 बार क्लैप करता है, थर्ड टाइम नहीं करता है. Look at each other. Look at each other. Just look at person to your left and right. Why are they smiling like silly? As if they've cracked the best game ever. Okay. Thank you so much for coming in on time. Some of you. And for the rest, we are still happy you made it. And we are going to expect about 200, 300 more people. So eventually this space is going to be full. And without further ado, let me begin by introducing myself. My name is Krishan Jagota. I'm a designer, industrial designer, and people connector. I'm serving as the president of ADI, Association of Designers of India, Mumbai chapter. Has been there for more than a decade. And the co-founders of ADI are also here. Huge round of applause for them. You're going to go get to meet them. I'm really thankful to the entire team of Mumbai Design Xpress. We have lots of people, you're going to meet them today, for just actioning a design festival in this city. And before we go to them, I want to introduce you to Sid. Please come on stage. Siddharth Shahani, ladies and gentlemen, founder and executive president of Atlas. Can you give a mic, please? Isn't this a beautiful campus? Yeah? All the speakers loved it. We have a VIP lounge. We have this huge hall. Feels like Ted deserves to be here, right?
Kishan, I think first of all, thank you for roping us into this. I must confess, this is our second time trying to work together, and we've made it successful, hopefully. So thank you to ADI for having worked with us on this. But I really can't be on this stage alone, so I'm going to request our Dean Anando Datta to join me, ladies and gentlemen. So, I was thinking about this moment last night, and I have to say that this design school would not have been possible if I hadn't met Anando crossing the road across JW Marriott. And both of us were on this really thin the ledge that you have, and I was a bit scared. There's a BST bus coming from here, a taxi coming from there. And Anando stands next to me with this wry smile and says, "Where are you going?" And I said, "There's a a design festival, and I want to set up a school of design, and this is where I want to learn, because by the way, I'm not a designer, I'm a pharmacist. So he said, okay, let's go have a look. And then he walked me through this wonderful journey of design, which I'm still on. And if it wasn't for his, I would say, mentorship, leadership, and partnership, it wouldn't have been possible to set up what we hope is one of India's finest design schools. Our ambition really is for our students more than anything else. I think everything that we do is for our children, and hopefully when they come to you as part of your industry. For us, really, our journey has been on 3 pillars. So design and creativity, entrepreneurship, and now we're opening technology and computer science, and we're trying to marry these 3 things together to really build, I would say, the next generation of designers. Couldn't happen without the blessings, without the mentorship of all of you. We have very, very fond relationship with ADI going back many, many years, especially with the Pune chapter when we first debuted on the Pune Design Festival. So once again, on behalf of all my students, a very warm welcome to you. And Anando, over to you.
Woo! Thank you. So going back to Siddharth's story, we designers generally are suckers for startups, right? तो startup बोला तो कुछ ना कुछ अंदर हो गया, चलो चलो देखते हैं क्या होएगा. So and then we had Parsons written on it, so which is a unique combo of someone who is unfamiliar, but is braving to get into a space which is as dynamic and complicated as design. And wanting to sort of actually invest his life coming back from London. This guy's business school and all of that. And is actually wanting to invest his career into something which is as interesting and but not controllable. And we started working together, and on the premise that we will work like a startup all along. So we are now almost 10 years and we are still a startup. So and this NDX is also a startup. So we are all trying to figure out ways to try interesting new things. And today in the morning, Piyush and I were talking about another startup. Anyway, so we'll always continue to have these startup experiments, which will do exciting things. And the fun story, of course, is that most of this is actually led by students. So they are the ones who drive it. They are the ones who make things happen. We just sit back and motivate them. We are people who just applaud. That's it. And then everything else follows. So yeah, so we'll keep interacting along the way. Thank you for doing this. And thank you guys. Where are you? All wearing t-shirts like this somewhere. So you'll meet them along the way. Thank you guys, and also thank you to our teams who put all this together. Thank you. So on behalf of all of them, welcome.
Very warm welcome to you. Kishan,
So 1, 2, 3, clap, come on. Thank you so much.
Get a picture.
Come picture. Paparazzi moment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Huge round of applause for the 2 of them. CD उस side है. Okay. So, clicker. Do you guys know what that is? Earth? A blue planet? What happens there? MDX. What else happens there? Clapping activities happen there. Life in general happens. We all happen here, right? PDF also has happened here. Any other answers? You get up here, you go do your day job here, you go learn design here. Do you know what's one of the oldest designs of humans? Language. And something else? Gestures. Something at an elemental level. Cave painting, okay? That's visual design. Anything else? What's one of the first discoveries? Fire? Yeah, fire is a good answer, yeah? Yuval Noah Harari would agree. After doing 15 days of Vipassana, suddenly he figured out, and it's a lot of truth there, that since we have discovered fire, we have been chilling as a community. So building a community is not a new affair to us. We knew how to scare away a tiger if it would come because we could show it fire, right? So one of the first things we did as early men that we became designers. अभी बोलते हैं design is fashion design, अच्छा. No, design is a lot of other things than just what still in India the masses would know. And ISD by Atlas is also spearheading this initiative. But what I want you guys to know, that it's been happening since the time you looked like that. You've been carving objects, you've been making tools, you've been sitting together, problem solving, all of that is design. So community and creativity are all connected. When we come together, we create. We create because we want to come together. We are social animals. What is this? Mumbai? The hustle bustle. How many of you are from Mumbai? Raise your hand. Okay, how many of you are not from Mumbai but live here? Lots of you, okay. How many of you like the city for its hustle? Lots of you. How many of you have ever felt lonely in the city? All? Okay. That's the irony, right? We are a city of more than 2 crore people, and then you meet so many people who are just feeling lonely. Isn't that ironical? We're constantly on our social media, we're constantly connected and wired, but we somehow feel like we're not a part of this one big setup. So one big idea for us is to not be like this stranger in the middle of nowhere, but to actually come together and get that bonfire experience again. And that's essentially what MDX is all about. The idea is to chill, sit down, converse, learn from each other and grow. Design mein nobody ever gets old. The more senior the person becomes, the more childlike and fun they become. So I'm very happy to have so many senior members from the design community here with us today. Huge round of applause for all of these guys. And these are all of you. You can choose any circle that you want. You're one amongst these. And now a huge round of applause because now you're all designers and colorful people. Huge round of applause for you. Yeah, come on, you can clap both for yourself. And now, huge round of applause for coming together. And on that note, we can have a huge round of applause for Mumbai Design Xpress, guys. Okay, to begin the festival, we have a very interesting talk. We can have the slide of our first speaker. Our first speaker is not a designer by the bookish definition of how we know design, but in my opinion, he's one of the most innovative people I know. He's a musician who is the co-founder of a band called Mati Bani, who has been instrumental in taking folk music to the world and collaborated with artists around the world, has been winner of YouTube Fan Fest more than a decade ago, have millions of listens around the world, but more importantly, his quirk for doing things innovatively and crazily defines him. Let me introduce my very good friend, an amazing artist, Karthik Shah, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
So Karthik's got something really exciting for us here because he saw that we have other people who are experts in food. Nitin Tandon sir talking about food today. So Karthik tried to experiment with food and music. Huge round of applause for Karthik.
Thank you so much. I can't hear myself. Mic. Check.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Now? Yes. Okay. Great.
Clicker.
Thank you. On नहीं है. Come on, guys. They had this unusual ability of telling stories and creating a lot of drama. Even their album art was just brilliant. This is from their album called Dark Side of the Moon. And what I used to do is I used to dissect those songs, those album arts, and probably my brain tilted towards the more creative side because I'm technically a Gujarati Bania. And the love for music started with Pink Floyd. I used to follow a lot of bands, and these are all legendary bands. But one thing I noticed about these bands is it was kind of a monopoly of the instruments. They all use drums, bass, keyboards, and guitars. Like you take any band, but they will only have these 4 instruments as their main source of expression. And that kind of bothered me all the time. It's like having dal, sabzi, roti, chawal every day when you have the option of a buffet. There are thousands of musical instruments across the world. And I was a little surprised why these bands didn't explore much of these sounds. They created legendary music, but then I decided that probably when I become a musician, I'm going to change things a little bit for myself and try to explore these new sounds. That led to the foundation of Mati Bani with my wife Nirali. So Mati Bani is where the rarest traditions, culture, languages, fashion, and textures of these folk traditions come together. The vision of Mati Bani is mainly collaboration, but also to promote folk and classical music in the new age generation and Gen Z audiences too. And that led to the foundation of Mati Bani, and we thought that make some songs based on the vision that we created. So here we have this vision, and then we started with this song called Balma, and I and Nirali recorded my parts. And then we wanted this song to based on the French jazz style. Now, we started looking for musicians in Mumbai and in India, and out of sheer disappointment, 3 months down the line, we had nothing. We couldn't find anyone. And this is in 2000, like almost 10 years ago. Then we thought, why don't we ask musicians across the world to be a part of this song? And that's how I started writing to them and convincing them to be part of the music, and also telling them that, hey, you need to understand our concept first, then you need to record your song, then you need to shoot your song. That was too much 10 years ago for a musician, and most of these musicians were like street musicians. And so they had no clue of what was happening. So we used to teach them, they would send the files, they used to record on a laptop webcam, and we had to literally tell them, hire a DO, will help you in that, but please shoot in locations which are culturally relevant to your countries. That's how our first song, Balma, came together in 2012. We used visions of different countries, and you can see this gentleman playing the trumpet. First, he sent a file, a webcam, straight away went to the La Mancha windmill, which are mentioned in the Don Quixote book. And he recorded accordion, jazz, clarinet, sitar, and specialized musicians jazz. And we realized that it was so much fun involving these musicians and making them understand this concept and giving them the idea and the direction what they wanted to do. After this song, we did a lot of collaborations, including a virtual collaboration with Pakistan and many other countries, more than 15 other countries. But they were missing out on the local Indian flavor. We wanted to actually find musicians who were not discovered yet. And because we had this vision that, let's do something mad, we went unplanned and did a road trip to Kutch. So this was our first road trip, and we had no expectations, but we met the best musicians that you can see in the country. The songs that we did here are our most popular numbers. So these 7 days, I think, recorded more than 10 artists. We met a rickshawala who one of the best algoza players of the country. We met Muralala Marwada, who is right now a household, and was just playing. That's his home, by the way. We met the Sarpanch. The Sarpanch became my friend, and when I told him that you have to play some rhythm, got two instruments, a ghada and a gada. These are basically for storing wheat and making those atta breads. He's playing those and just use this as the main instrument. And that's the beauty of the village. They transform things into something else. We met these lovely women, and to our surprise, they'd never been out of the village. And I'm like, you are always welcome, come and perform with us in Bombay. And they were so excited. And look at the fashion. We never directed them, but this is what they wore for the songs. So we can see that there is a flow of design in their lives was just unimaginable for us. Through rotoscopic animation and a really funky soundtrack, we are able to achieve these songs and try to present a slice of a village life which the city people would like to fantasize. Moving from that, this constant question of what now disturbed me, and I needed a new dose of bizarre. Wake me up. So on my trip to Brussels, I visited a museum that completely changed my life philosophy. It's called the Museum Brussels. And this museum features some of the most rare and bizarre instruments ever created. Uh, Most of these instruments are like hundreds of years old. And see them in their actual form, like somebody designed this cello inspired by Dali. And there's an instrument called the hurdy-gurdy from France. And the way it was played was so bizarre. That's a glass harmonica uh, designed by Benjamin Franklin. There was a story that was told that villagers used to play these bowls, fill it with water, and used to play them so that it made the sound. And when Benjamin Franklin saw that, he took them and overnight he created this instrument where he put them vertically so they can only do this. And this could be turned with the feet. So visiting this museum completely blew my mind, and it's like I found a treasure. I was jotting down all these instruments, and my dream was to find people who play these so that I can introduce them to the music. This led to this beautiful series called Music Yantra, which was a completely online series um, focused on rare instruments and rare innovators of musical instruments. The first person I found looking for like literally rare instruments played in New York, I found Natalia Peruz, who plays a glass, literally a carpenter's saw, and she plays it with a violin bow, and it sounds like somebody singing opera. You have to hear it, believe it. And when she used to play this, the people used to be terrified and like, like, where is this sound coming from? They couldn't believe that the sound is coming from this instrument. She designed a song which was completely based in the subways of New York and used musicians who actually play the subways. So we recorded them uh, all playing at the subways, and also introduced a dance form called light feet. It's quite new at that time, where it's a mix of hip hop dancing with cap trick. So they used to fling a cap up and then it would land on the head. So it was quite bizarre. We received a lot of attention of this song. The next song so this is interesting. I found a guy who was a carrot clarinet. So he used to just make a clarinet after carrots. And I approached him and he's like, what do you want? I have everything. I have test tube maize, I have carrots, all kind of vegetables. Tell me and I'll make an instrument from them. And for me, it was so exciting because uh, rarely you see such people are out of their comfort and doing these innovative things with music. So here he's playing a surgical glove. He's made a bagpipe out of a surgical glove. He's playing a clarinet and he's using the flask or pani wala just to make it sound louder. There's an instrument for bass that we use called the thongophone. And this gentleman here is from Saudi Arabia, and he was taught Marwadi, and he sang a popular Rajasthani number on this. We mashed all of these green screen. So this was shot across Saudi Arabia, Australia, and India, green screen in different places. And then we used the ikat textile imagery for the backgrounds. Then came this, the biggest collaboration that I've done yet. I used to see all these child prodigies would really make me nervous. Right? A four-year-old kid playing Bach and Beethoven. I'm like, what are we here for then? You know, if 4-year kids can play such phenomenal music, I thought, why don't we get 15 kids like this in one song and pay a tribute to Michael Jackson. So we did this song called Heal the World. And I also found some really bizarre musicians, child prodigy. Starts with a guy playing a washing machine in a parking lot. That forms the main rhythm. Then it goes to tap dancing. Then a famous child prodigy from Russia, she's playing the harp. Then we had a rapper and lots of instruments. The singers here who were in this song, they later on became popular and they won America's Got Talent. They appeared on Ellen. This song blew, and we had 10 million views in one day. And it was tweeted by almost every Hollywood personality. It was trending in the US for a week. And after and the musicians that were involved, they were from different continents, like from Africa, from Asia, and from America. And what we achieved this song was 150 people coming together online without meeting and putting in their efforts to like book studios, book cinematographers, videographers, and creating this amazing music. And this is all happened. This was the place, this was my studio. So technically I've traveled across the world, but this is my seat. During the pandemic, again, we wanted to try something else and approach musicians from Iran and to get the Persian slice of music. And they also play some really bizarre instruments. This is the bagpipe from Iran. And these instruments are literally unknown. And we sang a Kabir song and they played on that. We also, looking at the museum that I've seen, that instrument, the French instrument called hurdy-gurdy, I was like blown away by that. So I found an artist from Poland, plays the same instrument. And there was a lot of mariachi music, their hats on from Mexico, and some tap dancing from some world champions in Ukraine. So this was shot just 2 months before the war broke out. And then I came to know that they had bombarded this entire port, Odessa. So after all this, there is a question that now what? I mean, what are you going to do? And then I found this passion of going to iconic cities and reviving iconic songs. So I would just go out with a backpack, my camera, my recorder, and one mic. And I used to just surrender to the unexpected. I had no clue whom I was going to meet. I used to go to subways, in parks. And my most famous place to visit was abandoned place. Especially in Berlin, I found this abandoned airport. Sounds also bizarre. The entire airport was abandoned. Now it's used for a park, a spy station, some junkyard places with no ready-made cars and graffiti and stuff. So I used to find these musicians and tell them, let's record all these places. There's this gentleman from Prague playing bass harp. So looking at these visuals, to find places and explore the aesthetics of the city gave me a lot of joy and comfort. And the vision was to go unexpected without any preparation and find talents. So what did I get from all this? One thing I cherish the most is the look on the face of the people. The look of wonder and joy when they are seeing these musicians perform, because they have never seen that instrument before and they are just stopping by listening to them. This one beautiful thing I take from all of my journey. And what is bizarre? Bizarre is basically when you miss out. The bizarre is when you're not looking properly and you're focusing on the ordinary. It's something that's always been there. There is a comfort and there is a great high in lost. And whenever you go out and see musicians, just stand by and get their performance. Try to find unusual places, abandoned places, weird museum, and you will find that spark of star. Because the more surrender to the unexpected is when you will fall in love. Thank you.
Huge round of applause for Karthik again. So while we wait for Aman to take stage, can we play a video?
Yes.
Can we play We Are the Champions? That's my favorite.
Okay.
Would you like to watch a video?
Yes.
Go full screen. You can stay on stage. And actually, you can take a seat. You can also watch your own video.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've paid my dues time after time. I've done my sentence of committing no crime and bad mistakes. I've made a few. I've had my share of sand in my face, but I've come We are the champions, my friend, and we'll keep on fighting to the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the
I've taken my bows and my curtain calls. You brought me fame and fortune and everything that goes with it. Thank you all, but it's been no bed of roses, no pleasure cruise. I consider it a challenge for the whole human race, and I ain't gonna lose. We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Huge round of applause for Karthik. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, how was the first talk?
Take
Come on. It was champion. Amazing. So our next speaker is also rooted in culture, but very differently. How many of you love playing games? Not those kind of games. How many of you played a board game recently? An actual board game recently? Okay. So here's a guy, my friend, who's been an engineer and then became a father. And how many parents in the room? Fantastic. So we've all probably gone through that moment where you don't know what to give your child and your child is asking you questions. Something similar happened to our next speaker, Aman Gopal, where his daughter asked him some very pointed questions that led him to start a company called Khol Khel, an initiative to revive ancient Indian board games and also ensure that it sees the light of the day, gets manufactured and reaches your home. Rest, I leave it to you, sir. The next 15 minutes, Aman Gopal. Huge round of applause.
Just start with okay. So as I was saying, my name is Aman and started with will have that as my somewhere almost simultaneously started my around 2000. That's parents think बच्चों को क्या खिलाएं बोली लगे यार started games we time with I come from daughters, they grew up with a lot of people in the house. That's how the journey started. Cut to 2023. Today we feel that going forward for all of us, craft some part of our patron. Somehow I feel that journeys our life comes. That's what Khol driving craft, driving play. Talk about this. Yes, most of what comes to your mind when you or kinds of stand back a minute about kind of relic or have started absolutely exactly lots of questions about chess. We all know that it started in India. Ranj se aaya. Further back, talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about how the pieces are shaped, and we'll talk about maybe very quickly the history of chess. So, if I had to think about the pieces, you know, the bishop, how do I? Is there a point you can get? So, if you think about the bishop, you know how we call it a camel, right? How many people call a bishop a camel? Marker at the pointer. Pointer nahi hai na? No problem. So the thing on the extreme right is a bishop, right? So we call it a camel, right? Huh? Why do we call it a camel? Any idea? So the ancient board game of Chaturang had 8 pieces. The head was the king. The economy and the assets were the chest. Health and aggression was the horse. So you had the king, the elephant, the horse, the trade and engagement, the effort, 2 hands and the 2 feet, याद है. 8 टुकड़ों का एक इंसान होता था और एक संसार भी, एक country भी. You look at a country, it's got administration, assets, it's got health and ambition, and it's got trade and engagement and effort. So all these 3 elements come together as a person and as a country. Now, in Rajasthan, a camel is how you trade and engage. But in Bengal, it is the boat. And in some place like Madhya Pradesh, it is the chariot. So you had these variations in Shatranj also. How many people are from Bengal or have daba, right? Daba essentially means stake, but chess doesn't have any stake. Why do we call it daba? In daba, we have nauko, the boat. So ancient form of chaturang was played with money. Person who came with a larger stack of money would buy back his pieces more. So 4 people sitting together had unequal armies because they bought unequal stakes. Daba essentially comes from that thought process. And what is a boat? Persian. Rook, which we today call as an elephant. So somewhere down the line, and it's very interesting how the camel becomes the rook in modern day chess, and how the elephant starts still moving straight but taking the place of the camel, the ancient board game, and how the camel takes the place of the elephant, and so on. So lots of interesting things about how chess was, and how this 4-player chess goes to Persia, becomes a 2-player chess, and how the element of chance. So is there a war without the element of chance? Is there a war without the element of attachment? Is there a war without the element of uncertainty? Pure strategy का कोई झगड़ा होता नहीं है. So, and no 2 people fight a war. All wars have more than 2 people involved. So you have a very, very interesting platform that actually simulates war. When you think about Mahabharata, Yudhishthir and Duryodhan, they weren't playing. They were choosing to exchange instead of going to war. The whole setup was कि झगड़ा नहीं करते हैं, चौपड़ खेल लेते हैं, उस पर डिसीजन हो जाएगा कौन जीता कौन हारा. So it was not a game, it was really war. And we had games where we could simulate war, where you have emotions, you have ego, you have associations, and people sort of backstabbing you, and you have a lot at stake, money and attachment. So that's a little bit about the history of Chaturang, really quick, because I have a short time, and I need to race through some images. A lot of my new friends here took these pictures. They are out on the board. We can very quickly see them when they are outside for your viewing. Now we'll come to another quick game, snakes and ladders. And my purpose here is to just sort of run through these so that they generate some sort of interest, and then we can talk about them at length. I'll be outside to talk to you. So anybody who's not played snakes and ladders? Nahi? Acha, so this is a very ancient format of snakes and ladders. What do you see? You don't see ladders, and you see a snake at the last. So you see, how many of you here have heard about word cloud? Word clouds, right? Infographics, mind maps, all design students, right? Word cloud, infographics, mind maps coming together on a board game create an experiential engagement. You see a word cloud here? I can show you an infographic, an 8x9, 8 doors, 8 parts to the body, 10 doors. 10 doors meaning the 10 energy channels, the nadis, where you have the 10. Really a human body you're looking at from an infographic perspective. And there is a left side, there's a right side, there are the energy chakras and the spine in the middle. So there's a lot, and we'll very quickly see another version of the same game. And this is how you kind of see what you have, snakes and ropes. If I go back here, you don't see any sort of ladders, but you see what could be ropes and what could be. So here, but can someone tell me why ropes? Why not ladders? Any ideas? Someone? Ropes because a dark room, there are no lights. Can you differentiate between a snake and a rope? No. What do you need? The light of knowledge. So if you see here, very interestingly, you have kusangati and susangati. If I had a pointer right here, there are lots of dualities on the right hand side of the board. You have kusangati, susangati, adharma, sudharma. You have avidya, suvidya, subuddhi, durbuddhi. These are all dualities. And kusangati, susangati is essentially sangati. But if it is giving you the experience of abhiman, then it is kusang. Here's how shine light your experiences to figure out what are you really engaging with. And that goes across. So you have a lot of, I can keep talking about this magical design of this game board for the interest of design students, but it is a very, very big takeaway for us when we are trying to think about keywords like gamification, which are very, very limited. In gamification, we talk about achievement acquiring and essentially incentivization winning. Yeah, competition होता है, तीन चीज बस. But उसके बाद बोलते हैं we are all in a rat race. जिंदगी भर यही करते हैं तो वहीं जाएंगे. There's very little difference between play and life. You know, you prepare for life through play. So lots of things we can keep talking about, and I already covered this. This is a very interesting thing. I was talking about infographics, and you see this crossed snake and the two snakes on the other side. So this is a visual representation of the life energy and the psychic energy. So if you read a little bit about nadis, you will very easily see that the 14 snakes represent the 14 channels. And we are talking about Sufism here, Islam here. So what's interesting is that when they saw our board games, they kept the visual representation but changed the words. But the visual representation has very little to do with their philosophy. You can almost see how, that's all right, and you can almost see how the snakes are sort of becoming ladders. They're transitioning. Yeah, they're transitioning into, so the snakes are slowly transitioning ladders with time. That's, yeah, so no snake either. So what we learn with joy, we never forget, is a very popular saying. And so one of the things at Khol Khel we plan to do, or we attempt at doing, is we attempt at trying to create play. We attempt at getting people to play and then to create play. And the ancient people or ancient communities believed in discover, exchange, and learn. We talked about Bizarre. Shiva Sutra says, Vismayo yoga bhumikaha. In wonder lies the foundation of yoga. Concentrate. So I was connecting that while he was saying, and so I thought I'll touch upon that. But Vismayo yoga bhumikaha. If you can create wonder, you can create concentration. Like that. Board games are a great source to create wonder. And so discover, exchange, and learn. And yeah, so play to interact, play to grow, play to socialize, discover and learn, be free, focus, enjoy. So there's a lot more reason to play and to create play. And this is another ancient board game. I'll skip this. This is a game we created very quickly. It takes a lot of inspiration from ancient board games. A girl who was doing a workshop in the National Museum with me was a student of history, and she decided to make a game on Delhi. The interesting thing here is that you see colors, they represent the 10 cities of Delhi. So Delhi is really a mashup of a lot of cities. You have Mehrauli, Shahjahanabad, and all those. And they are organized in a spiral, represents the spiral of time, because time is non-linear in the context of the Indian belief systems. And they are chronological of the monuments of Delhi. So all the monuments of Delhi have been chronologically arranged here, the spiral. So the oldest one is Iron Pillar. And what's the narrative of the Iron Pillar? Anybody's been to the Iron Pillar? So Iron Pillar's narrative is that you go and you try to hug it. Dono haath se usko. So when you land on that pillar, on the digital version, it asks you, what is your Iron Pillar? What do you hug tight internally? When you land on Suraj Kund is a water reservoir. Delhi has always had a challenge with water. When you land on Suraj Kund, the system asks you, what is it that you don't have but you really need to have? And then when you land on Lal Kot, it asks you, what is it that you have and you protect? When you land on Agrasen Ki Bauli, the dark waters, so it asks you, what is it that you're scared of and you sort of want to stay away from? So it's an internal journey as well as an external one. It ends in self-discovery. Also the Lotus Temple, latest, one of the very current portals. And then we also have a small toolbox here. You can create your own game. On this kit, you can play almost 20 games. It's a simple 3x3 measure. Common games like Noughts and Crosses. How many have not played Noughts and Crosses? Everybody's played. But how many have played multiplayer Noughts and Crosses? Like 5 people or 6 people or 4 people playing Noughts and Crosses together? So you can do that. You can do that very easily by changing some rules that we refuse to change. If you choose to create a 5-player tic-tac-toe, you can create. And if you choose to create, oh, yeah, okay, sorry. I was thinking I'm blocking, so I was always trying to stay away. But anyways, yeah, so we can demonstrate that to you out on the table, and some of the young kids have played yesterday, so they can be help. And I think that's basically what it is. Yeah, I think there is one more, small presentation has been made by Nehaji. Thank you, Nehaji. And I'll quickly end with a small note. Om Shanti. Thank you.
Photo. Huge round of applause for Aman Gopal. Something that stood the test of time. 5,000 years when Shakuni Mama picked up the dice. Yeah. And I always cheated when I was at 96 in Snakes and Ladders. Have you guys ever cheated? All of them. So you must check out Khol Khel, his initiative, and he's got a bunch of games outside. When we break in for lunch, we are going to do that. Once again, huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Come on this side. Yeah. We are also going to, okay, quick question. How many of you are feeling tired? No, none of you? बैठने के बाद सब chill है? Yes? So should we continue? Okay, we'll ignore the break then because some people came late, that's the punishment. But we'll ensure you have a really good lunch. Is it okay? Okay, awesome. Are you sure, guys? Is it okay? Okay, cool. So our next speaker is somebody who you all will love because in all of his conversations, he's going to talk about things you do every day. That is eat, eat, and eat. How many of you are foodies here? What is this foodie? I don't get it actually. People say, I'm a foodie. So most of these guys are who go to fancy places, click Instagram pictures, and tag places and these beautiful looking foods. Isn't it great how you can make a samosa on a beautiful plate look so amazing and charge a lot of money for that? Right? कभी आप लोगों को ऐसा लगा है यार ये तो मैं सड़क पे 20 रुपए में खा सकता हूँ लगा है but then there's something about it that makes you really indulge when you go there. So our next guest, Mr. Nitin Tandon, has been a celebrity chef, a food stylist, and runs his own company in branding as well now. If you've heard of this guy called Mr. Mukesh Ambani, yeah, imagine the scale of his wedding. So our next guest has catered to that wedding. And talk about a lot of interesting things. I'll allow him to do all the talking. Huge round of applause for Nitin Tandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishan. Has a habit of raising the bar all the time. Thank you. Where do we start? Start with food. So let's keep it very, very simple. There are, at this point in time, approximately 7.7 billion people on this lovely planet. We think about food 3 to 5 times a day. So it creates an opportunity of 30 to 40 billion food stories every single day. And I'm here to tell you a few stories on them. And who am I to tell you these stories? So I'll tell you a little bit about myself before we start so that, how we are connecting things, and I'll tell you my journey with food spread over 40 years. Food is a very, very intense subject. At least to me, it's extremely intense. It's very deep, complicated, complex. And I've had approximately 40 years in this journey. Sounds a little, I started in my childhood. And I was born in a kitchen like everybody else is. Then over some time, I became a cook. Then from a cook, I became a chef. So when I cooked, I created. And when I became a chef, I started thinking. Now the journey between this and that is a story. And my creditability also comes from the fact that I was a father, I had to go to war with my children, for my children, feeding them, hunting in this concrete jungle, bring success with food. And in that journey, I opened my first restaurant in Bandra. It was called Potpourri. And that is where I learned how you can put joy in one room. How you can get a cluster of people and convert through food a community. And that journey moved ahead when I became a baker. That's when I learned sensuality. I learned food pornography. That's where chocolate ruled the world. Our associations with ingredients, emotion, brand, building over a period of time, which advertising has done, created so many lovely associations to our lives. That's what I learned when I brought sweet into people's lives. Then, in that journey, I also became a wedding caterer and engaged in the mass engagement of happiness through food. You can wear the best dress. The couples are so happy getting married, but everybody is very happy. So that was a very joyful journey. And in also that world, I thought, I've not done anything with fine dining. So in my stupidity, that one can feed the world, I opened a fine dine restaurant. It was far before its time. I thought we should get pan-Asian to become modern, opened in Bandra fine dining before fine dining was understood, and created, and I learned how food can be collaborated, eclectic. Stories start before you enter the restaurant. Stories start in your mind. Stories start with snobbery. Keep ringing my restaurant, you'll never answer the phone. Your restaurant is empty and you say, we are full, we can't accommodate you today. How about next month? So there is game, there is mind, there is challenge, there is excitement. Now what do? I become a simple guy. I'm done all the jugaad. Now I'm in the business of hypnosis. I have only two things for you guys. I will show you food the way you want to see. I get paid for it. I'm called a food stylist. And I'll show you food the way you have never seen. So I'm trying to indulge the business of magic. Still not got there. I'm still an intern. And like everybody puts up, what have you done? I've got a few awards here and there, open a few restaurants, worked in Taj, Oberoi's, kar diya. Amul, Haagen-Dazs, done it. Happy. I'm not happy because who I am. I'm happy because I'm associated. And I want to thank today Adam and Eve. I don't think so anybody thanked them, but I want to thank them because they bit the apple. That started the journey of food, so to say, as a chronological time. And food started as a functionality, right? A functionality of hunger. But as I spoke to you, food is not a functionality of hunger. It has multiple layers in our life. The moment a child is, the mother heads to hug him. That is when the mother is born. But the child heads for the milk. Isn't it? It's survival, dude. It's survival. So the journey of life will start with food. It will also end. There is no journey that I am aware of in your entire life where food will not be associated. Obviously, it brings community. We are all here speaking all day morning about our community. It brings times of joy, it brings times of happiness, it brings times of togetherness. Food is in prayer. Food is also happy to receive that halwa, laddu, go to the temple. So food is going to be in every ceremony of your life. Food has strange partners. And today is also a form of art. So, starts my journey, and the journey entirely starts for designers. It starts in the story of creation. So I start with my first small story. As I said, my time pass is to tell stories about food. That's what God sent me here for. So I'm in this room with the hottest kitty party women. And kitty party women, I'm professionally engaged to create the most eclectic fusion pie for India by this very big brand. And I am serving to them very eclectic mithai. So my first dish to them is the Sicilian pistachio motichur laddu. And somebody is picking this blackcurrant halwa, very colorful purple. And somebody is very joyous about blueberry cream cheese, kalakand. And to the excitement, I've also prepared all this. So it's not just words, it's they're also consuming it. So I asked somebody, because it's standard focus group question, when will you buy? So somebody says, if I have a special occasion, I'll buy this. Somebody says, if I want to impress somebody, I'll buy. Fabulous. But you know how companies are, they want you to buy every day. So I'm probing them for every question. So will you buy it? So one lady says, my son is getting married in this exclusive dabbas and invitations, I'll send this. So since we were about laddus and I tried 4 types of motichur laddus, he asked this question. How about serving red velvet cream cheese motichur to God? Will you take it to a puja? And there was hardcore kitty party banging me. How can you God. How could, just imagine me after that telling them, Irish whiskey and sea salt caramel, peda bhi hai. Have thrown me out of the room. So that when innovation, creation is self-possessed. But whatever you create for the world. Any creation that you are doing, as a creator belongs to you, but you create for somebody else. So that is when I learned for the first time customer-oriented experience. Oh my God. And what is happening when you're creating? What is happening to you? You're attaching yourself to your creation. You create for refreshment. What was happening in my mind when I was creating pistachio, Italian, Sicilian motichur? I was displacing the regular pistachio with an elevated, branded ingredient. So the elevation of the mind is a very, very important aspect. There are 1,000 ingredients. And then you have blueberry and flaxseed and superfood, health food. Who bought them? Who is going to Starbucks and buying haldi latte? Why are you buying them? Because some Michelin star chef says, turmeric, key ingredient for 2020. अरे भाई मैं तो लगा रहा था यार वो उधर बचपन से शादी पे भी लगाया लोग ने. So the eclecticness is not created within you or in the reality, it's in the perception of somebody providing you that information. Food has to be related to fashion. You have to watch 1 million reels on food to know what's happening. If red velvet cake was that sexy, why are you not eating it today? Not there in fashion. You're still eating dal chawal. That's functionality. When I displace something which you have not known of into a space, you find it very exciting. You add salt to ice cream or you add chili to chocolate. They were not supposed to be together. But they are together now. But it requires somebody's endorsement. Either the Vogue magazine has to say, now presenting the 10 best ingredients for 2020. Will haldi stop being pure in 2022? December 31st? No. But it is our mind which can only occupy so much. And when the stories and when these beautiful complex things come together, which you are not supposed to understand, and you have to go to a Michelin star and you have to pay $244, and the plate vanishes, and the smoke comes out, and there is fragrance, and there is umami, and you are not allowed in the restaurant, gives birth a fabulous. So Gagan did the Xpress dhokla. Put in a small jar dhokla with some molecular food, and when you go inside, comes with the microwave, opens it, in 15 seconds there's a pop-up dhokla. भाई आपड़ा आ जाओ यार कांदिवली स्टेशन में एकदम सरल ढोकला છે. But no, the eclecticness is in the world of few. Therefore, there has to be critique to creation. There has to be endorsement to creation. All art has to be criticized. You as designers will fall in love with your creations, you will get possessive, and you will cry that my client doesn't understand. The everyday story. But it is also the truth. If you all want to be commercial designers, you are only creating for your client. Hindustan Lever will also tell me what is the angle of the ketchup which is going to pour onto the sandwich, and his label has to look like in the right fashion. So why don't we try this angle? That you do at home. If you are so interested in your art, घर पे camera लेके जाओ. But these are the truth. And every creative execution, which is very complex, and we have 100 ppms and 200 design thinking, has to end up very simply. Has to be so simple. Because we are living in the world of the mobile device, information is constantly bombarding us. If our messaging, our creations are not very direct and our execution is not simple, it will never be understood. Right? Sorry, I'm thoda sa gyan, but if you look at something, what's happening? We don't need to be complex. We don't need to create something very complex to excite a mind. I really feel I'm going to open a orange juice, fresh orange juice. I really want to feel that joy. And therefore, all you require is very, very simple emotion. So if anybody who is engaging in creativity and design of food, do not do any. Please. There is a paddy field of emotions in your head, thousands of them. Just imagine going to a theater. You enter the theater, it's dark, and there is only sound of popcorn. You will turn around, head to the popcorn counter. It's called deep embedding. From your childhood, from your gola to your kulfi, to your chuski, all those emotions are embedded. The ice cream has to melt. It can never be perfect. The pizza has to stretch. Correct? Advertising told us, apna Domino's ka is not stretching, that's a very different issue. I paid less. What is required for food design thinking? Food design thinking with all designers, I don't expect all you guys to know anything about food. Leave that to me. But if you have to think about design, think about the emotion that goes behind design. How the wrapper of your sweet opens. How the bottle opens. How is the feeling when you touch it? What is the memory with which you buy it? I can't expect every designer to be a customer, but if you can realistically understand how I'm going to engage with that design, I think you've done a fabulous job. Just look at a dim sum. Anybody eating those momos? You're at minus 18 degrees. Feet are shaking. On Ladakh. Somebody in a thin wrapper is giving you a hot molten protein called meat, chicken, pork. It's in a basket which is functionality, it was entrapping the steam. You will put it into your mouth. It is an envelope of heat. It is first a functionality of food, first functionality of temperature. That is why it was designed that way. The meat inside that was designed to be insipid because at that minus 18 degree temperature outside, you cannot eat spice. It will burn you completely. Different thing, wow momos, putting Shezwan and everything. They are at a railway station, it's already hot. So, today, that entire contraption is elevated into our lives. It is a fantastic creation. Creations do not need to be marvelous or eclectic. We don't need to change the chemical formulation of food and go into molecular food, but you have to create stories like how Maggie did. There are million stories about 2 minutes. That is selling the product. There are 1,000 other brands creating magic. There are 1,000 other brands creating noodles, but not the magic that they want. And my last statement, if you cannot invoke emotion through design, you're in the wrong room. Thank you so much.
That's not your last statement, sir. We're going to have you for the fireside right now. Can we have chairs? Huge round of applause for Nitin Tandon. We have a few more special guests who have started coming in. We have Lulu Raghavan there already. Huge round of applause. We have Sonal Dabral walking in. And we have our dashing Ali Fazal who's just walked in. You're going to see him soon too. Can I have the chairs here and have Mr. Aman Gopal and Karthik Shah join us again quickly for a fireside. So unfortunately, our original host for the day, which is Mr. Suresh Venkat, he developed COVID last week and couldn't get his negative RT-PCR twice before the event, so he's not here. But he's going to remotely join us for the big panel discussion with our panelists later. Remotely, he's going to be on the big screen. For now, we're going to have these guys joined by me again. I hope you are okay with me hosting it. Yeah, okay, thank you. Aye, baithiye. But I've been using the phone to chat with Suresh. And Suresh, hi, thanks for watching YouTube Live. I've taken questions that he would have asked if he was here too. I have been getting this message from Tanvi, our social media expert, that not enough people are tagging us. So please, Mumbai Design Xpress with an X. And Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok. No, we are not on TikTok. But yeah, okay. Huge round of applause for our three guests. We have mics. So I think, firstly, all three of you are people who I really look up to. Because as a designer, it's all about connecting these random dots. And what you three have managed to do is that rope in an element of culture and put this potent chemical into it of this scientist who's looking at it differently. Like, you've picked up food and you are experimenting. You've picked up cultural music, Matibani, folk music, and you've picked up Shakuni Mama's favorite game and just try to optimize it for the future. So I'll start actually with Suresh's questions because he's got a really interesting point of view. So my first question is for Karthik. Karthik, you talked about child prodigies. How important is creative insecurity for a musician?
Oh, so you're talking about there's a creative insecurity me when I look at a child prodigy, right? So the thing is, if you are not insecure and you think everything is in your control, then that's the end, right? Every day, every moment, if you are like innovating, need to have that insecurity. And to see what's happening around you and if you are up to that or not. So with Mati Bani, we always, as I told you earlier also when we have met so many times, that the first rule of thumb is to do things that you have already done, they are successful, you keep on repeating them. And that will make you secure. What has been strange and a satisfying experience for us is that if we have done a song in a village in Kutch and that has had 20 million views, people are expecting that song again. That's when we say that no, I mean that's a easy trap. Let's go to the subways of New York and do something else. So and that comes out of the creative insecurity that if I fall in a box, then I'll be remembered for that box. So what we do is with every project, it's like a bucket list for us first. I agree to sir also that everything is related to the consumer in the end because you are also creating for them. But it's very important also to satisfy your needs and your vision first. And that's what we keep on doing. And in fact, every project of us is like we are tense and we are insecure what's going to happen, but it turns out okay.
It turns out okay indeed, with millions of views out there, if that's a metric today. My next question is for Nitin Tanda, sir. Take the mic. Okay, we can hear. Okay, great. So, again, the question is inspired by Suresh, who's sitting at home. The question is, in this era of Instagrammable food and Instagrammation of everything, do you think that's good or bad? And,
Amazing.
huh?
It's amazing.
It's amazing. Is it?
I
Is
mean,
it?
just imagine how many mobile phones in the world? Everybody is a photographer. Everybody is the ambassador of food.
What do you have to say about when people walk into a cafe and the food comes and then they're not allowed to eat yet? First, somebody in the room has to take a picture.
So I think so. Technology changed our habits. We all pray to our food, and now we click it.
Used to pray to our food and now we click it. Talking, yeah, huge round of applause for that. Next question for you. Again, coming from Suresh, is that does office politics count as games?
Okay. So there are three kinds of engagement I think we can talk about. We can talk about play, we can talk about sport, and we can talk about games. And three are quite subtly different in their own spaces. But in a larger context, I think it's all just. I will try to inspire you to think about all three differently, and then at the same time think about them just as play. And from a ancient Indian heritage perspective, we always have this whole notion of surrender. Get our security from surrender, and we get our security from the purpose of doing it for paramartha. I think that's how you can merge play.
That's how you can merge and learn from Aman how to excel in office politics using elements of gameplay.
I think
Yeah.
it's all part.
Okay, coming back to Karthik. Karthik, whatever happened to the joy of album art?
Yeah, I mean, now it's much easier to even think of creating album art. So I come from a time where I've been following Led Zepp, Pink Floyd, and Storm Thorgerson designing all these covers. And if you look at what they put in one photo at that time, the campaign used to rotate around, like they used to spend millions of dollars on this one photo shoot of a man burning his coat. And you know, that snapshot has became the vision. And it's like putting the album, the entire album that they've created over years in one image. That was a huge responsibility. we've seen that now we just put the photos of artists and put some fancy fonts and all that. Uh, but yes, with AI and things coming in, I don't expect labels to spend what the money they used to spend at that time creating this beautiful art. Uh, but I think with AI, what we have also tried is if you have something in your head, it can give you an idea. And it has done some really magical things, right? So, as a creator myself, if I'm thinking of somebody in Banaras having a robot selling vegetables in Banaras, it will straight away give you that image. And I think AI is going to help elevate the album art again uh, with the help of designers. You know, the designers will take help of AI and probably uh, create some magical album art again, once again.
Magical album art with AI. Awesome. Nitin, what's your favorite dish?
Biryani. I'm born Indian.
Fantastic. Any questions from the audience? You can pass the mic to the audience. You can raise your hands. Do with their talk, their profession. Yeah, please. Yeah, you can ask now.
Check.
There.
Bala Mahajan spoke about there is a lot of algorithms guiding a lot of things. How cannot be replaced. Experience, physically, music, experiential music, games, physical games. So, as algorithms affected creation or in the way you execute projects, that made any difference?
Is this a question pointed at someone?
Anybody can answer.
Okay.
The point is, like I know for in films, say OTT, first few minutes become critical, engagement and all that. I've even heard about scripts being changed depending on how that response is, even after it's released.
Can I answer? Yeah, you want to answer?
So I think that the algorithms are meant to find people who are probably interested in your work, and they are just a stepping stone for a longer relationship. I don't think it's something where they would just see that and keep on repeating that again. So if an algorithm chooses that these 20 seconds is good, that means the artist is probably going to get engaged because of that, and then go to my YouTube channel and probably hear the 15-minute songs that we have also done. So I think it's just a stepping stone, and it's absolutely essential for creators to follow that. Denying that is just you are in your own world, and that people keep on doing, and you need to be as good as Daft Punk to probably say that, okay, I'm not going to follow this trend. But right now, as creators who are also catering to the Gen Z audiences, and also where the audiences are from 18 years, 70 years, that's our age group of Mati Bani, and everybody from WhatsApp or Instagram, and we have discovered more fans through Instagram than any other medium. That has become our main platform now. We also find artists through them and connect with them instantaneously.
Agree.
Do you have anything to say about that? Algorithm?
I mean, artists
Fantastic. Huge round of applause for our guests here. Can we take a promise from you guys? There's another question. Okay, can you please pass the mic? Meanwhile, can we take a promise for you guys? It's only the first edition of MDX. You're planning bigger events. So will you please arrange food in the next event?
Give me a catering order.
Need that pistachio thing.
And will
yeah.
Mathi Bani perform at our next event?
Of course, why
Yeah.
not?
And
And I would use some of his food to create some.
yeah. And will you please gift games for goodies for all our speakers in the next one? Yeah. That's how we make everybody a part of our family, guys. New ADIM Bombay core team. Yeah, we have another question here.
This is Piyush Kogari. All the three of you have achieved marvelous success. But on this road to success, can you briefly tell us about the challenges you faced?
Okay, one challenge, huh? बहुत time.
Yeah,
Sir, आपने बहुत major question पूछा है.
briefly.
हाँ. We can take the bigger challenges outside, but कुछ ऐसा maybe Nitin can take this one and the rest. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you, most of our wards are within. I think so. It's a very unfair exercise that we put where we benchmark somebody's great work and want. There is no parameter to good and bad. Whatever is good is within you. There is no right and wrong. But if you put something on your pin board, then you better get responsible for it. That's all I have to say. And then it's just a journey there, and there is no end. To enjoy every single moment of that journey, it's blissful.
It is blissful to have you and you and you. We'll have a picture with you guys and then we move to our next talk. Huge round of applause for these lovely people.
You better hide this guy. He's all the color.
You can come from this way. And I request our next speaker, I think sir is already there. So our next speaker is Isha. Sorry, please. Okay, so how many of you are designers in the house? Very obvious question, right? Ye kya puch liya? Non-designers in the house? So today I've learned in this room there are a lot of designers and a lot of foodies. I think foodies are little more than designers. Yeah, how many foodies again? See? Okay, so that Venn diagram of designer, foodies, and all of that is matching quite a bit. So, how many of you are visual communication designers? Visual designers? Okay. And industrial? Okay. And experimental, new media? Okay. Since we have been dealing with non-designers who are from different professions, I want to ask you guys, how many of you have been experimenting with a field not belonging to yours directly in your design? Maybe as student projects. Okay. Any branding people here? Branding experts? Experts, huh? Experts. We'll call you for our next MDX event. You have to be on stage. But what is the core of branding? Just say a word, any word. One word you have to say. Emotion, story, identity, honesty, perception, people, message, memory, very good. And how do you see in people's emotions and memories and heads? How do you stay there? Symbol, so visual. A symbol could be anything, I'm asking. Music, all your senses. Yeah, so we talked about food, we talked about play, we talked about sound, music. So our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an inventor of a concept that has changed the way branding works, not just in Mumbai, not just in India, but I think around the world. He's catered to a very different sense than the primary visual sense we see in branding. So all of us have heard of logos, identity design, branding, website design, packaging design, so many visuals. But our next speaker out here, Mr. Rajiv Raja, is the founder of Brand Music, which is a studio that caters to a very different form of branding. It's called sonic branding. How many of you are aware of sonic branding? Okay, a bunch of you. So today you're going to learn something new, an idea to brand yourself, not through visuals, not through icons, not through typography, not through illustrations, but actually through sound. I think Mr. Rajiv Raja will also perform on the flute. Yeah. And he's also going to have a visual presentation to talk about sound. Great. Huge round of applause for our friend, Mr. Rajiv Raja. You need to share?
No. Hi, everybody. Okay, so very interesting topic, designing the sound of a brand. So, before we actually come to the nitty-gritties, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've had the unique privilege of living a two-in-one life for 3 decades. I started off as a musician in college and then stumbled into advertising. I think it's the only field that I could have worked at with any degree of success. I luckily got into the creative field in advertising. And 25 years later, I found myself as National Creative Director of Xpress and conflicted because I wasn't getting enough time to play this baby. Right, so 11 years ago, I quit and I had to monetize my passion. I couldn't leave the family in the lurch and just go around playing the flute. So this whole idea happened, could I bring the two worlds that I had spent so much time in together, the world of branding and the world of music sound. So realized very early on that we couldn't be seen as jingle makers because I'd done enough of that in my avatar as a creative director. Had to go deeper into how sound and music affects our emotions and our behavior. That really was a starting point. So before I go any further, let's take you all through sort of sonic experience. I'm going to play this flute, and I want all of you all to close your eyes and just go through the emotions that it will bring to you. You may see some imagery, it may trigger some memories, and we'll come back and have a quick chat about what you all saw and felt, yeah? So eyes closed, everybody. Sorry. Okay, short and sweet. Anybody want to start one word that you all saw, any imagery or something you felt, any memories? Mother, okay. Shepherd on a hill, wow. Forest, fantastic. Morning. Sorry? Sunrise, okay, brilliant. So, I won't go much further. I'm sure all of you all would have had some sort of individual experience, but this is just to demonstrate the power of sound and how sound can take you places without any visuals attached, right? So you actually all went on a journey in your minds, and it's amazing wherever in the world we've played this piece of music, everybody gets this kind of feeling. Greenery, water, sunrise, children playing. A Russian gentleman went to the mountains in Georgia and saw waterfalls and birds and butterflies, right? So what does this prove to us? That this entire experience that you've had is by design and not by accident. Particular scale I've used, probably you recognize it, it is Hamsadvani. So it's a very, very famous South Indian rag, and it uses only 5 notes in the scale. It's called a pentatonic scale. And what we've discovered is that pentatonic scale is the most fundamental scale to humanity. Every single musical culture uses the pentatonic scale in some form or the other. So if we listen to Chinese music, Chinese classical music, we often say, sounds very childlike. You know, kind of. But that's because they largely revolve around the pentatonic scale. And so this actually, you know, sparked a whole idea in us. Why don't we start designing sound based on our rich heritage of Indian ragas and equivalent Western scales? So that's where the journey really began. And we know that different kinds of scales can actually evoke different kinds of emotions, right? So, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, major scale, happy, do, a deer, a female deer. I just changed that to do, re, mi. I changed the third note a step, half step lower, and suddenly you're in a minor scale, and which is what lots of the blues musicians use, right? The minor scale to convey sadness and melancholy. So we said, what is the purpose of this? We are really trying to create the sound of a brand. And how do we create the sound of a brand? We need to understand the brand, we need to understand evolution, etc., etc., what it stands for. And the key was, how do you link intangible brand parameters to tangible musical expression? And that really was the whole design process, what we've been doing for the past 10 years, designing and managing the sonic identity of a brand. And today, you know, early when we started off 10 years ago, we had more meetings than business because there was a lot of education we had to do. But today, this digital age, sonic branding has become a must-have. Why? Because of the digital explosion, attention spans getting shorter, visual clutter, you know, screen fatigue. Can sound be some sort of an escape from there, but at the same time be an ally for brands and not be intrusive, because sound has a double-edged sword. Too much of it and you'll hate it. So you've got to be careful. So we created a term we call ear points, and the marketing jargon is touch points. I'm visually consistent across touch points. You'll hear this, right? So you design a logo, you design a set of font, you design a set of colors, all coming from the brand personality. But we say you got to be sonically consistent across ear points. And that's very critical for brands. Now, I created this term called MOGO, or short form for musical logo. And we say in this experiential age, in this sensorial age, the MOGO is as important as a logo. So very quickly, just to take you through a brand process, and I thought since there's so many designers here, it'll be very interesting. Let me reveal some inside secrets, really, of how we go about this. So we have a 3-stage process. I'll run through it very quickly. The first stage is something we call brand discovery, where really we are trying to understand the avatar and rasa of a brand, right? So what is the avatar? We borrow from Carl Jung's archetypes. Human beings can be classified into different character types, and we say brands also can be. So Mercedes is a ruler brand, Apple is a creator brand, J&J Baby is a caregiver brand, so on and so forth. So once we map the avatar, next question we ask is, what rasa do you want to evoke? We use the theory of Indian Navarasas, and these are the Navarasas, right? But these are just starting points on a continuum. Actually, these are the different shades of emotions. And Karthik, you'll know, right? Each of these can be represented and expressed musically. We know that. So just the change of an instrument on the same melody will suddenly create a different kind of emotion. So then the next stage is we create sketches of sound where we actually bounce this off client based on the avatar and rasa, right? So where does it all start? If you look at Hollywood, you look at Bollywood, all the years of sonic expression, when the hero comes onto the screen, what do you hear, right? None of the audio files are playing. I have to play it off my laptop. Sorry, in the transfer, all the audio files have. Okay, I'll continue while they're doing that. No, there's a lot more. Okay, so that could be a female voice or flute, and you know that emotion. And once we get this feedback from the client, we create mood boards and we share it with them, and it's amazing. Clients who say, "Hey, we're not musicians, don't put us on the spot," are suddenly saying, "You know, that death metal guitar, that's not part of my brand sound." We sometimes purposely put in outrageous sounds so that we get a violent reaction from the client. When we know they are starting now to put logic, to understand that this kind of instrument is more suited to my brand and my personality than that kind of instrument. This kind of melody is more suited. So we get feedback. Is a workshop session that we have, and we get this feedback, and then finally we go on to create what we call a Mogoscape, which is like a 90-second master composition for the brand. And there is also a Mogo within that. And finally, we also have a mini Mogo. Now, this is really the evolution of the digital age, where a Mogo is 3 seconds, a mini Mogo is 1.5 seconds or less. And brands need that for alerts, notifications, for payment confirmations, etc., etc. So this really forms the building blocks of a sonic identity system. And now, have to use that. So where all can the ear points play out? Right? Once you've created the master sound, just as when you have a visual identity, how do you take it across a visiting card, a letterhead, a billboard, a TV spot, etc. Similarly, we've mapped the ear points, right? So it could be TVC, it could be digital content, it could be social media, it could be podcasts, it could be digital activation, it could be retail spaces, it could be product, it could be playlist. So product, very interesting. EVs. Now EVs are a hazard. They don't have sound on the roads. But what kind of sound do they have? Is it just random, or is it a brand sound? Is it a sound that comes from the brand identity, the overall sonic identity that you've created? It's just an example. Ready? Sure. Because now we come to, I was talking about our journey, and we initially began, the first big break we got was Vistara, where we created the onboard sound, we created the sound of Vistara. the boarding and landing, you'll hear our Mogo Scape playing. And then the next big break was HDFC Bank, where the late Mr. Ranjan Kapoor was on our advisory board and actually helped us meet the head of HDFC Bank, and that really gave us a big break. So today, go to any ATM, there are 15,000 ATMs in the country, you put in the debit card and you'll hear the Mogo, right? Yeah, yeah. Right. Absolutely. So we said, look, HDFC Bank doesn't do much advertising. We asked them, where are you all going to be heard? And we suggested that the ATM, it's a major anxiety source, right? You go there, you put in your debit card, you don't know what's is it working, is it not? And then you're waiting to walk away, and is it safe to go because there are 3 guys waiting behind you? But now the Mogo tells them, the minute the debit card goes in, the Mogo communicates, hey, active. When you finish your transaction, the Mogo plays, and you know it's safe to walk away, right? So it's serving a purpose beyond just branding. It is getting into navigational sounds, utility sounds, etc. So, are we good? Oh God.
We've been talking about sonic branding so much, visual branding is not working somehow. But we should be good to go. Aditi, in how long? Okay. So,
Okay, I can talk about various other things. Hey, but please come.
No, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, of course.
So, not the first time I've heard Rajiv Radha speak, but the bigger magic awaits when we get to hear it. Is Mogo a patent that you own?
Yeah, so I discovered a lot legally. Apparently, a patent is very different from a copyright. A patent can only be created by scientists after 50 years of trying with the patent office. But yes, it is copyrighted.
You own the copyright. It's registered.
Right. It's registered. There's an R above the
Okay,
Mogo.
and how many brands in the world have a Mogo right now?
Well, that's the opportunity. I would say not even 2% of the brands across the world have a sonic identity. Every brand has a visual identity. Every organized brand. So that's the size of the market. Today, for us, it's great that we've spread our wings beyond India, and we've just set up an office in LA, in Singapore, and in Dubai. So that's the really heartening thing, that the world is becoming our oyster.
I can also see how slowly he's trying to talk to buy a little more time. But he's like, yeah, I can also see how heartening it is for us. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that we are, but this is life,
Okay.
right? Yes.
So, I think, I don't know if we have much time left, but I can just talk about MasterCard experience. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play.
We are going to play it. We are
yeah.
going to make it happen.
Okay, sure. So, it was one of those things. It was my...
It's happened, guys. It's happened.
Woo!
Okay, huge round of applause for Aditi there.
Okay, let's go ahead. You want to do it manually? I can just tell you. Yeah, so MasterCard approached us, and they'd heard HDFC Bank somewhere. So we got to get a call, and before we knew it, we had signed up to create the sonic identity of MasterCard Global across 190 countries. And it was a 9-month project. It was an amazing experience because we dealt directly with the MasterCard team. And when we took them through the Avatar and Rasa approach, they were quite surprised. A huge brand like that, I'd never looked at it from this lens. So they said, look, we're a magician brand because we are about priceless moments. And we are a combination of magician and Aam Aadmi. because the debit card and credit card categories meant for everybody. Whoa, it's come, okay. So in terms of the rasas, they said sense of optimism, joy, etc. So now what do? We start designing the sound based on the avatars. If you study the history of Walt Disney, you'll get all the magical sounds you want, right? There are certain instruments that instantly cue a sense of magic. So we put all that into the mix. We got a winning Mogoscape, and finally, hopefully it'll play. So we create. Just go forward, please. Go up to MasterCard. Yeah, it's after this. Yes. Yeah, I've spoken about the avatars. Go ahead. Yeah. So, ta-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, ta-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, simple melody, hummable anywhere in the world, across cultures, across gender, socio-economic strata, etc. Now let's hear the Mogo. Play it again, please. That's the Mogo, 3 seconds. Now for the mini Mogo, we had a challenge. 1.5 seconds, if you try to compress this, it will sound like a cartoon. Yeah, but this was the Mogo sound we created. Can you play it? Right? So it's a digital sound beneath 1.5 seconds, and it still reminds you of the Mogo. So these were the, thank you. Let's see how it was adapted to the TV scene. So there are clear guidelines. They must be doing 3,000 commercials a year across the world. How do different creative agencies actually adopt this? Clear guidelines given of a key of basic tempos they could use, the mogo and the logo at the end should come together. There shouldn't be a third voiceover saying MasterCard over that. Things like that. We created what we call a mogo manual, and they give it to all their creative agencies, etc. Okay, now how do we adapt the same melody to the different regions of the world? Let's hear Middle East. Latin America. Different moods and occasions, emotional. Okay, one sec. Now this was amazing. They want they sponsor EPL and the European League, and they wanted a fans anthem. So said we'd get into the studio and we brought in lots of voices and we recorded and we sent it, rejected. Fine-tuned the mix, sent it, rejected. What's happening? Finally, we got the insight that it's sounding too good. That we need somebody to sing Besur. Because that's what fans do, right? It's not perfect pitch. So we actually called in everybody in the studio, the chai boy, the our drivers, etc. We played the pilot for them, and then we said, now come on, sing against this. And they sang deliciously off key. And we put it all together, and yeah. This is how they used it. During COVID, they actually created this digital activation where they said you can't come into the stadium for the football matches. So why don't you just listen to the anthem and then do a Mexican wave in your homes and send it to us? And they stitched together this giant digital video with thousands of people doing the Mexican wave. How the mini mogo was used.
Smart speaker. Order red acrylic paint.
Your order has been placed.
On POS machine. At the New York subway. This is amazing. Now, the trend we're noticing is, and y'all are all youngsters here, so a lot of youngsters here. Basically, today, the new generation is cynical of brands, okay? They don't believe brands. They think brands are bullshitting them, okay? So the traditional one-way communication of the TV spot is no longer cutting ice. I have ZPTO for dandruff, therefore I'll remove all your dandruff, right? So there's experience. Brands have to create experiences beyond overt communication. So we created this term called sonic watermarking, and we said in today's digital content, there is still a way to subtly brand yourself without branding yourself, right? So it comes through as content, it's consumed as content, but you subtly build the brand in. And MasterCard took it to heart, and they've created a playlist on Spotify called Priceless, which has no MasterCard branding, visual branding, but it is composed by Lady Gaga's producer, and they have identified 12 young musicians across the world and created content pop songs around the MasterCard logo, right? So this is one example. This is called Merry-Go-Round. It was very successful, but you can hear the entire album on Spotify. Yeah.
I can see clearly, almost lost me nearly. He was such a mess, and I know we.
So that's the power. That's the power of a sonic identity, well crafted, well thought out, and of course needs the client's commitment and purse strings to actually put it out there and make it a success. So 3 years in a row, MasterCard has been global brand, sonic brand globally. And this year we are very happy that HDFC Bank made it also to the top 10 of global brands, sonic brands. So yeah, that's really it. I just have 2 minutes left. I want to play a video which we all find very interesting. The next big thing is navigational design on apps, right? Sonic design on apps. So when Zomato called us and we designed the sound for Zomato, we went to them and we said, look, you can do all the traditional sonic branding stuff, but you have an opportunity here, because one of the things we noticed was when people order on Zomato, they're keeping on looking at the app. When is that rider going to come? When is that rider? So it disrupts your meetings. If you're in a meeting, you're waiting for food, you're keeping on looking. What if sound could cue the rider's journey, right? And this is what we did with Zomato. So the zing was very important, because that's part of the mini mogo. So when the rider leaves the restaurant, you'll hear zing. And when the rider reaches your home, you'll hear zing, right? So the many times I just hear that and go to the door and open the door, and the rider's waiting, almost going to punch the doorbell. So these are some of the things. That's about it. I think, sorry for the delay, but
Thank you so much for your patience. Firstly, it's not easy to be on a stage with so many people staring at you and sound not playing. And thank you so much for your patience. It's not easy for so long sitting somewhere. We are used to those times where we skip pad, minimize the tab, go somewhere else. You're having to sit here. So I think it was worth the wait. Huge round of applause for Rajiv Raja.
thank you. Thank you.
You'll catch him off stage, behind. Thank you so much.
Any questions? I'm proud. Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, just sorry. Can you please come here? This protocol, we have to take a photo.
Can I hold my flute?
Yeah, you can hold your flute. Thank you so much. Okay, now it's a very interesting session, my favorite session. All of them are my favorite sessions, but why am I really looking forward to this session is because I'm going to join you guys as audience there, sitting in between somewhere, and learn from the next folks on stage. Because all of these guys, yes, we are going to need chairs for these guys. That we are going to go back to those, post-lockdown, but pre-opening up fully days where we had phygital events. Because Suresh is going to be hosting us. Suresh, everybody can see you. Huge round of applause to Suresh. He's still recovering from COVID, so please send your blessings, guys. You can bless him. You can pray for him. Suresh, everybody is sending you blessings. I don't know if you can see their faces or not, but I know that they have. Director of Landor and Fitch, India's largest brand transformation and design agency, which consistently ranks amongst the top agencies in India. She's over 25 years of age, 25 years of work experience. She's basically got such a long bio that that I don't think I can manage to do it right now. But Lulu and I met at Z-Melt the first time, where Sumit Roy sir was also a part of it, where Lulu was conducting a workshop in personal branding, and I became a big fan of what she does. Turns out, not just helped build a lot of personal brands, but also big corporate giants out there. And we're going to hear more in detail from her today. Huge round of applause from Lulu, for Lulu. Then we have, okay, who should we'll call somebody who looks like Santa Claus and is instrumental in keeping the child inside us awake. Winner of the best animator awards around the country, around the world. Huge round of applause for Suresh Elliott. You're a big fan following. Welcome. Where would you like to sit? There. You're going to do it like this. Yeah, are they both fitting the live? Okay. So you guys are sitting here, so you can also see Suresh. Okay. Then, yeah, he can see you. He can see you.
Yes, I can see you, Lulu.
Okay. Suresh, can we hear you once?
Yes, you can hear me. Would you like me to sing?
Suresh
Yes, can you hear me? This is sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's
The
perfect.
dashingly good-looking Krishan Jagota. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Also, fun fact, he's sitting very far away in this place called Bandra West, guys. So, okay. Let's have a third guest. Somebody very young at heart, somebody very dynamic, dashing, and a master storyteller, advertising veteran, also my super senior from NID. Can we have this gentleman who's just turned from a veteran to a director and writing and directing his own films, Mr. Sonal Dabral on stage. Actually, this is better. For these guys, ये पढ़ा वाला bio is कुछ नहीं होगा. Sir, which side would you like to sit on? Amazing. Do you know who's the fourth guest? Not me, it's not me. Have you seen Mirzapur? Yeah? There's this one guy who's making us proud, not just sitting in Bandra West or Bandra East or Mumbai, India, but all over the world. Somebody who's already made his mark in Hollywood, a dear friend of mine, and I think somebody who's got a place in all of our hearts, Mr. Ali Fazal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And fasting, but he still made this happen for us. So huge round of applause on that. Thank you so much. After this, time for me to go and Suresh to take over. Do you guys have your mic? Cool. No, I don't. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Suresh, take it away.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry, Lulu, Sonal, Ali, and Eeks. I cannot be there in person with you. I'm COVID positive. It's a mild case, XBB 1.16 or whatever, but still I'm not allowed to leave home. So you can avoid looking at me and look directly at the audience if you'd like, since I'm behind you. So, Ali, let me ask you, first question for you. In the design and startup world, we keep talking about scaling up. Now, you've already shared space with Dame Judi Dench. What does scaling up mean for you?
Mics, guys. Sound, guys, sound.
I suppose that's what scaling up is. It's working? Oh, yeah, it's working. Yeah, I suppose it's to be able to be heard on the other end of the world. And
you want?
I mean, we keep finding ways. That's what it's all about. I was just telling a friend yesterday that everything, and this is what I've realized, everything works on मुझे पता है तुम्हें नहीं पता है. That's the crux of it all. And we are finding permutations and combinations within that, right? Branding, music, art, war, nuclear energy, everything. It's all about politics for that matter, everything. So, yeah, that's a very vague answer to your question of scaling up.
Okay, what's the non-state answer? What does scaling up to you mean as an actor? Bigger, better budgets, bigger, better co-stars? What does it mean to you?
No, it's being able to get a stage where I can play ball peacefully. That's literally what it is. And sometimes it takes a big budget to make that happen. Sometimes great actors that I can share notes with. That's what we're looking for. जो रस हम ढूंढते हैं. But listen, just because you've asked me, also I have the mic, I have to please thank you for giving such a wonderful, Rajiv sir, such a wonderful presentation. And because these are the ingredients that go in creating our work. I, as an actor, have done this homework in my house. I create the rasas and the permutations and combinations and all emotions through breath. So, and when I read scripts, I have music. And I have a different playlist of every single film, every single show, every single thing that I do on my phone. So I'm glad that it's out there, it's happening, and or probably I'm very ignorant that it's been happening for a while, but I suppose just to see it in form is really nice. Sorry, I'll let you.
Okay. Yeah. Next question for Sonal. Sonal, you're in advertising, you're a blackjack player, you drink single malts, you're writing plays, you're directing feature films. This is a lot of scale. And this discussion is about the business of creativity. Tell us a little bit about how all these different parts of you work in sync with each other.
Yeah, I think they all feed each other. And I've realized that for any creative person, it's really important to be really curious. I was possibly blessed that muscle was there, but I think creative people and a lot of youngsters are here. If that muscle is a little weak in you, build that muscle, because curiosity, that muscle is really important. And Suresh, to answer your question, everything feeds with each other. Like, for example, when I get into the details of a single malt, you realize that some master distiller spent, like 10 years, 15 years to get that right. And that craft has to come into our work also. When I'm, I've got a really, a 16, let's say a 13 against a dealer's 10, right? Then I have to really decide that life has given me this hand to play, and I have to play it the best way possible. So I have to decide whether I should stand or, whether I should hit or go out. So I think all these skills, the interest that one has, especially for a creative person, they feed each other.
Okay. Lulu, next question for you. You're the captain of a very large ship at Landor and Fitch. Now you need to have two eyes. One eye is focused on detail and one eye is focused on the telescope. How do you manage this microscope and telescope vision at the same time? big picture and details all at the same time?
Wow, that's a really good question. I suppose it is playing both that strategic game, the long game, as well as the short term game, which is the everyday. It is a tough balancing act because a lot of times the everyday, the urgent really takes precedence. But I think it comes down to very disciplined about how you spend your day, Suresh. So if you're not conscious of it, every day you can end up just attending to in the moment whatever's coming up as super urgent. But you've got to really keep an eye and block out time for the strategic thinking. Similarly, when it comes to work as well, there's the big idea, then there's the craft and the execution of it. Right? There's another lens to the same question. So there too, ensuring that all of the work is grounded in a big insight, in a big idea, but is brought to life in a very, very beautiful way with the craft that's expected, whether it's in the voice or the messaging, is important as well. So it's actually looking at both lenses and ensuring that you're keeping an eye on both. So I interpret your question in both ways, sort of long-term orientation as well as short-term, the bigger picture as well as the detail orientation. I think it is a balance. It's hard. You've got to be conscious about it. You've got to be intentional about it so that one side or the other doesn't take over.
Okay. Next question for E. Suresh. Suresh, over 400 films and 100 awards. When you started off as an animator, and I know you as a student, did you ever think one day you'll make a living out of it like the way you do?
No. I answered. No, okay. First of all, Suresh, as you, I don't know whether you know, I wasn't, I was thrust upon animation at NID. I wanted film and video. So from there, everything that happened was unexpected. So, I mean, I was given animation as a field to specialize at a time when there were no computers. Everything had to be done manually because my faculty and the jury thought that I am an introvert and I can only work with a light box and I can't manage people. So for a very different reason, they awarded me animation, and I'm glad it. Hey, Rajiv. Water is okay. You're going out to get it. So
And me too, like Suresh.
Sorry, your audio is a bit choppy at my end. Okay, let me go to Ali with the next question. Ali, Bollywood is as much about creativity as it is about big money. We heard of 300 crores film and 1,000 crore films. As an actor, how do you balance the two? What you do for money, for what you do for the love of the craft?
I mean, this is a bubble, right? You can either get it's a rabbit hole. You can either get sucked into it. A lot of people, a lot of my colleagues, a lot of people I know, I myself at some point have gotten spoiled by it. But at some point, everybody has to decide: is it about the craft? And when that becomes really good, then the economies change. I mean, I've just finished a film. I mean, the last film I did in Hollywood was an $80 million film. It doesn't, and that's a huge budget, but it requires that. A $3 million budget would be a mid-size film here, which is the lowest, sort of, how do you say, lowest budget films there. So I personally as an actor would not go into the maths of that. In fact, somebody had asked a question earlier, do algorithms, I think you had asked, right? Do they start dictating terms in our worlds? And I still feel if your work is good and if we're constantly reinventing, then everything else adjusts, even the algorithms. because that's the trend you start. And so that automatically feeds itself. And yeah, I mean, AI, everything is built off that. So I suppose we're all striving for excellence in our own ways, and I'm looking to tell stories. I'm also writing stories, also producing stories. Again, because today we can, because the verticals are going sideways all over. I can spread my wings in more ways than I want to. We're actually dabbling with animation, so I'm like really excited to be sitting here. I'm just holding my excitement. And yeah, so this is. I'm glad that I can share some of it here. I'm glad I can share the stage with you. Yeah, thank you for that question.
Okay. Next question for Sonal. Sonal, advertising is as much about creative as it is about the client, isn't it? What happens when you have a great idea but not a not so great client?
I've realized that there are no bad clients. And I'm not saying it just for the sake of saying it, but I've realized that most of the time we agency people are bad listeners. Because we create something which we get obsessed with, we fall in love with it. It's very important for creative people to be in love with what they do. But it's really important for, again, any creative person in an agency or who's working on his or her own, is to be really good listeners, because you have to be in that other person's shoes. He knows the product damn well. He has to, every quarter he has to show the numbers, There are shareholders. There is so many dynamics that are happening. And in that, you are going with, what a lovely commercial I've written. I must sell it. I'll get a can gold in it. And I must get a can gold. Oh, I should direct with maybe Ali. Ali will act in it, So we are already making, before even going for the meeting, we are making these nice dreams, And then he says, yaar, kuch maza nahi aaya. Ye sala usse kuch nahi aata yaar. So I think I've seen most of the time the problem starts when we don't listen properly. And I think I'm not saying it's all black and white and there are no really bad clients. It's all gray and there's no bad clients. There are bad clients, but very, very few. I think most of the time it's to do with how much we are listening.
Okay. Lulu, do you agree that there are no bad clients?
I think sometimes it's a bad fit. I also don't think there are bad agencies. Yes, sometimes, of course, the work's not great, but fundamentally, if we believe in the goodness of people, it all comes down to a bad fit.
Okay. Suresh, do you believe there are bad designers? They're saying there are no bad agency, no bad clients. They're all being very politically correct.
You clearly don't like our answer, Suresh.
Current clients are most turn out to be really bad. And also those don't want to pay. We can say they are also quite bad. So I see it. I see it simply like that. You said bad designers.
Are they bad designers? Yeah. Do you know any?
No, I really feel when people really think that design is a major education and something like a big crown that they're wearing as a designer, I think then they miss the point and then they kind of become bad designers. I think that whole attitude of, oh, I'm a designer thing is a problem, because I really feel that design is some of
Okay. Suresh, my next question is also for you. Every second of work that you do, every single second involves some days, sometimes months of work. 1 month of work equals 1 second of animated film. How does the intensity of this work balance out with the financial returns of that work? I've seen a lot of work that you do, and it's not necessarily the most lucrative work to do.
it's a very delicate balance in the way we kind of manage it. It's really it's really the work that you do with a lot of passion. Most of the time are the ones that kind of bring a response, and it's value creation really. It's not in that simple terms of lucrativeness. You create a value with what you love to do, and that kind of reciprocates in terms of payment and balancing it out eventually. So it's really not one trying to do something straight away for money procurement, but it is more when you do things that you really like to do. Like most of our short films are self-funded. It's not like somebody's paying for any of those films, but those films really create the value, and most of the times through advertisements or some other commissioned films, we kind of balance it out. So no second of work really goes waste in that sense. Did I answer?
Ali, you answered the question. Ali, let me ask you about the craft of your work. Acting is a different craft, writing is a different craft, directing is a different craft, and producing is a different craft. How do you juggle these different crafts in your business?
Only with Mogo. One day. It's work. It's literally the definition of what the homework that we have to put in. In fact, I used to take a lot of, and in fact, the best examples, and this is for actors, even for writers, the best visual example is animation. You actually go back to your Tom and Jerry's and your old school animation, it's the best depiction of where the breath is when you're in every single emotion. Am I right? Right. And that's, if people can follow that, if people can follow punctuation in writing, I mean simple stuff like a half breath on a comma and a full breath on a full stop. I mean, half the job is done. I think people are not putting in the time to study, read, and do that homework. And I feel because everything is just so, it's all clickbait, right? It's all quick. So you want a visual fix for everything. So I suppose, and this is what I realize now, because I started writing now, very recently, we started producing recently. And in fact, when we named our production Pushing Buttons Studio, and we were actually looking for a sound for it. Sorry, I keep coming back to it because it's just so much you've said is so rings very true with everything. Yes, and that presentation.
Oh, hello. Now we're doing side business deals also here between Ali Fazal and Rajiv Raja. Very good.
No, and
MDX is
you as well, because these are the things that we want to. I mean, one act, right? One scene of mine has all of this in play. There's a team out there. So the glorification of one actor is actually, मतलब एक छोटा सा झूठ है वो, मुझे लगता है. There's a whole team out there. There's costumes coming in. There's writing and punctuation being laid out for you. There's somebody leading it. There's also music that's helping you navigate. There's all these emotions that you have mapped out. So, sorry, when you talk about craft, I can go on, and you literally named like the 5 pillars, right? So that's a very long conversation.
Okay, let me go to Lulu and cut you off. Lulu, speaking of orchestration of the kind Ali spoke about, actors, writers, costume designers, lighting guys, technical guys, in your business, a lot of different people have to work in perfect synchronization with each other. Designers, writers, salespeople, client servicing, God knows who else. When you run a creative business, what is the secret to run? A, two-part question. One, to holding all these people together, and B, preventing them from killing each other. How do you do it as a CEO?
Have the triumvirate, or the triad, if you will. So there's a client leader. So client lead, the guardian of the brief and understands what the client wants. Have the creative lead across visual, verbal. And then you have the strategic lead. So it's no longer a linear process of understanding the brief, writing the brief, then going into strategy, then going into creative. But all three actually working in unison. Everybody has their role, but united by idea, the brief, the ambition, the creative ambition that you want to create. So that's sort of individual project level. I mean, I think that's the role of leadership, right? At a agency level, where you have everyone managing egos, ensuring that people leave their egos at the door when you come into work, and creating that culture and environment where it's really the team, it's the work, and it's not individuals who have the say. I think that's where creativity thrives, when individual agendas and egos are left aside. So part of my role is to constantly break down those kind of barriers, ensure that the triad is working on every brief, on every project that we're thinking about, and ensuring that the vision, the ambition that we're working towards is front and center. And all the pushing, all of the work from the ideation to the detail, the craft is all in the service of that.
Okay. Next question for Sonal. Sonal, all of us, every single one of us, designers, actors, filmmakers, advertising guys, at some point is going to produce terrible work. It's going to happen. Not everything you do is going to be brilliant. What do you do when you know you did something but it's atrocious? How do you handle it?
Feel a bit depressed.
Single malt's always there?
Yeah, single. And maybe a visit to the casino is always there. And if you lose there, you feel more depressed. You know, but jokes aside, I think at the point in time when you've created really bad work, you have to ultimately tell yourself that you're a human being. Oh, hota hai kabhi kabhi yaar. And at that point in time, what I do is to think about all the great work that I've been part of and have, contributed to creating. And then you feel good about it. And I think the best part of any creative process is that from really bad work actually emanates good work. So when a really bad piece of work is created, you have to just, crumple that piece of paper, throw it. Next piece of paper, throw it. And be assured and have faith that from all those mistakes will come out some really good work.
Okay.
That's the beauty of creativity, I think.
And if that still fails, remember the single malts. Ali, you're really not answering the question. What was Dame Judi Dench really like? Give us some gossip now.
Not in front of so many people. I went shopping with her though, and she likes mangoes.
Can you please tell me? I have a big crush on her. Can you please tell me more about her?
I'll come to Banderware.
No, you have to tell us in front of everybody. That's the whole point of gossip. Pol kholna hai.
Like this is a voice of God coming, matlab upar se.
Yeah, it is the voice of God. What do you mean, like the voice of God?
I'm looking at her, him speak, and every, we're all back in school.
All right. Okay, fair enough. We'll catch up over some single malt at Sonal's house, where he will host us, and we will discuss Dame Judi Dench and beyond. Okay, final questions for each of you. Suresh, should design schools teach business, or should they stick to teaching design?
Yeah, this comes after yesterday when I was at UPS in Dehradun, talking about what they should be doing as a design school. So it just seems like an extension of that discussion. I really feel wherever they teach design, it shouldn't be in a glasshouse situation. I think when we were taught design at NID, we were in a glasshouse situation where we are not in touch with the reality outside. If that sort of a strong barrier around us, if it is going to protect us, it is also going to us from understanding the real problems and come up with impactful solutions. This is something that I think design schools should be very conscious about, how much they can be in touch with reality, because eventually they have to make an impact out there and not in their lives. Most of the time it happens that you make your lives and not in other lives. So if that has to happen, really the design schools will have to be unboxed.
Okay. Right, rapid fire questions, one question for each one of you, and then I'm going to hand it over to Krishan for audience questions. Okay, first question, you have less than 1 second to answer. Ali, who's your favorite designer?
Dior? Shoot. Did I say Dior?
You said Dior? Okay,
Alexander
all right.
McQueen.
Lulu, who's your favorite actor?
Microphone. Amir Khan.
Amir Khan. All right. Okay. No insult to any actors on stage right now. Sonal Dabral, who is your favorite boss or was your favorite boss?
Nal?
Sonal, yeah, that's for Sonal.
Favorite boss, Neil French.
Yes, Neil French.
Oh,
And E. Suresh, what is your favorite hair product?
Kapoor also.
Yes. E. Suresh, final question. What is your favorite hair product, especially beard?
Pass.
All right, pass. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Krishan Jagota. It'll be easier to handle the audience Q&A in person. It'll be difficult to do it online. Krishan, over to you.
Get well.
So, what a humorous session, right? So the word humor actually means, you know what humor means? Humor means to be in your element. You know, vitreous humor? I think these four people and this guy sitting right here, despite COVID, all of you were such in your element that evoked the humor inside all of us. Thank you so much for being here. We'll take a picture. You guys can keep sitting. You guys can. Okay. Yeah, we're coming to that. Sorry.
I also need to be in the picture.
Okay. In humor, Suresh. Is Suresh a part of it?
Suresh's hand is up, yeah.
Okay, I should go now. Okay. Okay, thank you. Please sit.
Stories. So that's first. Now, how do you go about knowing stories? You need to be very observant around you. I mean, you need to. There might maybe many stories that might be unfolding just around you. So you need to be sensitive. Of course, there are stories from books and many areas. And how do you tell stories? There are so many mediums. That's what we are all specializing in. And he tells stories through his roles and the acts. And I use animation and film as a medium. So there are many ways you can tell stories, but you need to get the content in. You need to be absorbent like a sponge, or you need to take in whatever is around you, and that's where the stories come from. It's not coming from thin air at all. I really believe that it's always how you connect dots from your observations and what you read and what your background is. It's all that make you stories. How you tell the skill that you need to study. That is starting point.
I'll share one piece of guidance. One of my favorite authors is Anne Lamott. She's a writer. And one of the things that she suggests is to be an archaeologist of your own life. To go back to your earliest memories. Everything that you remember, your first birthday party, your relatives, how they treated you, friends, and just write everything. And as you write about your life, whenever you get the time, have reads and reads of data, of insights that you can go back to, and the stories then they emerge from the pages. So another way of using your personal, because then it's really powerful.
I have a thought to share, which is that read a lot, hear a lot, podcasts, read a lot of stories. That's fun. But the important one is you have to all understand that around us, anything that's happening has a story in it. So even the most boring day of your life, just go back and start to, and Suresh said a very, very nice and important thing of being observant. And so did Lulu about the stories of your life. If you just go back, even in the most boring of situations, you'll find that situation is not boring. That's your way of looking at it. If you start to find interesting things there, even that can be turned into a great story.
Okay. Ali? We have one last question from that side. Get the mic there. Radhika.
Hi, my name is Radhika, and I'm just a publication that works with a lot of designers, startups, and even brands. I quite agree that the business of design or design schools should have the business aspect included into the curriculum. My question to you all is, Suresh and Ruth especially, what is the toughest business decision that you'll have ever had to make? And the second part of the follow-up is let go of your creative to your client. What is the more tougher one, and how do you tackle with it? I'm sure the audience will benefit a lot to know when is the right time to say.
So there are two parts to this question, right? The business part of design, I think I skipped it last time in answering it. I think the business learning should be there when you're, especially when you're being an entrepreneur. You need to, and especially most of the designers are going the entrepreneurial way nowadays. Business knowledge is very important, but I think it needs to be tailor-made for these sort of design students. That's something that was very alienating for me when I was at business and business studies available elsewhere. It was not tailor-made for us to assimilate and chew very easily. It was all going above the head. If it can be made simple and understandable way, like it needs to be designed. Designer. So that's a part. That's part one. The work that, if my contribution as a designer or filmmaker is not going to make a difference in an idea, and if that there is no that sort of openness from a client or that team that my inputs are no more helping it mold it in a way where I would be also happy contribute. That is the point I would withdraw. Like if my contribution is redundant, that it can be done by anybody, it's going to be a very mundane product that anybody could do. What is the point in me getting involved in it? That's how I say no to many opportunities. Because it needs to be meaningful for us also. When you're spending so much time and energy working on something, developing something, if it doesn't make sense, during the process and for till the eventual product, it is better to say no at that point. At any given point in time, you can say no, depending on your agreement and your contract and termination. And all those things.
I'll give you an example of a business decision. Actually, this triggered an unhappy client situation. We've been very close to walking away from a very, very big piece, and the client's been very abusive towards the team. So, speaking improperly, calling it odd hours, just expecting the team to be on standby, so much such that it affected the mental health of many of the team. Luckily, we raised it in the proper forums where it was addressed and fixed. But if it hadn't, we were willing to walk away from the business. It's truly impacting the team. When team members feel like that, creativity is not going to thrive. I think another one is have to not take up a business because nobody wants to work on it for ethical reasons. I won't even get into the categories that do exist, but a lot of designers don't want to work on some categories. So again, striking that balance is. The second question on the creative solutions, if there's a disagreement, what happens? At the end of the day, we're not artists, we're designers, you're in the service of the brief. So there is a lot of dialogue. Yes, a lot of times it breaks down because, not a lot of times, I should say, 20% of the time, maybe there is not an agreement as to what the final solution is. But also when work eventually comes out, there's a little bit of everyone in it. What Ali was saying. So when you work design, unless you're an individual designer or an contributor, there are lots of who are involved. And I think to Kunal's point, we also have to agree as branding agency designers, there's a lot of the client in it as well. And so when when you step back and look at the output, it may not be the ideal or what you thought it was going to be, but it's arrived at collaboratively. And if everyone is happy that it's going to meet the brief success, you have to keep some of the idealism around design per se.
Actually, if I may add, we need. This is what I took away from our first production. We produced our first film, but we did the worst thing, which everybody says: you don't ever use your money in business, and we actually did, because we had to meet those creatives, and our director's a very talented girl. She's written the script herself and she's directing, and as producers and as being an actor, that's the last thing you want, somebody crushing your dreams, right? And this is the second part of your question. And I felt, and then I kept thinking for days. I was so tormented. I was like, I can't do that. I can't go to her and say, you don't have the money to make that scene, which is so good. And it's on paper, it's a beautiful scene. Of course, I started questioning myself. I said, okay, do we have to have empathy on both sides? Does the designer also need empathy while designing and writing something and creating something? Ki nahi, kal ko cut sakta hai. Tomorrow somebody might, slash or slit it. So I suppose both can coexist, because I feel sometimes great art needs to be ruthless. And which is why one of the reasons why I've sometimes not taken up projects, because of the same reason you said, that if I can't add to it, then I'm not needed. So we did, and I mean, that was the reason why we ended up like opening our FDs and stuff, yeah. So because we could not say no to our creators. So I suppose the want to create needs to exist on both sides of the business. To want to reach that level of excellence needs to exist on both sides, on the designer side and on the, I mean, I'm thinking like a producer. A lot of times, unfortunately, it becomes business. So you're saying, buddy, this is all that I have. Nobody's going to go an extra mile because, hey, I've got a factory here running. I've got 7 different projects and I want to win the Oscar. ऐसा कुछ. वो एक अजीब सा bubble है जिसमें a lot of people are stuck in. This one, it's a beautiful mother-daughter story set in the 90s, and we just submitted for Cannes. Yes. Yeah, 21st. Thank you. No, but there are other festivals also. Again, we don't want that to be the benchmark. Yaar, nahi mila to haar gaye. I think it's a great film already, but yeah, would love to showcase it and show it too. It's called Girls Will Be. Rich and I have produced. Great. Plug my film in right now. Awesome.
Also, I just want to add one thing. Ali and Richa have started a program called Undercurrent, where they are training a lot of women to come in the industry. And would you like to talk a little bit?
No, we were just excited because we realized while filming this, because it was an all-girls team, there were no women gaffers in India. Can you imagine? Light. There were no women in light. There was one, yeah, because that's the family. Exactly. So we were like, shoot. So we got a fund from the Berlinale festival to actually start this program, which was led by Tanya, our associate producer, and Richa and I helped, and we actually we shortlisted about 9 girls from all over India. 2 of them were from tribal backgrounds. We trained them at Light and Light. So Irfan Bhai was really sweet about it, and he gave us their studios for free. And I mean, these girls are working now. We've started something which we're really, really proud of. So, yeah. So, ऐसा छोटा-छोटा चीज कर रहे हैं हम लोग. अपन लोग भी डिजाइन कर रहे हैं.
No, I mean, it's based on a story by Twinkle Khanna called Salam Noni Apa from her book. And Applause and Ellipses have produced it. Working in 30 seconds and 60 seconds, for me to then work in 108 minutes was a great experience. Very, very intense, but I loved it. So as they say, you learn, every day you learn a new thing. So that's what happened with me. It will take at least 3-4 months now to get released. Fingers crossed.
Okay, on that
Okay.
note,
Should we conclude the session with that? Thank you, Sonal. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you, Ali. And thank you, Suresh. And thank you, Krishan. And sorry I couldn't be there, but don't worry, I'm recovering. I'll be there sooner than you think. Single
round of
balls
applause for
especially.
our anchor, ladies and gentlemen, Suresh.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Krishan.
So on one side, our technology had glitches, we couldn't play sound, but on the other hand, we could manage this. So huge round of applause for the tech team also for making Suresh available at a short notice.
And Suresh, I think you're faking it. You're looking so good. He didn't hear me.
I don't think he heard, yeah.
Did you hear it? Did you hear me? No.
No.
Okay. No, I was joking in case you're. Get well soon, yeah.
Get well soon,
Get
Suresh.
well soon, Suresh.
Okay. Quick announcement. We are going to now give you guys food. We'll break. We're going to break. So look at your hand. If you've got a blue band, you're going to get food on the first floor. If you've got a pink band, you're going to get food on this floor. And if you don't have a band, you're going to go hungry. We'll still figure out something for you. Everybody's going to meet the volunteers outside. Most of you have a band. And we come back in 1 hour. Thank you so much. This is the time for you to meet each other. and help set the next event, please direct message on the same Instagram handle. Our social team is very quick. Bunch of young, enthusiastic people.
And for those of you who love design, you can give Christian a big hand because he has put together this most phenomenal event and he's been championing design for a very long time, so thank you.
Thank you, Pritha. Mutual Administration Society in this room. How many of you feel awake? Okay. Well, let's do this. Put your left hand up. Right hand up. Now, by default, your phone should not be in your hands. Are they? Okay. The ones who had their phones in their hands were busy. Rest of you, just give me a hand. I'm going to use this somewhere on behind the scenes. We'll use it some edit. Something happened. Okay. Clap with me. One sound. 7 sounds. One sound. With me. फिर से. Come on. सच में नींद में है सब लोग. जिनके हाथ में फोन था वो भी डिस्ट्रैक्टेड है. ये देखो पूरा MDX में हाथ के पीछे है. Fantastic. Prita, जब तक ये ठीक नहीं होगा, we can't have the next session. Much better, and almost house full. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of our day. Huge round of applause for our speakers, for all the volunteers who have put together this, for Atlas Skill Tech University, ISD, Institute of Design and Innovation, all the stalwarts, the experienced folks out here, and the newbies with such great energy. We've heard sonic branding, we have heard food branding, we have heard music, we have heard about games, and we have had such a fun session with all the stalwarts just before lunch. It brings us to the second part where we have a couple of kinds of talks. One which we call indie talks at MDX, which are independent designers or independent artists who are doing their own thing, and studio talks. Studio talks are by people who run their own design agencies, design studios, and are instrumental in evangelizing this power and creating a culture, a cohort of not just independent designers, but systems themselves. I'm reading this book called Elephants and Cheetahs by Professor Saral Mukherjee from IIM Ahmedabad, where he talks about a system having a soul. A system, yes, we are all systems ourselves, starting from bacteria, which is level 1, level 2, a more complex organism, to finally level 7, where we exist as systems. We are breathing, we are talking, we're eating, we're thinking. I think, therefore I am systems. But there are more complex systems out there. Level 8, which are systems made of us, like companies, like plays, like films, like corporates, like this design institute, which is made of people like us. And what's very important, this author talks about, is that there's an order in this system. If I give you parts of an Audi in a bag, you can't drive it. Still a car, but it's not a car because it's not together a system. One person I'm really a big fan of for putting together a very powerful creative order system is our next speaker, founder of amazing design/brand agency, studio, situated in one of the best spaces in Mumbai, a place called Ministry of New, co-working space. If you've been there, yeah. Feels like you've suddenly transported yourself in Europe. And overall age of the design studio is pretty young, a lot of young energy there. And since we've been talking about food, just had food, you guys are experts in branding a lot of food experiences. And he's going to take us through all of that. I'm not going to take any more time. I'm going to ask you guys to clap for my dear friend, Prita Sahai, founder of Please See.
Thank you.
Okay. Our system's sleeping. Okay, cool.
So Christian, hello. Yeah. So Christian obviously hates me because he's given me the spot right after lunch, and obviously you guys are sleeping, much like this cat here, and that one, and maybe like this one too. So thank you, Christian. It's going to be a really tough one to wake everyone up. So what I do at Please See is when anyone has to take my time for an interview, I usually give them the 2:30 slot because it's the slot where I am sleeping. And if that person is able to wake me up, then amazing, they're hired. So I'm much like this cat at 2:30. I hope you guys aren't, and I hope I'm able to wake you up. That's quite cute. And then there's some cute cat illustrations here. So these were made by some of my designers at Please See. We clearly like cats. Cats doing yoga, cats jumping on coffee beans, cats sleeping on bean bags. There's a point to this. I'm not a cat lady, but I'm here to talk about Veronica's. It's a new cafe that's opened in Bandra. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. It's where the Jude Bakery used to be in Bandra. So, I don't know. Raise of hands, anyone heard of it, seen it? Amazing. So I'll just talk to you a little bit about Veronica's. There's a team at Please See that ran this project. And one of the first things we do is we immerse ourselves, right? So what do you do when you have to immerse yourselves in Bandra? Thank you. You walk the street. Walk the streets, you eat the sandwiches, you look around, and the one thing that everyone saw were cats. So we had to figure out a way that we put cats into our story. And the cool thing about Veronica's is, and I'll talk about different types of brands here, but this is a community type of brand, right? This is a brand that's built around this little neighborhood called Bandra, and it's got to relate to everybody that's in the neighborhood. You've got to feel like you belong when you're here. So when I moved to Bombay, I'm not originally from here, when I moved to Bombay in 2012, there were these signs all across Bombay. I don't know, does anybody remember these beanbag signs? And there was a full conspiracy, where does this number take you? You know? But it did take you to a beanbag man. We ordered beanbags for our office in Bandra. We got our beanbags from there. But it was very iconic, and it was stuck in my memory. And so when Yash, one of the founders of Veronica's, called me up and said, you know, I really want to make Veronica's this community cafe like I was talking about. I've got the best sandwiches, and you know, we want this amazing coffee program. So I'm just talking about like how deep the thinking goes, because of course, it was about building the brand, building the community, building the story. But then when you really wanted to push on something that was smaller, which was like the coffee program, how do you make sure that that really pulled a string even more and made it super iconic and memorable for everybody else that was in the space? This is what we ended up with. So it's a beanbag, it's red. It's just got beanbag on it. And that's the number out there, which is the Veronica's number. And the name on the bag is Buzzy Billy. So a lot of the little cats around the neighborhood had names, and they were actually tagged, and those are the new flavors of each of the coffees that come out of this place. So it's a small little story, it's a memorable story, it's a story that anybody who goes to Veronica's and knows that story will keep talking about that story, and that's how they build a connection with this brand, and that's how this community keeps getting built more and more and more. So small little stuff, but just remember, get off your seats, go out, be a part of it. Remember, they're your memories. So build your own memories. A lot of people have spoken about it earlier today. Expose yourself to everything and just be ready to take in as much as possible. So the reason I had this slide was for that purpose. I think there are a lot of coffee brands out there today, and everyone's pining for attention and pining for a reason to exist on a shelf. But I know that this coffee bag doesn't look like any other coffee bag out there because it had a story that was uniquely Veronica's story. And it wasn't just trying to tell another story that's off a Pinterest board that also looks like another cafe that's sitting in Brooklyn somewhere or another location, right? So remember, your memories, your stories are yours. Keep them, tell them, don't be scared. It's amazing. So for us at Please See, good design is feeling, right? And a lot of people say that. Anybody who designs will say it's all about the emotion. This pineapple cake, we've all grown up with it. It's very iconically Indian. It's very iconically all of our growing up. And those red cherries on top, those are really iconic as well. And so I have a designer at Please See called Vinay, and he was tasked upon designing an identity for Swiggy's app which used to be called Super Daily, but now is called Insanely Good. And Super Daily used to provide you with regular milk, bread, eggs. And so when they came to us, they said, hey, listen, we want to change the proposition a little bit. We no longer want to sell that milk, bread, eggs. We want to do something that's special, right? Like we want to give you that amazing product. And the biggest problem, does anybody know does anybody order their groceries online? What do you not like about it? Like, is there anything, we love the convenience, but is there anything that you don't really love? Or you feel like if I had gone to the market, I could have picked a better product, right? So a big part of like, I order my groceries online, but I do miss the idea of going out and finding those tomatoes or picking that bread that is looking super fresh versus someone just going and picking it up and walking away, right? So you want that idea of cherry picked and you want that idea of delight. So how do you bring delight into everyday ordering again? And this is what Vinay did. Yes? So that's the identity for Insanely Good. And it's just to bring out that little bit of delight and bring back that joy, right? Most of our ordering today is all about location, quick, fast. And that wasn't what they wanted to do here. They wanted to make sure that you got the best product and you really enjoyed that someone had thoughtfully picked it for you. This is what the insights looked at. And we really so at Please See, a big part of what we do is we really push that idea and that differentiation, right? Like you owning the cherry, then own it, right? Like kill the star and make it a cherry. That's what I think we did here. So the cherry picks of the day, this is just, building that storytelling. And I'll come to the next one, since I love dessert as well, and we were just talking about pineapple cake. This was possibly one of the largest tasks in terms of coming up with something and redefining what we all know as mithai every day, right? It's imagine the experience, not just the visual. And I say this to my designers all the time because we get so involved in the typography, the color, the cherry, all of it. But it's really important to keep stepping back and thinking about the experience. Who's looking at it? Why are they looking at it? What do they want out of it? What is the emotion we want to create? What is the mogo? What is the, we as individuals don't just see. You have to use all your senses. And how are you going to push people to use their senses constantly? Is you're going to build a larger experience. So when we started out, this is Bombay Sweet Shop. I don't know, do you guys know Bombay Sweet Shop? Amazing. So Bombay Sweet Shop came to us in 2018 with an idea. And the idea was that, you have Kaju Katli, and we've been having Kaju Katli in a diamond all our lives. But actually what it is it's marzipan. And if you think about it, we can recreate or reimagine just the way in which we have Kaju Katli. And why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we bringing delight with something? We all love mithai. Like the reason it was challenging is that mithai is already loved. It's not like nobody loves mithai. It's about making mithai matter again, right? Like how do you, bless you, how do you make sure that mithai is something that you want to take to your friend tomorrow, right? And it's not a Ferrero Rocher. How do you make mithai become the gift that you give to your brother on Rakhi? We don't do it anymore, right? So how did we do that? Has everyone seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, read Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, seen the Oompa Loompas? Amazing, right? They built a story. They built a story about chocolate, and they made a regular chocolate bar exciting. And they made a regular chocolate bar exciting by dancing and enjoying themselves and making you really get into the process of how it's made and what happens. And we've forgotten about that because our senses got so used to having mithai the way we're used to having mithai. We forgot about thinking about, like, it has everything. It has the smells, it has the senses, it has all of it. But we just forgot about it. So how do we make people remember it again? We worked with a super talented architect and their team. It was lab work. Shonan was the architect here. And this is their store in Baikala. But the thinking came from there. Like, how do we make sure there's a space for someone to be making, cooking, creating, and for you to be able to come up to that spot and be able to say, I want to eat it, I want to try it, I want to make it. You have mithai tours, you can walk around, you can look at mithai just the way you would go to a lint factory and do it. If you haven't done it, it's fun. Go do it. And so I'll just talk a little bit more about the identity. So again, the reason it was hard is Bombay Sweet Shop has no reason for someone like you and me to want to go here and start to trust and believe Bombay Sweet Shop. So when in our research, in a lot of that research, we figured that most mithai stores, when they were built and created, were built and created outside a temple. They were built and created outside a temple, or they were built and created they were built and created outside a temple, and it was usually the gentleman or the lady or the family that created the mithai that took on the name of that shop, right? So it became X mithai, Haldiram's mithai. It became about the generations in the family. We didn't have any of that. We're inventing it from scratch. So we needed someone to trust us and believe us and understand that, you know, why would I go to this place that's trying to recreate the idea of mithai, come here and want to trust that they're going to give me a kaju katli that's going to taste great, and yet shake my imagination in terms of what I know of it. So we borrow our inspiration from a lot of Bombay. It's Art Deco. You probably hear that a lot. But more than anything is when you're walking down the streets of Fort, what we did was we looked at a lot of these old establishments. Look at the LIC building. Look at the way in which those identities are built. Look at the very large corporations of the time, whether they were national banks or insurance agencies, they wanted to give you a sense of trust. And what did they do to give you that sense of trust? They created marks like this. So a lot of the thinking and the reasoning why we went with something that was so strong was because of that. We wanted you to trust that this mithai that comes from Bombay, we don't have a Mr. Kaleva, or this is that established place and you're going to trust it. So if you guys haven't seen the packaging, we rethought of all of it. This is the unravel box. The idea was that delight of mithai coming to you. The box is actually gold on the outside. When you open it, that's when the joy is really comes out. What we were traditionally taught to learn, it was like that dabba khola and the mithai was the delight. So we said, as designers, how do we build delight in also the packaging and the storytelling that comes with it? I'll just jump ahead. It was a launch of a chocolate. It was a launch of a chocolate product that we did for Bombay Sweet Shop. It's called the Indie Bar. It's a chocolate patisa bar. Chocolate's almost like a necessity in today's vocabulary of sweets, and we realized that it does really well. This chocolate's amazing. If you haven't tried it, try it again. But what's fun was we worked with a young agency called Boomerang on this, and we worked on telling that story of why this idea of India and chocolate coming together is fun, and it becomes something that's almost equivalent of like that 5-star bar in our world of mithai. Lucky coincidences, we work with Parle as well. And to carry on that story of mithai, we thought we'd put together 2 of our clients. And we came up with this collaboration, which was the Geniusly Sweet collection of Bombay Sweet Shop and Parle Ji. These are barks, and they're chocolate flavor barks. sorry, they have the chai, the lechi chai taste on the chocolate box. And that's the fudge there. This was something that we ran during Rakhi. And just in terms of when we're saying design the experience, and that was where we started off here. The thought was that it's not just about building, the mark, the identity, but we worked really hard on the whole idea and the story and who we're collaborating with, what is the story we're doing, how are we going to really think through, the experience when someone comes to this place. Are you going to think of the cart? What's going to happen at the cart? How are people going to, have the ice cream as well as enjoy the other aspects of it? And there should be a video of, sorry, not the best footage, but we have a soft serve machine as well. So a lot of what the brand has done, and this is more from a product lens, is that they push the brand to be consumed in a way where you all are used to consuming it, right? You're used to consuming chocolate, you're used to consuming ice cream, but how do you add that layer of mithai to it so that it becomes more enjoyable and becomes a part of our everyday vocabulary? Okay, so that was all for Bombay Sweet Shop. This is another one of, I don't know if I have much time I have, but I'm going to going. This is a fun little story. We work with Stranger & Sons Gin. I don't know if you guys know about it. A young contemporary gin that comes out of India. Always exciting to work on alcohol. Except you have to worry about the team that's working with you. I went out once and I took my team with me, and then I turned around and I was like, how old are you? How old are you? How old are you? And I was like, oh, they're all illegal. They should not be here with me trying this, this beverage. Anyway, we didn't try the beverage. So this is, they had a launch of a guava gin. And how you guys used to eating guava? And guava. How do you eat your guava? Right, so how do we build that experience of guava, chili, namak, but put it into gin and make it exciting and have fun with it? Why is it called Perry Road? So again, this was a collaboration with two of our brands. It was Bombay Sweet Shop, it was Bombay Canteen and Stranger & Sons. Bombay Canteen had this whole story at that time about old houses, and it was the old house in Bandra that was recreated, and then this collaboration with Stranger & Sons, which was the Peru. How do we bring about that imagination of Peru and Bombay Canteen together? And again, it was a little visual, as if anybody lives in Bandra, across Bandra, have you seen those carts with the Perus on them? Little memory in your head? That's what we created. So this is the bottle, and that's the packaging. It's the story of how we imagined Peru to be served in gin. And we were lucky enough to have clients that allowed us to put those stories out and make it memorable. But the fun stuff about putting memories like this out is that they're not just my memories. These are, I know when I asked you guys that question, a few of you said, yeah, I remember seeing that. And the thing is that a lot of people have those memories, and a lot of people have lived on that lane, and a lot of people have thought about that that blue house called Peace Haven, right? And now this has kind of become a part of culture in some way. It's become a part of a story in some way. So when people see that, that story is something that they can hold on to. The number of people that came out, sent us emails, had conversations with us about that was amazing, because it was so, it's easy to tell the story of just, you know, the pink guava, but it's harder to push a story out of your head that can build a connection with someone else. And I think that I really try and push, and most of our thought at Please See is to try and create more of those stories that you can tell, because the more stories you can tell, the more connections you can have. At the end of the day, all we're doing is connecting with more people, and we have to make those connections somehow. Yeah, so I'm all about my experiences, and I'm constantly looking for new ones. My creative director at Please See, Corno, said this a few months ago. He said, nobody knows the story better than you, and that's true. So go out and find your stories, guys. Keep them, hold them, tell them, and find different mediums to tell them in. Packaging isn't the only way, you know, build those experiences, build those desires, tell that story in a fun way. And just remember to put like a little bit of joy and happiness in it. I feel like that always works. We're all looking for joy sometimes. And Please See looks for joy all the time. So if someone asks me for what my magic sauce is, I think it's joy. We try and push it in everything we do. That's us. That's Avi, my co-founder, and that's me. We've been doing this for 12 years. This is the joy we have. It's been rough, it's been tough. But it's fun. We love it. We come to work every day. I swore that I would want to walk into my agency every day with the same joy that I walked in 12 years ago, and I think I do that. Like Christian was saying, it's in Fort. We worked on many, many, many brands across different sectors. We have 90 plus teammates. It's super. I'm glad that we as an agency are able to give 90 people a reason to believe in creativity. That's the way we keep thinking about it. And many more people, the belief that we can create joy in their lives through brands. Thank you very much. Let's Please See.
Mike. You know, जब हम चिट्ठी लिखते थे ऐसे नीचे लिखते थे please see. You know, is that how the name came about?
Maybe it's just PS Pritha Sahar, please.
Oh, smart. Any questions for Pritha? Job interviews बाद में, sorry. I didn't.
I think my co-founder just loved red. He worked at Ogilvy a long time ago, and I think some things just sit in your head and you're like, I love it, I want to carry on using it. Like, just follow your gut. It works.
I'll be honest.
I think his dad loved red as well.
Any other questions? Okay, picture with you.
Yeah, lovely.
Huge round of applause for
thank
Pritha
you.
Sai, guys. People in Mumbai, whenever you get time, do check out Ministry of New and visit their office. Believe me, you'll love it. It's not Ministry of New, it's above Ministry of New. Please see office. Sorry. Corrected. I stand corrected. Okay. So, how many of you have ever listened to a story? Only 3 people. सुबह से क्या कर रहे हैं हम? Okay. So, storytelling is one of the oldest professions mankind has known. Since we sat on that bonfire, we started talking and gossiping, and it's, as per Yuval Noah Harari, again, one of our biggest strengths. And as designers, we really need to be equipped with it. So today we have a very interesting human being joining us on stage who is a master storyteller. She says that storytelling changed her life, and thousands of other people believe that her techniques of storytelling have helped change their lives. She runs a community called Jhumri Cars, Jhumri Talaiya, where people who study there are called Jhumri Cars. And she's also a life coach, goes by the name Detangle with Mehak. And she's been to a few events that I've attended where when she's just come on stage, she's had me hypnotic. So I've requested her today, not just tell us a story, but also teach you guys storytelling. Would you like that? Yeah? So without further ado, give a huge round of applause for Mehak Mirza Prabhu.
थैंक यू. अच्छा, बचपन से स्टेज फ्राइट बहुत रहा है. बहुत बार स्टेज पर आ चुकी हूँ, पर उसने पीछा छोड़ा नहीं है. तो पहले 10 सेकंड ऐसे थोड़ा बैंटर कर लेते हैं. एक सवाल हमेशा आजकल हर ड्राइंग रूम का हिस्सा है, और अभी खांसी सर्दी में मुझे आपको पूछना है, आपको नहीं लगता कि ये जो वैक्सीनेशन के बाद थोड़ा इम्यूनिटी लो हो गया है सबका, है ना? हर महीने 2 बार कम से कम हो रहा है. अच्छा, कौन है इधर एकदम प्रो वैक्सीन जिनको लगता है कि नहीं वैक्सीनेशन को, ये डर डर के हाथ उठाया ना, मेजॉरिटी लग रहा है. गाइस, दिस इज स्टोरीज. Stories are anything that you can relate to, but enough debatable possible because that stays in the mind. यहाँ पे सुबह से बहुत बातें हुई है कि स्टोरीज क्या होती है. So टेक्निकली मैं उसमें नहीं जाना चाहती आज, ठीक है? कि कहानियाँ हमारे इर्द गिर्द है, हम जी रहे हैं. We are constantly living stories. We are a story. Everything you watch an ant climbing the wall, it's an idea, and from there we can get to a story. We all kind of know about ideas and story. I am going to talk the whole storytelling. ठीक? मेरे लिए storytelling क्या है? गौर से देखिए. Everybody is watching. जो पिलर के पीछे बैठे हैं ये सोच के कि उन्हें अटेंशन नहीं देना पड़ेगा, फोन पे बिजी हो सकते हैं. You are going to miss something very important. So everyone, ठीक है? Put your thumb out. Everyone, right at the back. I'm watching you. I can see you. Okay? Then the pointer finger out. Put it together. Put all the 3 fingers out. Put it on your chin. Exactly. This is storytelling, guys. It's not the words. It's not the words. It's what you are showing. It's just not what you utter. The entire you out there with your energy, every single thing matters. Okay? पता है सबसे पहले हमने कहानियां किनसे सुनी है? किनसे? Come on, let's be an active audience here, yeah? दादी, नानी, right? हमने बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेट कर दिया है इस आर्ट फॉर्म को. पता है दादी जब कहानी सुनाती थी, शेर ने कहा मैं तुम्हें खा जाऊंगा, चूहे ने कहा मुझे मत खाओ. Immediately you had this picture of the शेर being like, oh, this majestic creature, and the चूहा meek, weak. Correct? आपने शायद शेर तभी देखा भी नहीं होगा, लेकिन you saw it. अगर दादी कहती शेर ने कहा मैं तुम्हें ना खा जाऊंगा, चूहे ने कहा मुझे मत खाओ, what just happened? We don't feel sad for the chooha anymore. We feel bichara sher. Correct? The words is not everything. The what is not everything. The how. Oh wow, that's another story altogether. That's what is complicated. Storytelling. Can we have a mic ready for the audience? We are going to start with Q&A. Q&A. Okay? बहुत सुना है स्टोरी टेलिंग, है ना? राग, आई थिंक राग had asked the question. स्टोरी टेलिंग होता क्या है? सिंपल, बताओ प्लीज. तो आप लोग मुझे बताओ, रेज योर हैंड, हु वांट्स टू टेल मी स्टोरी टेलिंग में करना क्या है? व्हाट आर वी सपोज्ड टू डू इन स्टोरी टेलिंग? What do you believe? We have heard this word so many times, guys. I'm sure in your class, every time you are listening this, storytelling in design, storytelling in this, storytelling in movies, film. Anyone, just tell me. What is storytelling for you? Quick. Yes, please. Engagement. Okay. Yes. Expression. Maybe 2-3 words के साथ अगर possible हो कुछ. Anyone? Just shout out loud.
Oh, the thing that or that you
It's an escape. Beautiful. Anyone else?
Yeah, a challenge with the protagonist, and then a challenge with the protagonist, main lead, and then solving the challenge.
Lovely. Lovely. Okay. Exaggerated reality. Okay, एक थोड़ा सा मैं और थोड़ा सिंपल करती हूँ, नैरो डाउन करती हूँ. ठीक है? यहाँ पे ना ये जो दिख रहा है ना आपको, शायद नहीं दिख रहा है पर है. He's Tom. He's 4 years old. He's asking, auntie, what is storytelling? What? Anyone can explain to him what is storytelling? What, auntie? All I'm saying, as we grow up, we have this tendency to really need something complex, otherwise we really don't feel grown up. If you have to tell him, what are we supposed to do in painting? What are you going to tell him? कलर स्प्रेड करना, ब्रश की भी जरूरत नहीं है, हाथ से भी हो जाएगा, इधर सरफेस पे किया तो भी हो जाएगा. Take colors, put it on a surface is painting. What is singing, guys? Backbenchers. सबसे naughty होने चाहिए. जोर से चिल्लाओ. I think you guys are getting the gist, right? Verbs कब सीखे थे हमने? First standard में? So let's go to primary now. ठीक है? University से जाते हैं primary. हमारे इस art form, passion, hobby या corporate इसमें कहो तो क्या? Skill. Correct? इसमें verb क्या है? Yeah. The art form has everything in its name that we need to learn. It's storytelling. Story we know are all around us. But the verb here is telling. As simple as that. But पता है? Telling is a thing that we did the day we were born. जब पैदा हुए और रोए ना, we were telling भूख लगी है. Agreed? उसके बाद हर चीज, हर दिन, we learned language so that we could tell to satisfy some need of ours. Correct? Agreed? So storytelling, guys, actually ना hobby है, ना passion है, ना skill है, need है. Because telling, the verb says that we have been doing it because we needed to satisfy some need. So the why is also equally important. Why you are wanting to tell something to someone, but because एक गड़बड़ है. क्योंकि बचपन से करते आ रहे हैं ना, तो लगता है यार इतना आसान कैसे हो सकता है ना? कुछ तो होगा. But because also we are doing it so subconsciously, we have forgotten what all goes into this one simple verb telling. And today I want to take some of your time to tell you exactly what you are doing when you are telling. So the first thing that happens when you're telling. Do you have a best friend whom you tell everything to? Sir? Ma'am? Yeah? What's her name? Preeti. And your best friend's name? Ruma. Okay. So Preeti, when you have something interesting to tell, something has happened in your life and you want to make sure that Ruma knows about it, right? You want to tell everything. So the script is in your head, obviously. I mean, something has happened to me. I don't need to write it on a paper and make 10 drafts of it, right? So the script is here. And you go to Ruma and you're like, no, Ruma, what this happened? And Ruma is busy on her WhatsApp group. So what, guys, you think Preeti will do? Will she continue telling the script right from start till end as it is and feel so happy she did not fumble? Oh God, she was so confident when she said it, and she'll go back happily? Yes? No. So that's the first rule of telling. That when you tell, you need a listener.
Draw attention.
Draw attention, but at that point of time, yeah, exactly. You want to draw attention, you want to speak in the language she understands, you want to make sure that you will pause, you will give her a stare, Will say, Ruma, you will do whatever it takes. There can be multiple things that she can do to bring her attention back to her, but whatever it is, the storyteller's focus, guys, is on whom? The listener. So when you are wanting to tell something, where is your focus on? Just on that paper, or are you already thinking about who is going to read that? Because that makes a lot of difference. Let's go deeper in it. When Preeti is going and telling Ruma, Ruma, listen, I'm talking to you. Why is she doing that? Or how is she able to do that? Because she knows Ruma. अपनी है ना? Think about it. रास्ते पे कोई अगर चल रहा है, उसे खींच कर तुम बोल पाओगे, सुनो ना मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ. Possible है? So the verb telling requires you to believe that the listener is your own. Otherwise, telling cannot happen, guys. So make sure you feel that connect. If there is no actual connect possible, psych yourself. Like right now, for me, all of you are like my best of friends. Like bestest. Like you love me. I know. And I love you also. Simple. Why do I remove my shoes and come here? No, not because I think this is a mandir. That's what people believe. No, because I want to believe I'm walking in my living room. तो तभी तो मैं अपनों से बात कर पाऊंगी ना. So telling happens when you feel that everybody who is going to consume your content is not your enemy, waiting there to, give you all negative remarks and not give you that job. No, go with the attitude of kindness. Okay? Little more, little deeper. चलो हक तो है, अपनापन तो है, but एक बात समझना. Telling is not a performance. Telling is a conversation, guys. ये बात लिख लो. We always feel when you are standing and giving a pitch, it's one-sided. But remember, it's constantly a conversation that is happening. So anything that you draw, think about the conversation that it is going to lead to, because when they see this, they are going to think about something. It's going to lead to one thing, to another, to another. And the last thing is, like I already said, in telling, if it is not a need, you will not do it. So make sure your audience, your need, and your connection is something that you really hold on to. काफी you किया है. ये you इतना important क्यों है यहाँ पर? पता है स्टोरी टेलिंग के 3 पार्ट्स है. एक है स्टोरी, दूसरा है टेलिंग. फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में ना हम लोग कुछ कॉम्प्लिकेट नहीं करेंगे. स्टोरी टेलिंग के 3 पार्ट्स. एक है स्टोरी, दूसरा है टेलिंग, और तीसरा जोर से बोलो ना, ऐसे वेव आती है. ओके, लेट्स सी. देखो स्टोरी तो हम जानते हैं जो रोजमर्रा हो रहा है. अगर इसमें कुछ यूनिक ढूंढने जाओगे ना, मिलने नहीं वाला. Think about it. For years and generations and centuries, we are living the same stories. Okay? Telling, खड़े रह के बात करें, उसमें क्या यूनिक है? I mean, एक ही तरीका है वो करने का. ठीक है? स्टोरी और टेलिंग को बांधता कौन है? आप तक पहुंचाता कौन है? Absolutely. The storyteller. I want you all to do a very quick exercise, okay? Quickly. Open your notepads on the phone. Quick. 10 seconds. Just open your notepad on your phone. Very quick. A rapid fire round. I said it's going to be Q&A. You are in the hot seat. ठीक है? फटाफट. मैं आपको एक जवाब पूछूंगी, आपको उसका जवाब बिल्कुल 2 सेकंड में लिखना है. ठीक है? It's about your life, so it's not going to be difficult. No definitions I'm asking. First is your favorite color. Write down quickly. Favorite color. Next, your favorite food जो आपको बचपन की याद दिला देता है. Your favorite food जो बचपन की याद दिलाता है. Just one लिखो. पता है पानी आ रहा होगा, एक ही लिख दो चलेगा. ठीक. Next, your fear. Topmost thing that comes into your mind, just write it. Your fear. Your fear. It can be as simple as cockroach, it can be as big as the unmentionable. Your fear. Next, your weakness. Your weakness. Your weakness. Your weakness. The last one is tricky, but you are all creative people here, so I'm going to toss that one. Okay? If you were to write a book on your life today, what would the name be? Just write it. Simple. Just write it. Write it, write it, write it. Yeah? Okay. Now, randomly, I want somebody to stand and maybe, just say one of your answer. Okay? Whichever you feel is the most exciting, I want to tell about. Anyone? Come on, start. Missing a train. Oh, I have that fear. Anyone? Pani puri. Anyone? White. Biryani. Ah, okay. Anyone? Silent Dreams. Lovely name for the book. Yes? Badass Believer. Must. A few more? Lizard. Come on. Yeah? Solitude. Name of your book or fear? Failure. Lychees. Yum. Okay, my one small question to all of you. How many approximately of us are here in this room? I think 100, 150? Is it even possible that I will get the exact same set of answers? Same set, same to same. Is it possible? No. Because you know what? We have two distinct layers. One is our outer layer, the one that we write on our resume. Oh, we'll have a lot of clones of resumes here, I'm sure. Correct? And then there is this inner layers, which is made about these 5 questions plus 5 million such questions. If I keep asking you from the day you were born till today, everything has made you what you are. In just these 5 questions, I can say each one of you here is unique. Do you agree to that? So in storytelling, the only thing you are ever going to get to be unique is you, if only you embrace your entire being and not just that outer layer, not just your resume. Okay? So make sure next time when you walk into that client's room, don't just carry your confidence and your skill set and this and that. No, carry that caring daughter along. Because you know what? In that room, if somebody suddenly starts coughing and you go and get a glass of water, not thinking about your pitch for that moment, that you might forget something, that is going to earn you more points than the actual pitch. So be aware of your complete self. There's one thing that I always say, please guys remember, artist before the art, designer before the design. Okay? Take care of yourself. You're putting so much effort in your qualifications and things like that. How many of you make sure that you have 4 liters of water every day? How many of you make sure that you sleep for 8 hours a day? How many of you work out 5 days a week? How many of you make sure being conscious about what you are eating? How much do you take care of yourself? How many of you are constantly working on the inner self? Lovely to see these hands up. Yeah, actually, let's be proud and put our hands up if we do it. And if you don't, this is a calling for you. Please go ahead and focus inwards. You know why? Because your audience and you are connected. You can Google this thing called mirror neurons. Okay? It's an amazing concept. So as a performer, when I learned it, it was amazing for me. It simply says that whoever is in front of you is constantly matching your breathing. Constantly. So if I am nervous and I pretend to be confident, my breathing is still of nervousness. And the person in front of me is matching it. And they're confused. Oh, she's showing she's confident, but why am I feeling this energy? So if you make sure that before going into that pitch, all the things that are limiting you as a person, your insecurities, your fear, your stage fright, your belief system that I'm not good enough, and all of that, make sure that is side by side, you're working on that as well. Does it make sense, guys? I know I really didn't talk about the creative writing process or voice modulations or all of that, but you know what? वो सब बाद में first standard में आपको यही सीखना पड़ेगा of storytelling. The storyteller. Okay? Thank you.
Huge round of applause one more time just because I came on stage. Can we hear? Do you want to listen to a story? Can you please tell us one quick story? I know quick तो नहीं होता कुछ, but
चलो ठीक है.
एक कहानी सुनते हैं.
जी नमस्ते, मैं रज्जो. वो क्या है ना, बस वहां बैठकर अचार बना रही थी कैरी का. दोपहर का खाना, बर्तन मांजना, सारे काम हो चुके थे. तो मेरी अम्मा ने कहा जाके रज्जो अचार बना ले कैरी का. उतने में ही ये भाई साहब ने बुला लिया. अब कहानियां बनाना तो हमें नहीं आता, हाँ अचार बनाना सिखा सकते हो, कहो तो सिखा दे हम, कहो तो. चलो जी, इसमें बड़े एक्सपर्ट है हम, हमारे इनको बड़ा भाता है. कहते हैं तेरे हाथों में रज्जो अम्मा के हाथ का स्वाद आता है. हाय, अब इससे बड़ी कोई बात होगी? इनकी माँ जैसा बनाते हैं, सासू माँ जैसा बनाते हैं. पहले अपनी माँ जैसा बनाते थे, फिर आके यहाँ का तरीका सीख लिया. ज्यादा खट्टा, ज्यादा तीखा, रंग और हो गहरा गहरा, नया तरीका सीख लिया. कैरी वही, मैं भी वही, बस स्वाद बदला है कैरी का. इसे बनाना आसान नहीं है, कई चीजें करनी पड़ती है. आप शहर वालों को खबर ना होगी क्या क्या करना पड़ता है. गाँव में तो हर एक लड़की बचपन से ही सीख लेती है अचार बनाना कैरी का. चलो सिखाते हैं आपको, बातें बहुत हो गई. तो पहले ना गौर से सुनना, कैरी चुनने से शुरुआत है होती. कैरी चुनने से शुरुआत है होती. मानो देख रहा हो कोई शादी को लड़की, गिरी हुई हो तो ना लेना, दाग लगा हो तो ना लेना, पकी हुई तो काम ना आए, दूसरा स्वाद चढ़ ना पाए, उम्र जितनी कम उतनी अच्छी वरना औरों के रंग में ढल ना पाए. अब बड़ों ने किया है तो ठीक ही होगा, ये मुआयना कैरी का. अरे रज्जो किससे बड़बड़ा रही है, हाँ? बगल की मीनू आई है क्या? जल्दी जल्दी काट ले कैरी और टुकड़े हो सारे एक सरी का. जी अम्मा, टुकड़े हो सारे एक सरी का. जैसे अम्मा कहते हैं, ना कोई बेहतर ना कोई बदतर, ताकि सारे एक लगे. पर इतने छोटे टुकड़े ना करना कि लगे कदमों तले मसल रखा है कैरी को, और बीच की गुठली फेंक ही दो दूर कहीं रूह की तरह. फिर रगड़ो नमक मसालों में, जो है रीति रिवाज सालों के. फिर तेल में डुबोए रखना है, ढक्कन कस बंद करना है. ख्वाबों को राह ना दो, उजालों की हवा ना दो. फिर रखो नजर तब तक जब तक जिंदगी से इसे खटास होना जाए. तब तक जब तक सासू माँ के हाथ की ये याद ना दिलाए. तब तक जब तक इसकी किस्मत बदलना और भूल ही जाए. यूं बनता है अचार कैरी का. अरे रज्जो अब तक बड़बड़ा रही है, मुन्नी तेरी उठ चुकी है, मुन्नी मेरी उठ चुकी है. अब मुझे जाना होगा, कुछ सालों में उसे भी तो सिखाना होगा यही अचार बनाना लड़की का, कैरी का. चलो चलती हूँ.
महक प्लीज एक बार और एक फोटो. जोरदार तालियां. थैंक यू सो मच. अभी आप चाय पे मिलो ना बाहर लोगों को. ये बोल रही है चाय पे आपको और कहानियां सुनाएंगी. आइए, thank you so much. What a beautiful day, isn't it? क्या मतलब बेस्ट चीजें हो रही हैं आज. क्या आपकी किस्मत अच्छी है यार. ऐसा such great. Thank you so much, Mehak Mirza Prabhu, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4 more sessions to go. 5 more sessions. 4 more sessions. 5 more sessions, including coffee and chai for you. Our next session is going to call out your inner. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many visual communication people again? Okay, digital. Okay, physical product design. Okay, industrial, hardcore, engineers. Oh, quite a bit. So all of these skill sets put together, if you had to put in one man, and if you to ask him, get a series of people around him, and only if this person also had to have a global travel experience, cultural experience, having lived across continents, studied in a country that's not so much like our own, and having to come back and start a global design studio out of India, Bangalore. You guys know who I'm talking about? I'm talking about my very good friend who I've gotten the chance to be inspired by the last few months of knowing him. Goes by the name Vyasa Teja Rao, ladies and gentlemen, founder of Analogy Design. Where is Sweetie? Vyas was slightly sick 2 days back, but he still has made it happen with a negative RT-PCR report. All yours. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I wasn't COVID sick or anything. I think I was very tired traveling the last few weeks. But I just wanted to say it's such a pleasure to be here. I mean, seeing all of you guys, see all the way to the end of the room, really amazing. It's been a great turnout. And I'm well aware of ADI, and I think I was there at the last academia and industry meetup that happened in Bangalore as well. So I'm pretty well familiar with Atlas, University, and obviously, as Krishan said, ADI is something that he's been fronting and running. So it's a pleasure for me to be here to share my story, my experiences today with you guys. So yep. So that was me about 5 years back. It was very starting out very naive, and I just moved back from the US, and so I didn't realize the impact that mosquitoes would have if you wear shorts all the time, right? So that was really bad. And then Nerf guns was another bad idea in the studio. We had to really throw all of that. At one point, the interns had a gala fight, which was very, very frustrating. So anyways, that was quite a while ago. I run Analogy Design. Oh yeah, thank you. I run Analogy Design, which basically focuses on tangible and intangible, physical and digital experiences. We work across the globe with clients, working on various different industries, and most of the time we are working at the intersection of technology and design. Right? We love products that have technology and that involve technology. And if you guys have seen our work, our website, you'll see kind of all those projects on there. Obviously, non-NDA stuff in there. Right? So my background is predominantly in the world of accessories, where in the US, I was working a lot on these kinds of products, and about close to 150 products we had launched in less than 3 years of time. I mean, the industry itself is brutal because the way time runs, I mean, it's perfect for what, if Einstein ever knew about this industry, then he would have really smiled, because time is very relative in this industry. Like, so just to give you guys an example, we would finish a production run, meaning full tooling, for those of you who understand what it is, production in less than 4 weeks, which is in a month, a product would be ready to launch. That's the speed at which things were run. There were instances where I'd be sketching on a plane, go down, there's an engineer waiting for me in a van in Hong Kong, get in there, finish the CAD work. By the time we get to the factory, the tooling managers are there, and we're working on the next set of things. So it was super rapid paced. So that helped me hone my skills extremely fast. Like, so for the 2-3 years that I worked on accessories, I could really get a lot of experience. And then on the ground experience with manufacturing units in China, that taught me a lot. I mean, all the elitism of I'm a designer, I'm not going to do this, just vanishes once you set foot on a factory floor, right? You'll have to be on the mold shop. You'll have to, your hands are red because of all the ink that they put in to check the interference in tooling. It's a fantastic experience. Any of you industrial designers, how many industrial designers here? Yeah, you guys have to go to factories. Okay? That's a request and a huge suggestion that you guys should visit factories. Manufacturing, yeah, it's horrible at first. Even I hated going there, but you'll understand later. So, but the thing I realized after doing so many of these products is that all I'm designing are just innate physical objects which have no conversations, which don't have a voice, which pretty much have no experience and can change at the whim of a new product launch. So a new product comes in, a new feature comes in, this product is no longer relevant and we're throwing it away, right? So that's where this belief came in, that the best design products are the ones that people preserve. Like I wouldn't necessarily say timeless, because in our generation timeless is not going to work. But something that people preserve, whether it's through memories, through keeping it in the in their minds, or whether they're using it frequently, is something that's very important. So let me just show you a little bit of what I do. Instead of running through a very long presentation, I thought we'll put this quick showreel video. So that was some of the work that we've been doing, and you'll notice a lot of intersections around the the technology side of things, whether it's a metaverse fitness app that we're working on, or we're looking at combining both physical and digital. That's a focus that we really delve into, because I honestly feel that is going to be the future of every single physical or digital product, because these two cannot live without each other, right? Like, so there can be pure digital services around fintech and everything, but you've seen the whole Paytm device, right? Like, if you guys know the numbers, it's staggering. It's a 4,500 crore market, and the adoption rate is so high that every single kirane ka dukan wala has a Paytm thing or a phone pay thing or somebody else, right? And that's a perfect example for a physical and digital thing. So there's plenty of that in plain sight. We just have to open up our eyes and look into that. So My philosophy around basically what these products should be are based out of three main attributes. One is that it absolutely has to have a soul, right? Like, so they can't just be innate physical objects, they have to be soulful. They have to have a personality, right? Like, you can't just create objects right out of thin air and connect it to some really crazy inspiration. Like how you see certain mood boards which just have whole pictures of products, right? Which don't really bring any emotional connection to a consumer. Like, this is one of our wireless charger designs that we did for a German brand that was mainly focused for women, right? So we were looking at fashion trends, what was their uh, preferences, and then what is color going to be like, what are the shapes, what are the forms. Every single detail matters when we are trying to create an experience, whether it's digital or physical. Detail matters a lot. And the third one is it absolutely has to have an identity. And I'm not really just talking about brand, right? Like, so if you guys, as you as a person, right, you have an identity. Similarly, you should make sure that any of these products that you guys are working on should have an identity. This is a night lamp called Sea Clock, which basically has, it's inspired from these candle clippers, which used to be there in the early 19th century things, where once the candle burned, it would just clip and close the candle off. So even if you're sleeping at night, it would just, douse it out. It's a similar idea, but it really brings about that story to the overall product, but in a much more modern way, right? Like, so it's not really just a blatant copy, but it's a very nice reinterpretation. There's not a lot of fresh ideas or things around right now. So the reinterpretations work really, really well. So creating identity is something that's very important. Now, when we look at all of this, right, like when we look at experiential products, when we look at physical and digital stuff, what I'm showing you here is a very concise, typical linear design process, right? So we start with a planning thing, which involves research, which will involve a whole bunch of like road mapping, then there's mind maps, and what all, we as designers like to call it, which none of the world understands or appreciates, right? All of that is put in that. Then you have concept generation, refinement, selection, engineering design, and proof of manufacturing. Now, when we look at this sort of a linear design process, right, there's a very interesting thing that we figured out at some point of time is research doesn't just stop in planning. Research goes all the way down until manufacturing. You're constantly researching. So what we see a lot of designers do is that they stop most of these things. The second thing is also that in concept generation is the only time you're sketching. Your pen and paper is working only when you're doing that. But that doesn't stop there. You actually have to be sketching during refinement when you're doing CAD. I spent most of my career sketching on whiteboards in factories because that's what I called the millimeter wars, where we used to honestly fight for 1/3 of a millimeter with an engineer because, it was not that great of a thing. Like, you realize that later with experience, but it was like, I don't want to give up. This is my design. I want it exactly like this. And the engineer's banging his head and going like, who the hell did I get? I mean, this is my, day off and I wanted to go home. But after a period of time, that turned into mutual respect. And the guys would appreciate that I would fight for 0.3 mm of embossed depth in a product because it would look really nice when there's a shadow or a light reflecting in there. But the point I'm trying to make here is this linear process doesn't work for experiential products because there's a whole bunch of iterations that are required, right? So when we do experiential products, it is a constant iteration, prototype, test, move on to the next phase. So you can't stop that sort of a thing. So it's a cyclical process which kind of goes on without you guys realizing that, oh, I have to do this, right? Because every time you test, you find an insight. And a natural question could be like, so then how do you manage client timelines, right? Like, because if this goes on forever, somebody's going to just be pissed off. Like, does it go on for 6 months? Does it go on for 6 years? How do you do that? So each of these lines that are there as quadrants, we plan a finite amount of we are going to need for this sort of a thing, right? So it's a very cyclical process, and I just wanted to kind of bring that to your attention that anything that you work on, don't work on a linear design process. It has to be tested. It has to be figured out. Put it in the hands of users. Put it in the hands of people that will give you an opinion, not the ones who basically would just give you an opinion for the sake of it, but like actual users who would actually give you some insights around it. So let's take an India context. right now. This is one of my favorite topics, and the reason I'm bringing it here is there's quite a lot of opportunity for experiential objects to be designed in India. So I wanted to put a very bleak image of all these objects here because that kind of reflects the state of where we are in, because that's what consumerism is based out of right now. So, but why design in India is important is one is we should not be working to alter behavior when you design. So a lot of portfolios that we look at, a lot of projects that we look at, especially from inspiring aspirational people like you guys sitting in the audience here, is you just to kind of make a dent. You shouldn't be looking at behavior alteration. India is one of the most tough markets. It's the most resilient. We as a people are very resilient. This is why I put that image of the vendor, right? Like you guys might have all gone through this. There is negotiations happening at that level, and it doesn't change, right? So we have to work around this, social thing of like understanding why we do certain things in a certain way in India. So a long time, maybe my generation, my parents' generation, they've just lived by this slogan saying, fine, you bring whatever things you want, design whatever products, whether it's a trading product, bring it in, we'll adapt to that product, right? We'll adapt our lifestyle, our behaviors to that product. So this whole thing from 3 Idiots saying, all is well, that is basically what has been happening in India for a while, but not now. With the new generations coming in place, right? You guys are much more receptive of what you want. You have your preferences, you know exactly what you want, and that's a very good thing for India, right? We need to be cognizant of the fact that our needs and our lifestyle and the way we do things are entirely different from the world, and we shouldn't be taking some product that's made in the US or made in Europe and then just transported over here, and we change our lifestyles, our behaviors, our social patterns to kind of conform to that product, right? So that presents a huge opportunity. These are some examples of brands that have done that, right? Who have come to India and who have basically put out products that were just cheaper in versions of whatever they used to sell around the world. And they failed miserably only because of that reason, right? Like, so if you remember GM, Chevy was a huge brand. There's the Chevy Beat. I think that was the first project that was developed here, right? Which was a little successful. But if you look at all the others, none of them work because they're not India-centric, right? So India's at that point right now where there is a lot of focus on India-centric products, right? So similarly with Kodak, Volkswagen, they introduced the Beetle, didn't work at all, right? I mean, you'll still see a few running around, but didn't work. Dunkin' Donuts, who remembers Dunkin' Donuts, right? Like, who eats donuts for breakfast? It doesn't work in India. Like, who wants to have that sugar rush in the morning? Nobody wants that. Danone, the curd brand, I'm sure you guys remember. Papa John's, I mean, disaster, right? So, and why is that? Why is that happening? Is because there is a a new generation market that's opening up, not just in the metro cities, but also in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So when I talk about tier 2 and tier 3, the rapid growth of the real estate market, and also with higher disposable incomes coming in, there's a hunger in tier 2 markets. They've seen products that are available in the urban markets outside tier 2 cities, and they want that. So there's a blatant need of that, and we just need to really understand that market and design for that market. There's a huge opportunity that I think we can look into that. So, and if you notice in India, a lot of brands, what they do is they work on products that we call trading products. So it's either sourced from a factory in China, put a logo, and then sell it here in India, bring in SKD, which is a kit that they import, and then assemble it here in India, and then call it made in India, and things like that. And that's not bad. I'm not saying that's bad, because that's actually a very good thing. It's a very smart thing for an entrepreneur or a startup to do that. Because they're great for early adoption, for testing the market without investing into really long and expensive cycles of product development, okay? So I really think that's a very good, smart way of going about. But then once you become a category leader, that doesn't really bring anything to the table. Once you become a category leader, you're leading that category. You can't sustain growth from a trading point of view. You have to have constant innovation. You have to design for your local markets. You have to design for your demographics. So I wanted to show you a couple of good and bad examples of what experience would mean in this context. So if you see the first one here, the straw is actually made out of pasta dough. So it's not a plastic straw, it's just pasta, and it's made in this, that's what I think. It's the tiny details I was talking to you guys right about. The second thing is the cart, which has an inbuilt calculator, so you know how much you're purchasing grocery-wise. The other one is a beer pitcher, which has a built-in, ice thing there to keep it cool. Right? How many times we've got like warm beer? And the last one is the sorry, not the last one, but the next one is a toothpaste one, which comes in with an inbuilt accessory to roll it up and squeeze out the toothpaste. The last one is the sheet with like a pocket for a remote, right? So these are not really expensive or technology-driven things, right? Experience can be created just by understanding and creating simple functional need for consumers who are doing it. It doesn't have to be something that is out of this world or complicated or something. It's just understanding needs and creating simple solutions for it. And the most important thing, I think, in the other talks also, a lot of people mentioned, it's just that as designers, we need to have one very important trait, which is observation. And a lot of research gets done. I'm sure you guys come up with it. I am currently a guest lecturer at NID, and I see a huge bunch of research, right? 40% of this, 70% of that, 27% of this, 80% of this. Numbers are worthless. I would rather see you guys take a camera, a video camera, go down, look at the user, observe them for a day, shadow them for a day, come out with insights, would just come up with simple ideas like these, right? That would be amazing in terms of creating good experiential objects. So let me show you some examples which are, anybody can tell me what's wrong with the first one? The ketchup bottle? That's one thing, correct. But what's inside? So you have the most viscous, thick liquid put into a glass bottle with the tiniest snout, right, of a cap, and every time you have to either tap it on the back or shake it, and it comes out all in one shot. And if you're wearing a white dress, you're dead, right? So the most simplest product is done that way. The office chairs, I don't know. I've never sat on a comfortable office chair till now. Either they're way too expensive or a normal one just doesn't fit. The third one is is an image of using headphones as laces in your this thing. While the idea is really cool, how long do you think that's going to last? Like if you have kids at home, that's done. That's gone. And then the fourth one is really funny and very ironical because you need a scissor to open up a scissor packaging. And the last one is great. Again, as an idea, it's great. But somebody who's going to use this, which is an aged person, God help that person figure out what that reading is on the screen, right? So again, I just want to bring to your attention that it's very simple to create these kinds of objects. It's just about looking into and making those observational points, and that will give us a lot of insight into how we move. So how do we define an experience, right? Like according to me, there are two things. There's one which is tangible, and the other ones which are intangible, right? Like so. Tangible will be the physical and digital parts, and most of the products these days have an app. I call them the dumb smart products, right? Like which probably don't need an app. And then you have the other values, which are emotion, memorability, usefulness, and relevance, right? And relevance is again very, very important. So we need to really keep these in mind when we try to design for experiential objects. The attributes are broken down into these main things for, let's say, an experiential product. It's around behavioral aspects. Looks obviously matter because you're going to buy with your eyes first before you actually buy with your money, right? So never ever discount looks. It has to be beautiful, it has to be inspiring, and it has to be aspirational, right? Very important. Then there has to be an input-output part where there is a display and a feedback that needs to come, and a very clear messaging that kind of aligns you to say that, hey, I want to buy this product because I align with their messaging. I like it because they're using sustainable materials. I like it because they're fun. I like it because they align to my values. I love their messaging. right? And the last is how it makes you feel when you use it on a constant basis. So what would an Indian context look like for, let's say, designing experiences? Number one would be to create trust, right? So without trust, a lot of brands are going to have a lot of problems in terms of introducing anything new into the marketplace. A lot of brands actually are afraid to introduce these kinds of things in the marketplace because there is not a lot of trust on the brand side with the consumers to say that, oh, you know what, this product is good, I'm going to buy this product, right? The second thing are the physical interactions. Physical interactions are equally important as your digital interaction, because if you leave that, I mean, the physical world is not disappearing. Yeah, it'll get minimal, it'll get a little toned down, but it's not going to disappear. We are still going to be using physical devices. We've grown up with physical devices. We'll also end up with physical devices throughout our life. That's not going away. It might morph into a few different scenarios. Right, the third thing is packaging, right? It has to be eye-catching. A lot of issue in Indian brands is the packaging, right? Like, so packaging has to be a really good thing. Digital touch points, obviously your app and everything needs to understand what exactly you're showing. It just can't be that I download a UI kit and then I'll make a digital touch point. No, it doesn't work, right? So you can't create good experiences around that. And then very interesting marketing campaigns, right? Has to be, an overall thing around this. So there's something called converging design when physical design and digital design meet in the middle, right? And so what is that journey, right? Like, so the more important things around physical products would just be these three things: aesthetic, functionality, and ergonomics, right? So if you master these three things in a product, physical product design is going to be taken care of in a really, really nice way. Obviously, there are more things that you can add to it and so on and so forth, but I would say these are the three main things that you need to keep an eye on. And for digital interfaces, the number one thing is usability. If it looks pretty and so on and so forth, doesn't matter. Has to be really good to use, right? Like I said, there are certain products which just load you up with animations. And smallest thing you touch, oh, hey, then coins run around and there's confetti coming everywhere. It's not required, right? Like, people get annoyed after a period. It's like, Arey, yaar, kya kar rahe ho? Every time I just bought one thing. No need to throw confetti every single time. Right? It's really annoying. So usability is very important. Accessibility, again, is something that's super, super crucial. And these two define the overall engagement for a digital product, right? So when you combine and overlay these with the physical design attributes, you'll kind of see a very stark similarity, which will define, like, your design philosophies also, to say that, okay, this is how I can actually match usability to aesthetics. I can actually match accessibility to functionality. I can match engagement to ergonomics, right? So it works hand in hand. We're just looking at it as two separate industries for now. So some of the industries that I see in India that these kinds of experiential objects can actually live in are these. Like, basically, there's a huge opportunity home appliances, because a lot of people buy these and a lot of people use this on a daily basis, right? I'm sure all of you seen your parents or, like, your cooks and maids go through all of these, right? Like, it's such a crucial part of our lives. There's automotive and mobility, which is a very upcoming industry, especially with the advent of electronic vehicles and so on and so forth. It's a really interesting field to actually design for in India. There's so many things that can be done, right? Like, so if you saw, one of the things in our showreel was a HMI interface that we did for a car brand. So there's so many things we can do, right? There's human-machine interfaces for pharma, for medical devices. There's a lot of work that can be done in these areas. Finance and payments, the Paytm example is something that I was giving. There's quite a lot of that's going to come in the next few years. Rest assured, there's going to be a lot of those service-based product design. Smart home devices, obviously around security, automation, IoT-based. Scientific instruments, this is something that a lot of people ignore, but there's a huge amount of design potential here, because a lot of these instruments are imported from outside. And we as a country produce a bulk load of scientific instruments and then export it out. So there's a huge amount of work. Any of you need ideas for portfolios, work on some scientific instruments. Last, health and wellness, obviously, right? Like, so if any of you had a Healthify Me subscription, they send you a scale that's bought from China. there's plenty of options here to work on. So I think for students as designers, these are some of the things I would really talk about for what you guys can do for experiential, products. You have to have a multidisciplinary mindset. You can't just think that I'm an industrial designer or I'm a digital designer. I'm just going to work on communication. It requires all of that as a combination. And that's why it's so interesting. And that's why it's going to be so rare that one of you actually choose to do. It's not just one discipline that you have to look at. It's a combination of everything. And I wouldn't say everything, but a few key things that I'm talking about here. So please work on a multidisciplinary mindset. When you start thinking in that way, there's a whole bunch of possibilities that'll open up. And be ambitious with your projects. We've done enough tape cutters. We've done enough, chairs, laptop stands, tools. The portfolios are full of those. Let's do something interesting, right? Very important to understand technology and its impact. Like if you don't understand the technology, experiential objects are going to be really tough because these are all very well connected with technology. So you need to know, let's say you could invest a little time in understanding how electronics are designed, like how PCBs are made, what are some of the functions you can do, what's AR and VR doing, how is mixed reality working, image recognition, right, image processing. There's a lot of scenarios that designers can build upon in those kinds of. Your core skills have to be very strong. So CAD, your sketching, it should not become like, hey, how do I do this? It should be like first nature to you. You get a problem, you know what to do. So work when you're in school, that's the greatest thing that I miss is working on the core skills, right? So really, really hone them out, make them very strong, and that'll serve you really well. Rendering, obviously, is a core skill. Animation, core skill. And the last one is, like I said, build an ambitious, diverse portfolio. Don't just stick to the same kind of things. And don't go with the, research, ideation, prototype, rendering, final image, black image, then sketches, photography, my hobbies. That doesn't work. Right? Like you have to design your user journey first before you go and design a user journey of a product, and that's your portfolio, right? So let's work on that. Let's work on figuring out what exactly that part is going to be, right? So build something in a cyclical manner. Again, it should be something where in one project you can show sketching skills. Another one could be research based. Another one could be prototyping based. Work on that sort of thing so it's very diverse. So designers can work on a lot of things, and what I mean is, please don't underestimate the power that you have as designers, right? Like, so you can definitely create meaningful and impactful experiences. It's just a matter of time before you hit that. Be patient. Design is a long game. It takes time. Don't get influenced by social media, LinkedIn statuses, Instagram statuses, award. I got selected here. I'm working here. Don't look at all of that. Just do your thing. It'll work out. You will definitely influence the way interaction happens with people, which is a superpower. It's almost a responsibility, I would say, as designers that we should have. Like, how are we influencing interaction? And it has to be good, right? We are responsible for that. Selecting the right tech. Again, it can't be too expensive. It can't be unrealistic. We can't go and do something that Google did with the glasses, right? Like, so you have to select the right tech. And look into the big picture as well. See it as a whole, see it as an ecosystem, and how you can actually delve into all of that. And finally, I would say it is tough, but you don't have to stop, right? As designers, the one thing that my mentor told me is, if you're in this business, you need to have a really, really thick skin, right? So you guys need to develop that thick skin. I'm pretty sure in design in India is going to be very bright. Like I've always said before, make in India, design in India should become a movement. So make sure you guys, as students, you guys have the power to do it. Make sure that you guys also support that, and make sure that design in India is also successful. Thank you, guys.
Woo! BT, one picture. You can give the mic. So, product designers in the room. So do you guys sometimes feel impatient with your process? Yeah? But do you have anything like how to build patience as industrial designers? Because advertising industry, आज script kal shoot, parso release. You know, print, you make a poster today, tomorrow it's printed. Product design, your fastest process is 6 weeks.
I would even say it's at least 3 months. I would say the thing for product, right, is the very simple analogy I would give you is if you're trying to ride a bike or you're trying to learn a bicycle, you're gonna have to fall quite a few times. You're riding with like 3 wheels for a very long time with somebody supporting you in that. That is basically what product design. It takes time, and you just have to be patient. Okay, there is nothing like product design is dead. Product design is diminishing. Nothing. It's a natural selection process. Like when I went to university, also we were 14 of us in our master's course. Only 2 of us got jobs. Right, the rest went to make pizzas and things like that, and other areas. So it's a natural selection process. It's defined like that. There's nothing wrong in it, but you don't have to give up.
So natural selection process one side. What is the easy selection process for these guys to work with you at Analogy?
Portfolio, portfolio, portfolio.
Okay, guys, huge round of applause for VT Vyastejara, my friend. Thank you so much. Okay. So, how many of you love traveling? Do this. No, don't do this. No, we took picture. Yeah. How many of you love traveling? Okay. How many of you have friends from other cities? Of course. Other countries? Other continents? Other planets? 2 people? जादू. ठीक है. तो एक जादू करने के लिए स्टेज पे I'm calling somebody I really look up to. He is a global strategist, a business coach, a philanthropist. He's run successful companies, and he's recently become one of the best-selling authors, where he teaches people how to network, but in a way that a lot of us don't know. How many of you think you're very bad at networking? How many of you think you're really good at networking? So more of you are bad at networking. Okay, so Mr. Manoj Gursani, ladies and gentlemen, who's the author of The Human Connect. All yours, sir.
Yeah, can you all hear me? Yeah. So this is the book. I thought let me plug it in. It's called The Human Connect. It was, thank you, Christian, and I have a story for you also, how we connected. So as Christian has already given a whole background, so for me, I'll just tell you why the book came in and what I believe in. And for those who said, how many of you all are comfortable with networking? Can you show your hands up? Okay. And how many of you all are obviously shy? Their hands are not up. Well, so there are 3 things which they don't teach, I feel, in business school. One is mindfulness. Second is happiness. And third is networking. And when I was looking at the word networking, and this was during, I've been living that life of mine, but during COVID time, I had 3 daughters, Prerna, Payal, Simran. They're been students, so Simran is with Karan Johar, she's an associate director, Payal is an MD anesthesiologist, and Prerna is working with Unilever, she's the eldest one, as an assistant brand manager for brand Vaseline. So they said, Dad, you've been always living, talking about networking, etc. Why don't you write a book? So this book came about during COVID times. So मैंने लिखा पूरा and all that, and Prerna used to edit the book for me and etc. And then finally, after I wrote the book and I was about to send it for publishing, she only said, but Dad, इसमें vulnerability कहाँ है आपका? Why are you not saying that you were... I used to tell them in school I was a shy boy, etc., etc. And then I learned it over a period of time. So otherwise you are saying you know everything. I said, ठीक है. I went back and I started thinking, and I think Mehek before they said, go back to your story and internally. Then I went back and I was in Don Bosco school and I realized, and in school, honestly, you heard about Ravi Shastri, he was in my same class, but I was a very shy boy, backbencher, never used to talk, khana separately, dabbe mein alag khata tha, and all that. And then eventually I realized that I'm missing out and I need to, then I, after that, joined classes called Nazareth Academy. At that time they were, communication skills, etc. And then worked on myself. And then I put it all in the first chapter. to show vulnerability. And when I showed my daughter, said, Dad, aisa ho nahi sakta hai. How can you be like that? I said, you only told me that talk about it. Anyway, so that book took birth, the publishing book during that time. I recently launched it about 4 months back, and it was launched at the hands of the governor of Maharashtra and Rajkumar Hirani, who's a famous filmmaker, I think one of the best storytellers and filmmakers. And as Krishan said, what is the thing in the Western world? So what is different in my book? The world, when I looked at it, how many of you all have heard about Dale Carnegie? Heard about the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People? Okay. Any other book comes to your mind in networking? Just show of hands and if you know the name of the book. Which one? How to Talk to Anyone. Anything else? There are several others, but Dale Carnegie, and I still read that book because it's one of the best books, most simple books written from the heart. But what I realize in the Western world, and all of us follow networking in a transactional manner. कि उससे मैं मिल रहा हूँ, I meet somebody, what can I get from that person? That's our inner human DNA. But the way I live my life, and so others, I said, no, let me come out with a point. It's in giving that you receive. We have to change the mindset from a transactional one to a giver's one. And I will give you, learning from Mehak, 3 stories on how I've done that and personally. So first of all, Raju Hirani launched my book at Otters Club 3 months back. And why did he come? He never goes to any event. He will, he's a shy guy in that sense. He's not in the media. The reason why he said, and he's written the foreword in my book, The Human Connect. So there is a story for that. About 7 to 8 years back, he got my number from somebody, and I'm friendly with a lot of consulates. So he had one of his team members in his production wanting a US visa urgently because her father was looking for some cancer treatment opinion in Sloan's Kettering Hospital in USA. And during that time, they were not getting an appointment. And he knew that I had some connects. Fast forward, called me, and then he connected with me, and he said it's a medical ground. So at that time, the head of the visa department in the US consulate, I told him, send me a mail, and I forwarded, and the job got done. And he flew it, and in fact, it was done on the weekend when even the consulates are not open, and the person could fly to meet the doctor appointment on Monday itself. Post that, and he's written that in the book. I forgot about it, and I never reached out to him, nevertheless. And we met after a few years in a party. Then we became good friends. So what he mentioned is, just because I did something, I did not stay in touch for, mujhe ye fayda karna hai, ye karna hai, and that's why I became friends. So there was no expectation, there was no agenda. That is story number 1. He's become a good friend. He came to launch my book, and we're doing some projects together. That's number 1. The second story is about President Obama, how I was in the same room as President Obama. So many years back when he was in power, his classmate and his roommate was visiting India, and in Mumbai, the US consulate had thrown a dinner in his honor. And it was at Taj Lands and in one of the Indian restaurants. And there was a small room, it's like a round table seated dinner. There were about 12 of us, and I happened to be next to him. And his name is Vinay Tumalapalli. He's an Indian American from Hyderabad. And not only was, as I mentioned, he was in his college, he was his classmate. And then while I was talking to him and I said, sir, what do you do, this, that, I knew obviously what he does, where are you coming from, etc. He said, I'm from Hyderabad, my wife is from Northeast, etc. And that time, those were not Netflix days. So I immediately asked him, have you seen this movie, Mary Com? He said, no, I don't even know what it is about. I told him it's about the boxer, full story about Mary Com in a nutshell. He said, oh, it's very interesting. I wish I can give it to my wife to watch it. So got over, the dinner got over, I was going back. And when I started going back, stay in Bandra, so wo zamane mein bakde mein na, that DVDs bikte the. So I stopped, I told my driver, chalo. And while I was going from Taj Lands End, I saw this one of the bakras and I told him, bhai sahab, aapke paas ye Mary Com ka DVD hai kya? He said, hai. It's a princely sum of some 100 rupees. I picked it up. I went back to Taj Lands End. I went to the concierge because I didn't know his room number, and they don't give room numbers for such VIPs. And I put it in an envelope. मैंने अपना नाम लिखा और card भी staple किया. And I said, and with obviously I put my mobile number there also. And I gave it. Again, and he was supposed to leave next day in the night. Next day, about 11:30 in the morning, I get a call, and it was an unknown number. And I And he said, this is Vinay Tumbalapalli speaking. So I said, oh, sir, how are you and all that. He said, no, the fact that you thought about it and send me this book, I wanted to appreciate and thank you for that. Ho gaya. I said, no, no, it's my pleasure, privilege, etc. After that, about 6 months later, I'd gone to US, Washington, DC. They have a big program called the Select USA, which is all about investment forum, etc. And that time, President Obama was addressing a larger audience, couple of thousand people. And there, and because Vinay was his classmate, and he was also one of the great speakers over there, and they were having a private dinner meeting also, where President Obama was sitting, but very few selected guests. And he saw me, and he told me, come on the side, Vinay Tumbalapalli, and he told me, at so-and-so time, at so-and-so thing, in this particular thing, only for VVIPs, there is a dinner, and he called me. So I managed to sit in the same room as President Obama. And again, so that is a story I love sharing, because a small gesture of mine, without agenda, without anything, landed me to be in the same room with the most powerful person in the world. My last story today, because we have a limitation of time, is more on the, as he said, I do a lot of work on medical, Christian mentioned, is about medical and charitable philanthropy. So I am part of an incoming president of a Rotary club called Rotary Queen's Necklace. And I'm also, there is a hospital in Sion, near Sion Hospital. It's a private hospital called Lion Tarachan Bapa Hospital. So about 4 years back, I was sitting in a meeting, because I'm in the advisory team of that. And they said, listen, we are looking for somebody to fund, and we want to start a cardiac unit. Cardiac means where they do angiography, angioplasty, etc. And would you know, they had the infrastructure, they have the medical team, but they did not have the funds. I thought about it. Again, somebody else mentioned, I listened properly, and I went back to our Rotary board team, and I said, listen, ऐसा project हो रहा है, दिल का project है, they're doing a lot of good work. All I want you to do is, because we knew we have the funds, and there is something in Rotary called the global grants, where you also get funding. So combine that. All I did was convinced my core team to have a meeting with the Lions Tarachan Bapa Hospital. We sat, it took 15 minutes, and they were convinced that this is the right thing, and that translated to $1 million project which was contributed. Now imagine, it was about 7 crores at that time contributed, and today, that hospital, today also, we do the largest amount of heart surgeries for the poorest of the poor people, and even angiography is done at 5,000 rupees. So somebody asked me, Tere ko kya fayda hua? What did you get out of it? I said, no, this is where my moral and my subject in this book is, it's in giving that you receive. So when you do selfless acts like this, and when you give it from a giver's mindset, your vibration changes, your energy gets better, and you earn a lot of karma. And to that, there are a lot of other things. I don't want you to get philosophical here, because you all are students, you all are youngsters, you all have a career path, it's a competitive world. I want to share with you 2 frameworks which I have put in the book, which practical tips, and post that, I will probably take 3 or 4 questions, and you all can think about it. Any of you all, either it's a career, or you all have a startup, or you all are looking at some opportunity which you all are having a challenge with, and we'll do a live thing on how to solve that problem. Because in this world, earlier they used to say there are 7 degrees of separation. According to me, there are 2 degrees of separation. And if you connect well, it happens. So I'll give you my first framework. I've called BLINQS, BLINQS. The B is body language. When we speak to somebody, the body language is very important. आजकल के ज़माने में क्या है, मैं कृष्ण से बात कर रहा हूँ, but I'm looking at the other person, or I'm looking at her. So even if you spend 2 minutes, or we are looking at a mobile phone, that is very disrespectful. So body language, eye contact is a very, very important factor. We miss it. But when you are communicating, like Piyush is there, when I'm talking to Piyush, whom I met from Wellinger College, and I'm speaking to him, I should look at him in the eye, even if it's for 2 minutes. That's very important from a communication standpoint. Okay? And listening. All our earlier speakers had said, one of the greatest things is listening. Because, and in Indians, it's not in our DNA to listen. I had that problem also. Khatam kar raha hai, uske pehle we are finishing that, he's saying something, and we don't even know, and we are preempting, and we are finishing that conversation. So we have to be active listeners, and listening is a skill You have to learn about it, see videos about it. And I think listening is you're also respecting that person. You're listening to earlier Mehak, when I was listening to her, I was actually making notes in that. So what I've written a book, author, so what? A student of life mindset, there is that curiosity, you have to listen. So listening was another thing. I in the blink is more of investment of your time and energy in a relationship. N is remembering names. How many of you all have a problem with remembering names? Hands up. I think absolutely. And it's going to get worse because of so much of information, Instagram, then social media, we are listening to YouTube, watching YouTube, Netflix, XYZ, name is going to be a, but there is a technique I've written in my book, otherwise कोई खरीदेगा नहीं, वो पढ़ना पड़ेगा आपको, and उसमें लिखा है name को कैसा याद रखना, it is to pay attention, you have to connect, there are certain techniques, and again, you don't have to remember everybody's name, those names you want to remember. Q in the blinks is quality versus quantity. So let's say आज ये room में 300 लोग हैं. पहले ज़माने में, at my earlier age, when I was a rookie, I used to walk into a room of 300 people and use that actual way of networking. I used to print 400 visiting card, सबको जाके card देता था. वो आदमी ने बात किया नहीं किया, he's met me or no, I've not even looked at his eyes, no connect, no body language, no nothing, no listening, I'm just, guess where all the cards went? To the kachre ka dabba, obviously. So quality versus quantity. You don't, in today's room, let's say you all have to, and when you'll go for certain sessions for your job or for your career or for a conference, you don't have to meet everybody. Decide to meet 8 or 10 people, but have quality conversations, meet them, whatever else I mentioned about. If you do that, then you're building a conversation. And out of that quality versus quantity via saying, that applies to a lot of things in our life. And 10 ko mile, 20 ko mile, 10 say you decide you want to stay in touch with, and 5 you'll finally want to build a lifelong connect, depending on the vibe, conversation, mindset. So that is quality versus quantity. And S is staying in touch. And many people after a couple of drinks and a lot of other conversation, blah, blah, sab bolte, are, don't worry, ho jayega, aapki factory lag gayi, and you know, tomorrow, and you also mention, oh, my daughter is, let's say, looking for admission in the Atlas. You'll say, oh, I know Indu Shani very well, don't worry, tomorrow morning aapka kaam ho jayega. And after that, when you follow up next day morning, that guy is not even, responding on your message or whatever. So stay in touch, what you commit, stay in touch with the people you want to stay in touch, and please do not spam their boxes. Don't send them good morning messages, ye, wo, religion, falana, dimka, all politics. You do not need to do that. You can restrict that to your college and school groups. Please don't do that to everybody you meet. And stay in touch. And there is another thing. Try to those you want to stay in touch with. Do that within the next 24 to 48 hours. And all you have to do is send a nice message. Aajkal aap Facebook mein message bhejte ho, या इंस्टा में भेजते हो या व्हाट्सएप में. Nowadays visiting cards are almost over, so you take a WhatsApp number and you stay in touch by saying, it was a pleasure meeting you, is there anything I can do for you, or while I met you I heard that you're looking for some great safari experience, this is the contact I have in Ranthambore, please free, or this is a link I looked at which is great in thing, or you're looking for a great storyteller, this is the link of Mehak, please look at it. So this way you are adding value after meeting that person. So staying in touch. So that's my Blinks formula, which I mentioned. And I can't say it's patented because as soon as I patented is a scientific term, I can say I've copyrighted it. And my second one is SIDE, very simple. S is social intelligence, which is we have to be socially intelligent, we have to meet people, we have to, have a certain etiquette when we have that social, things to do that. I is, you have to be intelligent enough to be there. And according to me, D is the digital intelligence. So in today's world, I think this crowd doesn't require to be in that sense digital intelligent because all of us are on LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta, we know how to use Zoom, we know how to use so many gadgets, etc. So the digital intelligence is there. And the last, according to me, and the most important one is E, which is emotional EQ, which is empathy. And as youngsters, I have raised 3 daughters. I know I meet their friends. I meet a lot of youngsters. I go to college talks. One of the things I think the younger generation is missing on, And I think, so the EQ is going to be important, and is we overthink. I'll raise it, younger generation overthinks. They're isolated. हमारे ज़माने में आज भी honestly I go to my friend's house, घंटी मार के मैं अंदर जाता हूँ, कैरम खेलता हूँ, ये. But today's, even when I have to go to my daughter's bedroom, I'll say, Prerna, is it a good time to meet you inside, because she's probably working on a project. So you have, and the times have changed. So today, that EQ is very important, that empathy is very important. Empathy can only come, and I mentioned earlier, speakers had mentioned that you have to be sensitive to the needs of a person. And so the younger generation, which all of you all are here in the room, most of the younger generation, because you all are surrounded by Insta screens, etc., so there are no mentors. There are few mentors we have. Even the parents sometimes used to be mentors, but they are not, because they are busy with their own lives and their own challenges in every family. So the side formula is EQ. When you put yourself as an empathetic person in somebody else's shoe, it's not about yourself. Going back to the same principle, it's not about yourself, it's about others. When you do that, according to me, and you incorporate 20% of what I mentioned in my book, and again, two things about my book. It's a 19 chapter. Each chapter is not more than 4 pages. Again, I learned from my daughter. She said, Dad, pakana mat jada. Short is sweet. Today's generation, the Insta generation, has a very, small mindset in terms of there is so much information, and there is instant gratification. So I've kept it very readable. And on end of each chapter, I put all the mantras also, what they can, you can say. So this is what I have put. And if you follow that, I can promise you, you will, if you humanize your relationship, you will become a human magnet, and it will open doors, whether it's for your career, occupation, entrepreneur, you have a startup, magical doors will open for you. With this, I'll pause. I can see Christian has already stood up. Maybe it's tea time, and I'm happy to take any question on this subject.
That's what I've stood up for. I'm going to go in between, pick up a shy person and make them uncomfortable. No, I'm not doing that. Any questions?
Any questions of the challenges which you have? And there are a lot of introverts I've met who said, I'm an introvert, I don't know how to solve that.
Yeah. Uncomfortable people, come on.
Yeah, please. How many times you have met the person the first time and they have asked you for a favor? Will you return that favor? इसने आपको आज ही मिले हो, कल बोल रहा है, अरे मुझे ये चाहिए. Will you? I have seen 99% will not revert. So staying in touch ka formula is, if you, and let's say that person you have met and you have stayed in touch, you have, it's like a nurture. Fertilizer, nurturing that thing. So once you do that, and after a couple of months you're staying, you had coffee with that person, you build that relationship, and then you ask for a favor, or I'm not saying don't ask for a favor, ask for a favor. And second thing, favor के लिए दूसरा चीज है. For maybe a couple of years, okay? And actually, when he was introduced, somebody told me and he said he's a human connector or something, and I actually feel at a young age, he is understood that. Why? Because we met, I called him once for my birthday party, he had come, met people, etc., and he stayed in touch. All along, he has sent me messages. Recently, about a couple of months back, he had all these artist singers coming to some bungalow in Juhu, and he said, Manoj, can you get me 25 signed copies of your book? He paid for it and gave it to each one. So what is he doing? He's actually being a giver. He's actually, that today is told me, would you come as a speaker? I happily accepted it. So the human connect was invest, Christian, I was talking about you. Invest in that relationship. If you do that, the people will go out of its way, और आप किसके लिए कुछ करते जाओ, सामने पूछेगा, अरे what can I do for you? It is natural. And in the law of karma we believe in, we talk about circular economy, etc., etc. If you do these things, it will open up doors anytime, any place. And as I mentioned, it's 2 degrees of separation, and I can have a separate master class on how you can use your LinkedIn, because you all are at an age and time where Facebook is time pass for your own friends, Insta में जो हो रहा है, influencer, for your career and all that. LinkedIn is the key, but you're leaving a digital footprint. You cannot talk about your food blogging in LinkedIn, etc. You have to focus on your career, talk about your knowledge, talk about your position of strength, etc. That's a separate subject altogether. But all of you go out of here. So in last closing, I would say, everybody knows everything. Who you know is more important than what you know. Otherwise, for knowing other things, ChatGPT is always available. Thank you.
Huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Manojji. I think to really extract value from Manojji, you must hang out with him outside this room later. He's here until evening. Check out his book. I would really recommend. I have bought it myself. I have learned a lot of things. And it's not just a coincidence that the kinds of people who have met through him at his get-togethers, including Mr. Rajkumar Hirani, including Zilla Khanji, including the consulate generals of different embassies in the country, it's just because of his giving nature. So huge round of applause for Manoj Gursani, sir. We are going to... Manoj ji, sorry, photo. इन्होंने भी याद दिला दिया. हाँ, इधर ही आजिए, इधर ही. Sorry, paparazzi, forced paparazzi. Thank you so much. इतनी claps deserve करते हैं हम. नहीं, सच में, क्योंकि भूल गए थे. It's fine. You guys are very good. We have actually, I want to confess one thing. This was going to be a 2-day fest. And we have sandwiched it in 1 day for you guys. Because I don't know why we did it, but there was like 31st March, 1st April, audits, year end, decisions to be made. We said, okay, at least we'll do it. And we didn't want to miss out on any speaker. So we were greedy and we kept everybody, except for 2 or 3 who we requested, we'll accommodate you next time. This is not the only MDX this year. हमने इतना पैसा खर्चा किया, इस पे हम इसको reuse करेंगे. We'll do 5 more this year. Would you guys like to attend all of them? Yeah, would you like to volunteer for that? Yeah, would you like to come on stage? Not right now. बुलाएंगे. ठीक है. So before the coffee break, I'm going to quickly invite a very special guest. How many of you get your WhatsApp forwards from your chacha, mama, uncle sitting somewhere in a small town, which says Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, or it says Namaskar, or it says so on and so forth, in different languages, right? They don't write it on a piece of paper and click a photo and send you. They have this beautiful flower, and they have a good morning message. You get that? Good morning message? Yeah? So most of these fonts in vernacular Indian languages that you probably have seen outside on your signposts, on books, on WhatsApp forwards, on social media, have been designed by a small group of people led by our next speaker. Give a huge round of applause for the co-founder of Ek Type, Mr. Sarang Kulkarni, ladies and gentlemen. Please come on stage. Would you like, this mic is fine?
Hello. Hi. Because there are a lot of slides and I don't want to divert from my points, which I am very capable of doing it. So I just thought I'll stick to, because there are many areas which I'm going to cover, and this presentation is specific targeting for students. So hello everyone, I'm Sarang Kulkarni. I'm a co-founder and type designer at Type. I'm a founder of White Crow as well. I'm going to talk about type design, and this is a very serious talk which I'm giving on 1st April. Fonts are consumed by everyone, okay, and you're the one who know that they exist and somebody designs them. And the one like us, or few of us like who designs them literally for other people. So today I'm going to talk about typefaces in a diverse country like India, the challenges, the scope, the approach, the design, and some of our projects which I'll show in my presentation. So when we talk about India, you know that there are many scripts and many languages, and very important part that these languages and the script are the part of our culture and they are our daily lives. So you see, you read, these things every day. And currency note is a quick overview of it. So many of these languages, when you see, they are widely used in terms of bilingual and trilingual. They are used across newspapers, magazines, television channels, and social medias. Let's talk about few statistics. So you can see here that 6 Indian languages are the top 20 most spoken languages in the world. The digital usage of Indian languages are increasing day by day. Going this by the statistics, the future of type design is very promising. Here, I'll give you two examples. So in this scenario, if you see that, you can see a clear hierarchy of two scripts. The most designers give the preference to the Latin scripts. And in the second image, you will see the clutter of typefaces. Craig Ward said that good typography is invisible and bad typography is everywhere. So do you want to change this typographic landscape, or can you see from a graphic design or a typographic design perspective that you can make this better? Think about it. Another factor and very important factor of typographic landscape is this multilingual nature of signages which we can see across. So here, few thing about Indian languages and specifically from the script perspective, the diversity of Indian languages, they are equally interesting and challenging as well. Here are the most spoken or I'll say commonly used writing systems in India, which is Devanagari, Bangla, Urdu, Gujarati, Gurumukhi, Odia, Mitimak, which for Manipuri, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, and Tamil. You may be knowing some of them. So each script has its unique texture, its rhythm, and shapes. Some of the scripts, they have this broad neat calligraphy tradition, and others have this palm leaf history. The broad nib results into a modulated, which is thick and thin strokes, and the iron stylus, which produces the monolinear stroke. The traditional medium of writing influences the shapes and characters how we perceive them today. The weight distribution of some of the scripts is also based on the commonly or seen typographic conventions. Different scripts have different level of complexity. So as seen most of the script, you must have seen this taller ascenders and descenders compared to Latin. These underlying visual factors need to be taken into consideration while designing the multi-script projects. The direction of writing also could be different. So Urdu is read and written from right to left, whereas the rest of the script from left to right. Some scripts like Latin, Kannada, Malayalam, they sit on the baseline, whereas the others like Devanagari, Bangla, Gujarati, they hang from the top, and the Urdu, which is written in Nastaliq form, it has a cascading baseline. These differences are common challenges for designing multi-script typographic projects or brand identities or type families. So I'll be sharing a couple of projects and I'll not say few projects from the two studio, which is White Crow. White Crow is doing multilingual branding, typography, calligraphy, and lettering. And Egg Type is about designing many Indian language fonts. So we work, or rather we have worked on 17 writing systems that that exist in India. And the first two rows are the official languages, and these are official script used for 22 languages. The last row is for some historical and rare scripts. So most of our projects are basically collaboration between different designers. The team of people who are from different subcontinent, and then they work together. Whenever there is a requirement, we assemble a team and we work on the projects. The common requirement we get from advertising agencies or design studios is basically to extend their existing brand identities to different regional languages. And in most cases, this existing identity is either in Latin, and in some rare cases, it is in Devanagari script. They provide us this existing logo type, and it's transliteration which we receive in this form, and our brief is to basically create a matching logo type in regional languages. And the design, it should reflect the visual identity So the brief is to basically match with the existing logo, and it should reflect the visual identity of the logo design. When we work on these projects, we ensure that the script reflects the calligraphic tradition or typographic norms in their respective script culture. Take this logo as an example where you can see that it's a Latin high contrast font used for the cover story. A similar contrast may work for Telugu, but the expected excess of Telugu is not as Latin. So to give a priority to the visual grammar of our script instead of merely matching with the Latin script. Some of these projects are very straightforward. We just have to understand the visual language of the Latin and practice that same thing in our Indian scripts. The process is more like a similarly like when we draw a companion typeface with the Latin, but the output is more like a lettering. It's just like vector graphic. These are not the fonts. These are simply like we have received the logo. We are just creating those 8 letters or 10 letters matching with the logo. Now, this is not a set formula which will work all the time. The solution changes at every logo. We have designed many logos for Bengali script for Coca-Cola South Asia, and that is used in Bangladesh. Fanta is one of them. The Latin logo Fanta is very playful, quirky, and it has vary in terms of letter sizes, and it is constructed with straight lines. To draw the logo, we took an inspiration from the very amazing rich variety of Bangla script which we find it on books or in posters. And we presented two options to the client. One, without connecting the top line that you see here, and the one, a continuous top line. Back to files. This one. So continuous top line. Eventually, after like couple of years, they shifted to the previous one, which is without the top line, because that was more playful. The challenges in this project are not about like drawing the type itself, but drawing the type in relationship with the symbols, the bounding boxes, and other illustrative elements which are associated with the logo. So if you notice some of the previous examples, the length of the logo can be drastically different in different scripts. Like these two transliterations, it becomes very difficult when you have the logo in different width in different languages. So combining this varying length with the bounding boxes can be really tricky. So many a times branding agencies or design agencies, they don't anticipate this as an issue. So they generally approach us when they finalize the Latin logo and their guidelines from the client, and they are in a bit of a shock when they realize that the Latin guidelines are not matching with Indian scripts. So here we take a flexibility of designing or giving the feedback that we should be flexible in approaching like this, but this may not be the common thing in every time. Like luckily in this case, if you see the width of the thumbs up in Bangla and Latin is not very different. So we could fit the Bangla logo in that hand shape. In early 2020, Cadbury India has decided to basically replace their logo with the word thank you in different Indian languages for the very selected or limited edition. And in English, dairy milk and the thank you have the same width in terms of words. But it is quite different with different scripts. So we had to incorporate the casualness of the logo, the lettering, the wave, the alignment of the Cadbury logo and the milk glasses. Okay. So the logos looks different when you place together, but they work quite well if you use them individually. It is rare for us to have a client who can read or recognize more than two scripts. So sometimes this can lead to a very unusual feedback. This is a very interesting example I would like to share. So after we presented this logo to a client and they commissioned us and they asked us to basically design the Sprite logo for Bangla, and they asked us to basically replace the Bangla S with the Latin S. So we got onto a call with them. We tried to explain them that this idea may not work. And I said, I will replace the Bangla half S with Latin uppercase S if they agree to replace the Latin S with Bangla S. So we thought that eventually that they dropped this idea, but while searching the images, we stumble upon this Sprite logo, and guess what? They are using this different logo altogether with the Latin uppercase S. You can also search online. So these projects allows these brands to reach the wider audiences in India. As you know, we get to try variety of styles, multiple scripts in a very shorter time, and we get to understand what are the trends and what are the demands and sometimes the potential font families. So these projects help us in long run to understand what is happening around. So moving to multi-script families, We have designed many fonts, and most of these fonts are available on Google to download. You can search for these fonts or from our website. Today, would like to talk about the project which we recently, or I'll not say recent, almost a year back, we released this project called Anik. Anik is a variable type family. Anik is not just in multiple weights, widths, or the script. Anik is more like a multiple voices, ideas, and perspectives. It gives us, it took us almost 20 months to It took us 20 months to design this font family. I'll share a couple of slides about this project. So our brief was to basically design a monolinear variable width and weight axis with 10 commonly used scripts in India. So when we started this project, families with multiple weights and the width did not exist in most of our scripts. So going back to the previous slide, so what is the meaning of variable, or you must have seen or heard about variable fonts. So in short, like when you use these earlier or today, you must be using fonts with like light, regular, bold, medium, condensed or expanded with different font files. Variable is basically putting them all together into one font file. It's making it more flexible. And how it works. So as a result, users get a choice to decide the weight and the width as per the requirement without stretching or squeezing the font. In this Anek font family, we have weight and width axis. Definitely there are some families which is if there is an italic or serif, sans serif, you can play in between. Designing variable for Indian scripts when it's quite a complex, it's not a very easy task, but you can always check the fonts which is downloadable. These are the scripts, and you can use this script individually as well. These scripts can be used in multilingual or trilingual, bilingual scenarios. So these are all matching font and if you want to know the process, if you want to know how we dealt with the problem, these are the links you can download or check. They are available, or you can ask me anytime. I'll send you the link to check the process. So the strength of Anek is multi-script, the variable aspect of it. But what is important, its contribution to the existing typographic palette of each of this script and the scope it gives it to the user. So this is not an animation. You can literally download, and there are a lot of updated software. They are supporting variable fonts. I'm going to show you a couple of slides which will give you that when we are designing matching font, the left hand side is Tamil, right is on Malayalam, Gujarati and Latin in extra light. And this is regular weight for Devanagari and Odia. Like most of our families, Anek is an open source, freely available on Google. And we think that good typography and font should be available for everyone and not just for the people who can afford it. That is one of the reasons behind open sourcing the fonts. So along with the multi-script projects, also design single scripts, or I'll say experimental projects like this. This is the font, the boundaries of our scripts, and design something which is not seen before. The solid rectangles, the circles of this danda or bindu, they dominate the visual space. These thin lines define the character shapes and the fine balance between the abstraction and the legibility. This typeface or such typefaces, they break away from the traditional or experimentation in terms of visual forms in Devanagari script. This is the display typeface, which is an extension of a book title which we designed for Drukachintan, for art teacher and the contemporary painter Prabhakar Kolte sir. And whatever I showed you in terms of multilingual projects and other things, these are all our team who are working in, from respective scripts. This is not my sole project. These are all, but this particular one is designed by myself, this Vilom. Thank you.
Huge round of applause for Sarang Kulkarni. Sarang, what's your latest project right now? What are you designing?
This one, Vilom, we recently released, and there's one in Malayalam, which is Mangosteen. There will be a lot of releases this year. Couple of projects I can't tell because of the contract, but you will see the updates.
Very unique what you're doing as compared to the other disciplines. They were unique in their own way. But huge round of applause for Sarang once again. Can you please join me for one picture, because we are doing it with every speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, how many of you are tired now? We have two options. We take you to a space where our next speaker wows you with her aesthetic sensibilities and makes you rise in comfort and makes you really feel good. Or we take a break. Nahi lete. We'll go to the speaker. Yeah? Good? Okay, great. So our next speaker is my friend from NID Ahmedabad. Her name is Gypsa. Huge round of applause. And Gypsa has a unique eye to look at any space. She has aesthetic X-ray vision. So she'll look at a space and then she's going to remove the clutter mentally. She's going to realign spaces. Her brain has a 3D model going on always, like a Rhino program. So any industrial designers, visual communications people, architects in house, huge round of applause for Gypsa.
Thank you. So, hi, my name is Gypsa. I am an interior architect, and I'm thrilled to have a conversation with you guys. But before I begin, I have a question. Who all here want to live in a beautiful house? Only, what? Okay, I'm going to ask again. How many of you want to live in a beautiful house? Everyone, of course. Now I want you to imagine living in your dream home and just share, what will you feel? What will you feel? Anyone? If you're living in that beautiful, beautiful house, what's the feeling that you'll get? Joy, of course, happiness. You'll be comfortable living in that house. Relax, that's true. Good sleep, oh my God, I can't get enough of this. So, all these words, of course, are not just words, these are feelings that we feel in our home. And our homes are not just rooms, they are a room full of contentment. And today I'm going to talk about how I create rooms full of contentment. And again, I have questions. I have a lot of questions for you guys. There's a very famous book called Alchemist. Who all have read it? Everyone has read it. Oh, great. I think I was the only one who was left out in reading that book because I don't read novels. But recently, someone gifted that book to me. And is there anything very specific that you guys liked about that book? Or disliked, maybe? Alchemist readers. Nothing? Okay, I have an observation. So when I was towards the end of the book, of course, everything about that book is amazing. It's about realizing your dreams and making them come true. And I stumble upon this line which says, any project is incomplete until its objective is achieved. And I went on to my projects directly in my head. And I thought that what is it that, what is the objective of my projects? What do I want to know? What is the objective? For me, it's 100% contentment. By the end of the projects, I want to feel content. And what are the factors that could contribute to my contentment? Is, of course, happy client. Anyone who's in the service industry would agree with me that we all want to see happy faces of our clients by the end of the project. We'll do anything, we'll die, we'll be the carpet in their house if we can just see that smile in their face. And as a creative person, you want your designs to be unique. Of course, uniqueness of your designs. Then perfect execution. You need everything that you imagined to be perfectly executed in your designs and spaces. And happy teams. Everyone who worked on the project should be really happy and content. I'd like to see them. And lastly, everyone getting paid your worth. This is going to bring a lot of contentment to all of us. And yeah, that's how I create a room full of contentment. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for joining me. It was great to have you all. But is that easy? No, it's not. It's not that easy. And as designers, I feel we're posed with this question a lot, that are we really making an impact on people's lives? Or are we just creating good-looking spaces? And as an interior designer, you get that a lot. Are we just creating beautiful spaces? Or is it actually bringing a value to your people? And another question that I get asked a lot is, what is my style of designing? And I say I don't have a style of designing. All famous designers have a set line of designing. They feel some of them are only doing minimalistic interiors, some of them are doing maximalistic interiors. I don't have that. But I'll get to this point that why don't I have a style of designing? And why don't I have a style of designing? I always say that I have a process of designing. And I feel as designers, we have an amazing opportunity to change people's lives. And every designer knows that you need to combine aesthetic with function. Everyone knows. This is the ground rule. There's no brainer about it. But before we get on to that, how to combine aesthetic with function and how I combine aesthetics with function, I'd like to show you 2 images and tell me, imagine yourselves in this space and tell me how you feel about it. Mood number 1 is a completely functional space. It is going to take care of all your requirements, all your needs, necessities. How would you feel in this space? Anyone? Boring. Yeah. Yeah, you'd feel very bland. There's no feeling to it. Anyone else? It definitely is a bland space. And it's a totally functional space. Now next, let's move to another mood. And again, please transport yourselves into that room and tell me how you'd feel about it. Completely aesthetic space following the theme. Would you like to live here? Too loud, too busy? Aesthetically following all the thumb rules of the theme, with a petrol station also inside it. So we clearly know that, these 2 things separately won't work. We need to combine them. We need to combine them. So how do we combine them? And what does aesthetic mean? We use this term left, right, center Instagram, Pinterest, ye wo, flana dhinka, everywhere we're using this word so much, aesthetics, aesthetics, aesthetics. What does aesthetic mean? What is it? Good looking. Anyone? Right amount of everything. Okay, okay. Sorry. Good visual alignment. Okay. Sensibility. Aesthetics. Itna har jagah aesthetics. Clothing, ye, wo, everyone. Find out the aesthetic for this. Pinterest, tuck, 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 aesthetic. Beach aesthetics. What does aesthetic mean? So aesthetic is not equal to beauty, first of all. It is not equal to beauty, and this is what I'd like to emphasize on. And this is what's the basis of how I create rooms full of contentment, what brings contentment to my spaces. So in 1735, there was a book written called Aesthetica by Alexander Baumgarten, where this gentleman coined the term aesthetics, which we're using so much these days. And it essentially means to experience through our senses. And this is the key word in designing spaces for me. So I thought to myself that what are the sensory experiences that I can create for my clients, for the spaces that I design, to bring them contentment. And there are 4 key factors that I swear by in my designs. I swear if you use them in your spaces, you'll also be content. So you might make a note of it. The first and foremost is nature. I use nature in my projects, of course, but there's a study which shows that if you go for a 20-minute walk in this atmosphere versus sitting at home doing nothing, your brain actually works better. It actually is more efficient. And so I can't bring that in my homes. Of course, it's a forest. But this study cannot be ignored. I needed to do something about it. And so I make sure that the homes that I design are biophilic in nature. I do bring the outdoors, indoors in every project that I do. I make sure of using a lot of greens also on the inside and making them accessible outside the windows. The next point is lighting. Lighting is, look at this image. This is how nature has intended us to be. And throughout the day, during the earlier hours, the light is more blue. And as we progress in the day, the light is more yellow. This is how nature wants us to be, because we are required to be more active during the daytime. And we need to be more alert. Like here, when we are studying, we need to be more alert, so we need to have blue lights. But that doesn't work in homes. In homes, we need to have relaxed, layered lighting, which just automatically prepares us for a relaxed sleep. Like someone here mentioned, you need to have a relaxed sleep, people. So that's why in homes, I do stick to relaxed, serene, and cozy temperature lightings, which is 300 to 2200 Kelvin. And I swear by this rule, if you use warm lightings, you will sleep peacefully at night. Before I take you to this point, I want you all to take a deep breath with me, deep cleansing breath. In through your nose and out through your mouth. Once again, in through your nose, out through your mouth. I think I feel relaxed by it. I don't know about you guys. So the third point is, of course, the atmosphere. And there was a study conducted on the astronauts which spend days and months and weeks away from home in this sort of atmosphere, where, of course, they have this sad little window to gaze out and look at their home planet. And, of course, they're missing their families and friends. But when they're asked, what is the next most important thing that they're missing after their families and friends? Any guesses what that would be? Their bed. I had missed that too. Sound. Okay. What would they miss? Trees. Yes, of course. Can't hear you. Smell? Smell? Okay, interesting. The freedom to walk around outside. Oh my God, you just said it. They miss the fresh air. That is the right answer. They miss the fresh air. It's so obvious to us that we don't even realize that we need it so much. Ask the astronauts. And so, need to create well-ventilated homes. And this is my number 3 point, which is really, 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 really important. Of course, ask the astronauts. Fresh air it is. And number 4, and the final point is organized spaces. I get very excited about this. Look at this image. Please feel like you are living in this room. How would you feel? Anxious. That's so true. Not mine. How would you feel living in this room? Confused? Confused, yes. Uninspired. I mean, practically dead, right? Drained. Drained, you feel tired, right? Anyone else? Chaotic. You will feel so chaotic in the space. And so there was a study which was conducted on this chaos and clutter, and has stayed with me forever and ever. And I swear by this. I use this in all the projects that I use and design. So a study was conducted where the stress levels, anxiety and stress levels caused by clutter were measured. And they were measured to be same as that of a post-traumatic stress disorder. Young mothers especially, of course they love their kids, we all love kids. And we can't throw them out of the house, of course. They create a lot of mess. But with these young mothers, they don't have an option, of course. The kids create clutter. And the amount of stress that these young mothers were facing and experiencing was actually equal to the stress experienced by a warrior after war. I mean, a soldier who has returned from war, that's insane. Our mothers went through that amount of stress level. We don't need it, people. We really can eliminate that amount of stress from our lives. And we really need to make our mothers more comfortable. And so we can definitely come up with solutions which have specific storage solutions for their specific living style and their needs, and to reduce clutter. I mean, imagine poche ki balti rakhne ke liye maar gaye yaar. Yeah, imagine going into a balcony like that where everything is concealed and properly in place. Our lives would be much sorted. And so we need to create solutions which are user-specific and storage solutions which are useful for our end user. And let me tell you, there are no thumb rules when you're designing homes. It's only about the client who's using it, understanding their requirements, and then just applying it on designs wherever you can. There are no standard heights, there are no standard dimensions to follow. And so my approach in designing is combining nature-inspired aesthetics with my client's style and functional needs, because it's not my home, it's my client's home. And your homes are an extension of your persona. And as interior designers, we're just tools for them to create their style in their home and create a beautiful space for them and rooms full of contentment. And that's how I design spaces that bring delight to their senses. And that's how I create rooms full of contentment by these 4 rules. And before I go, I'm going to leave you guys with a small video which shows my projects in which I've used all these thumb rules. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, I was changing mics. Please come on stage again. Huge round of applause for Gypsa, guys. And that last house that we saw, just the first one was Paresh and Priyanka. We can't reveal client names here, can we? We can. So that's, if you know Kailash Kher's band, so Paresh is the co-founder of the band Kailasa. He's our neighbor. And I've been to both the houses. And I can notice a huge difference. So really loved it. When I make a lot of money, I'm going to hire her. Are you expensive?
One might say. One might say. Of course, interior designers are expensive.
But exclusively for MDX people, she's giving 30% discount, ladies and gentlemen. Am I right?
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, that's a great offer, yeah? Book your next MDX tickets. Not going to be a free event next time. But you're going to go at 30% discount on Design Habitat. And if you're nice to her after this, during coffee, she might give you extra discount. Yeah? But fabulous. Now she can proudly say that she's redesigned the house of an Oscar winner, Guneet Monga, also, right? I just saw that. Fabulous. Gypsa is a multi-potentialite. Not only does she do this, she's also a fabulous Hindustani classical and Punjabi style singer. So she's going to sing for us on the next event. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, thanks. Without embarrassing her any further, let's give her a huge round of applause and move to the final act. Thank you, Gypsa. Photo jaldi se. सबसे VIP मुझे आज feel हो रहा है. All these big shots are getting photos clicked with me. Just because Suresh and Venkat couldn't turn up, I'm getting this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Huge round of applause. Come on. We are going to close. We are going to close today evening's session with 2 mad people. As if not the others were mad. Yeah, we're all mad in our own ways. But these guys are crazy mad. So one of them I met a few years ago at an event where he was making weird sounds using his throat. And they call it beatboxing. And this other person I met was after a span of 20 years, because we studied together in third standard. And she was very intelligent and she was this geek. And then she moved to Bombay in fourth. And then she became a graffiti artist. She became a painter. She painted women. And she did it for a cause. So she painted acid victims like tigresses. And goes by the name Women Power. And also the philanthropist, president of Rotary Club, and hopefully soon to be a politician. I won't tell you which party. ठीक है? She's running elections. आप सब लोग वोट देंगे. MDX supporting our friend. Okay. So let me introduce two mad people on stage. Women Power, Avantika Mathur and Beat Raw. Last at Zorda Talia. Come on. One more mic. Mic is good.
Hi, everybody. Hello. We are going to bring energy back in the room. Can I have everybody's hands in the air? Yes, I can see the energy back again. Nice. So you have had a really awesome session since morning. You have heard singers, chefs, design. People have talked about brands, clients. Sab sun liya. Sab sun liya na? Yes. So now you are completely and 100% equipped with everything. So the one word that was going around the whole day today was creativity. Correct? Everybody call themselves creative here? Yes, so I'm not going to use that word anymore because sabko to aata hai creativity. Okay, so creativity, no. The three things that we want to talk about today is number one, self-expression. Everybody believes in that? Yes, everybody is here because there is self-expression. Number two, there is going to be collaboration. Yes, and number three is experimentation. Very important. To do good design, these three things are very important. Because creativity, I'm sure you were more creative when you were 4-year-old. Because as you grow older, we learn so many things, we forget just to how much we should have fun. Have you all decided, don't you feel that you've forgotten to have fun? Does that happen to you? Because everybody here, we were asking like clients daatte hain and I don't know what to do and there's so much like these things and that things and you have to follow so many things that you have to do, right? So there's one thing that you want to talk about is self-expression and that's why we are here with Beatboxer.
Yes.
Yes. Woo! Self-expression.
Yeah.
Do some beats for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
अभी के लिए इतना ही क्योंकि मेन परफॉर्मेंस
You can introduce yourself.
सो माय नेम इज बीट रॉ और ये प्लीज़ मेरा जो फोटो है वो इग्नोर करना क्योंकि उसमें मैं बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं दिख रहा और सो माय रियल नेम इज़ रोशन गमरे और जैसे कि मैं एक हिप हॉप आर्टिस्ट हूँ तो एक आर्टिस्ट का एक स्टेज नेम होता है जैसे अभी मैं स्टेज पे हूँ तो अभी मैं रोशन गमरे से बीट रॉ बन गया है मैं ठीक है तो बीट बॉक्सिंग मैं 8-9 साल से कर रहा हूँ प्रोफेशनली बीट बॉक्सिंग और बिफोर बीट बॉक्सिंग आई वॉज इनटू डांसिंग तो मुझे पहले से म्यूज़िक का काफ़ी शौक था कि म्यूज़िक को फील करके मैं उसको एक्सप्रेस करता था तो बीट बॉक्सिंग जब मैंने सुनी मैंने सोचा कि क्या कर रहा हूँ मतलब ये कैसे कर रहा है मुंह से इतने सारे आवाज़ निकालना तो मैंने बेसिक साउंड सीखे और फिर मैं अभी खड़ा हूँ आपके सामने और जैसे कि आपने बॉलीवुड मूवी देखी रहेगी गली बॉय किसी ने देखी गली बॉय या उसमें मेरे 2 सॉन्ग्स है असली हिप हॉप हिंदुस्तान को एंड द सेकेंड सॉन्ग इज जिंगुस्तान बीट बॉक्स वो प्रॉपर बीट बॉक्सिंग के ऊपर है आप ज़रूर जाके चेक करना और या दिस इज मी बीट रॉ ऑल्सो मैं कम बातें करता हूँ और मुझे इतने लोग को देख के अभी धक धक हो रहा है क्योंकि मैं फर्स्ट टाइम बात कर रहा हूँ और यहाँ पे कृष्ण भाई और प्रणति है जिसको देख मुझे और धक धक हो रहा है इट्स फाइन या
Okay, so, well, when we talk about self-expression, like he does expression through beatboxing, I am an artist. So artists, I mean, you all are artists. So I paint. So when people think of artists, they're like, हाँ, झोला पकड़ के canvas बनाइए and people paint. People have a very idea about it. Right? When you go to parties, they're like, वो आप क्या करते हो? Creative person हो? Yeah. They only have one person. आप drawing करते हैं? Very nice. अच्छा, very good, very good. कब हुआ था आपका exhibition? अच्छा, okay. कब है? So people have a very different idea about what creativity is, right? And that's what people think about design also for you. I'm gonna talk about today is how we forget that who we are. Good design starts with you. Say it. It starts with, yeah, you. जोर से बोलो.
You.
Yeah, so you are the you here, but that's important. So when I started painter, मैं भी वही थी. हाँ, you पे focus किया. तो अपनी पोर्ट्रेट बना ली. Then I started with that. कि हाँ यार, I'm very pretty. Look at myself. दुनिया को दिखाऊंगी how beautiful I look. So I started making painting. Then I thought, like, people can't see my dreams, so dreams paint करते हैं. Right? So now people started like, oh, this is what you imagine. How nice. You're an artist. Very good. Then I decided किया Dubai, I shifted to Dubai. Then I saw everything around me. So what happened when I graduated from fine arts? You have the skill to draw. Right? When you graduate from here, you will have the skill to design. But when somebody asks you to design on the spot, what will you design? Imagine yourself without your clients, without anybody actually telling you what you should make, right? It's how Megha also said, like Meghna said, about storytelling, right? So what is that story? That your story is very important because in your design should be you, but when somebody sees your design, they should remember you. When I hear him beatbox, I'll be like, oh, I know who's this. This is Roshan. When somebody sees my artwork, हाँ, ये Vantika है. So that's what design is also about. So good design also is an extension of who you are, okay? So I shift to painting कर लिया. फिर realize हुआ कि who I am is not just me, right? Me is where am I? Where am I from? What is my culture? That's a very important aspect as well. Like your heritage is a good importance of who you are. How we have become design, like because of westernization, we become so minimalistic. People are like, we are Indians. People, when people see me in colors, they're like, wow, man, you're so color. I'm like, yeah, I'm Indian. Look at me, I'm Indian from top to bottom. Foreigner, India में इसलिए आते हैं, oh, very color, very beautiful. Very nice, very nice. So that's what it is, right? Like, why not bring that in your design? Why be like someone else? Why not be yourself, right? So everybody has a story and I wanted to do that narrative and I thought, why not take my culture and bring that into the artwork? And that's why I started painting. And when I started painting, I was like, canvas painting is very boring. So let's move to walls because who wants to be confined? Don't you sometimes feel very confined when you design? You want to take, now what happens when you do design, you can make a billboard and print it up, right? So we artists, we are used to like drawing on pencil. So for us, going bigger is like doing that. Going big with graffiti. That's why me and him are in the same because graffiti right now is a very big style of hip hop, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's right. So can you talk about like how hip hop scene has changed since you have been in Gully Boy and how that's changed?
Yeah. तो आई गेस 2019 को गली बॉय पिक्चर रिलीज़ हुआ. उसके पहले हम बस कॉलेज फेस्टिवल्स में जाके परफॉर्म करते थे या फिर कोई कंपटीशन होता था उसमें बीट बॉक्सिंग रहता था. बट आफ्टर गली बॉय ऐसा था कि बीट बॉक्सिंग को एज अ फिलर लोग यूज़ नहीं करते. अभी कैसे अभी पहले 6-7 साल पहले रैप इतना कोई सुनता नहीं था, लेकिन अभी हर एक मूवी में हर एक एड में रैप होता ही है. तो जैसे बीट बॉक्सिंग को भी और थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, पर राइट नाउ ऐसा है कि वो एज अ फिलर यूज़ नहीं हो रहा है कि चलो अभी थोड़ा टाइम बचा है तो बीट बॉक्सिंग डाल देते हैं. उसको एज अ मेन आर्ट फॉर्म जानना स्टार्ट हुआ है रिसेंटली आफ्टर गली बॉय. तो जैसे कि मैं पहले सिर्फ घर पे बीट बॉक्सिंग करता था और मेरी मॉम का रिएक्शन एकदम कि क्या कर रहा है ये, मुंह से आवाज़ कैसे निकाल रहा है. क्योंकि एक जो बीट बॉक्सिंग में एक साउंड होता है उसको बोलते हैं वोकल स्क्रैच. वोकल स्क्रैच ऐसे साउंड करते हैं, उसको अभी अच्छा बीट रॉ, तो इसको बोलते हैं वोकल स्क्रैच. तो इसको सीखने के लिए स्टार्टिंग में इसके थोड़े बहुत एक्सरसाइजेज होते हैं जो ऐसे साउंड करते हैं ऐसे करके. तो मेरी मॉम सुन रही है मुझे कि क्या कर रहा है बंदा, ये कौन से लाइन में घुस गया है. तो जब मुझे एक्चुअल साउंड आया तो एक्चुअल साउंड ऐसे था, तो मेरी मम्मी को लगा कि वाह अच्छा है, काफ़ी अच्छा कर रहा है, पर उनको अब तक नहीं पता कि उसके बेटे को कैसे इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं। अगर कोई पूछता है कि आपका बेटा क्या करता है, हाँ मुँह से आवाज़ निकालता है वो। पर इट्स फाइन कि वो खुश है, बट या। और वही फिर गली बॉय, सॉरी मैं मेन पॉइंट पे आता हूँ कि गली बॉय के बाद मेरी लाइफ काफ़ी अच्छी चेंज हो गई है।
Awesome. So that's like, so whole concept of like how we are together collaboration, the collaboration aspect of hip hop, like hip hop. So there's graffiti, there is beatboxing, rap, and b-boying, right? All of this has become a part of it because again, we go back to the first point was self-expression. People decided like, why can't I tell you how I feel? He can say how he feels with sounds. Right? So I could say probably with a paint and spray can because I thought in a gallery in a day, 6 people walk in. But on the street, 1 lakh, 2 lakh people every day. वो चाहे Mercedes Benz में बैठे हैं या Maruti Suzuki में बैठे हैं. Does not matter. Everybody gets to see it. If your purpose is to get out, we started doing that. So collaboration helped, like the whole scene of in 1960s in the Bronx, it started hip hop, but now it's here in India and it's doing crazy. And it's such an opportunity for artists like us to sit and collaborate, right? So collaborations have really helped. And talking about my journey again, going back to from walls, how Krishan said, that became very, when you paint something which is not alive, it's boring. So I started painting human beings. So when I started painting with a brush, there used to be the stickles and people are like, oh, good, good, and they're like, and I'm painting somebody for 5-6 hours and there's conversation and it's like when your canvas is breathing and moving and everything. And I was like, here I have a skill. Okay, people thought I was a painter, and when you're a designer, it's not a particular thing. It's just a tool. Do not forget that design is just a tool. Singing is a tool. But what you do matters more than how you do it. Because how you do it, everybody can do it. What you do is very important because you have to be able to tell your story, and that's important. So like, good design is very important when you have to figure out main kaun hu. Right? So for example, when I came out of fine arts, I decided I wanted to work for women empowerment. I knew I had this art skill and I came back to India and I was like, there's no voice for women here, right? So canvas was too small, paint like a wall was too dud, and painting was like, if women are my muse, why not paint on them and tell their stories? And this is that acid attack survivor, Anmol, which she was talking about. And why not tell their stories? Why not paint women who actually are bold enough to talk through their bodies? Why am I capturing them? Why am I capturing them and painting? Why can't I paint on them? Right? So again, this is all goes back to, ab lockdown mein koi nahi mujhe touch karne de raha tha, so I had to paint myself only. So I was like, okay, this is me, I'm going to paint myself. And then we got into the NFT world where, you have to adapt with time. How design you change with time, right? So you have to get into time. So I was like, I have been doing things with brushes and everything. I was like, I have to get digital, man. Digital is the new thing. And you guys know this. If somebody gives me a vacuum, I'm like, ab kya karu? Like, it's stressful because you really don't know. But with time, you have to change. And like that, it's also today what I'm wearing, an extension of who you are. As a designer, it's important to wear what you feel. I'm sure you can see what I'm wearing into my artworks, can't you? Because it's an extension of who you are, right? So if I'm not here and I just put this picture and tell you, इसमें से बताओ कि ये किसका painting है, wouldn't you not able to tell? Right? Would you be able to tell? So that's the point. Like, your design should speak more about you than just that, okay? And that's like important. So collaboration, that's how I got into social work as well. I started talking about why not. So we painted at the red light district with the kids there, with the women there. I thought, why not use art for other people as well, right? So, and this is we through Rotary, we did at the juvenile center, we took mandala art for how you can actually, art can actually help other people in mental health. So imagine, it's just one thing can have so many different arrays. Where I started as an artist and abhi Krishan bol raha hai, election ke liye khadi ho rahi hai. How did I come with that? Because it was not important how I did it. It was important what I was doing. Because again, creativity was just a tool, right? So today, the most important aspect, can shut that. Yeah, so the more important aspect is also, one is self-expression, second experimentation, and the third is collaboration. So when I met him in like an hour back.
Yeah.
So when I was sitting with an hour back, I was like, चलो यार collaborate करते हैं, है ना? मैं पेंटर हूँ और अभी तो हम यहाँ पे पेंटिंग नहीं कर सकते, तो क्या कर सकते हैं इनके लिए?
म्यूजिक
म्यूजिक?
Music.
आप म्यूजिक सुनेंगे? Are you ready?
क्योंकि ये लोग भी सिर्फ बैठे हुए हैं और एकदम चुपचाप बैठे और एकदम सुन रहे हैं, तो
हाँ
अभी
यार।
आपको चुप नहीं बैठना है, आप यूज करो और तालियां बजाओ.
अब सेल्फ एक्सप्रेशन की बात आती
Yeah.
है ना? ओके. हाय रामा ये क्या हुआ, क्यों ऐसे हमें सताने लगे, तुम इतनी प्यारी हो साम, हम काबू में कैसे रहे, जाओ हमको तो आती शर्म है, तेरी ऐसी अदा पे तो फिदा हम हैं, हाय रामा ये क्या हुआ, क्यों ऐसे हमें सताने लगे, काली काली जुल्फें गोरी गोरी बाहें मुझको तड़पाने लगी, होठ भीगे भीगे नशीली ये आँखें प्यास को जगाने लगी, अरे छोड़ो ही ऐसी बातों को, रोको न राहों को, मोड़ो न मेरी बाहों को, जाने दो ना. Guys, clap, 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 clap. हमें तो लूट लिया मिलके इश्क वालों ने, बहुत ही तंग किया अब तक इन ख्यालों ने, नशा चढ़ा जो शरीफी का उतार फेंका है, बेशरम रंग कहाँ देखा दुनिया वालों ने, हमें तो लूट लिया मिलके इश्क वालों ने. Sorry, we just did that there when he came an hour back, and that's what collaboration looks like.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Stay. Can you do beatboxing with MDX words? MDX, right. Let's try. You can come here in the
किशन भाई मुझे बोल रहे हैं कुछ
तो
इस
अभी
पे
हम फोटोज खींच रहे थे, इसमें फोटो नहीं
हाँ,
होगी,
हाँ,
इसमें वीडियो होगी. चलो.
MDX.
Let's try. This is going to be a challenge for him.
MDX no. One D X one M D X one. This is beat draw. One Avantika.
Yeah. Can I have the speakers who are still here on stage, please? हाँ, फोटो हो गया.
भाई फोटो लेना है मुझे इंस्टाग्राम पे डालना है.
I love the rawness that both of you brought back to us, brought us back to. Because kahin na kahin hum bahut aise ho gaye the ki stage. But these guys told us, chill guys, you know, humans. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
आगे आप लोग, अरे वाह, सुपर पावर. और सारंग सर आ जाइए. I would like to call Pranati Rai Prakash on stage, guys. Huge round of applause. Pranati is the winner of India's Next Top Model. She is an actor and a singer as well. She's going to be a speaker in the next MDX. Come on. Come. Aajo, ek photo. Any other speakers around? Huh? Where? Manoj ji, kaise hain aap? Jaldi aaiye. Are, Aman. These guys are like stars. So everybody is like surrounding them. Where's Vyasa Teja Rao? Please can someone call him VT? Okay, yeah. Now. Please stay here. Aaiye Manoj ji. Ek photo. We'll Photoshop all the speakers who have left. We've taken photos इसीलिए. आ जाओ इधर आ जाइए सेंटर में. और सेंटर. This is a class photograph. Thank you so much. Okay, now wait. आप लोग यहीं रहिए. हम वैसे करेंगे. Okay. So I want to invite a few very important people. Would you like to see the faces of the people who work towards this? Yeah, would you like to clap for them? Yeah? Okay. So I'm very, very thankful to the person who is responsible to manage this entire space, created this space, the vibe of this place. He was introduced at the beginning of the event as well. He has to come back on stage. Anando, huge round of applause. Please join us. Abhi taaliyan bajate raho yaar. Come on. Okay. We have Kshitij and team on camera, ensuring we are live on YouTube. Get up, please. Sir, आपका नाम? सही. आपका नाम? राजेश और लक्ष्मण जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां, क्योंकि हमारी आवाज आप तक पहुंच पा रही है. आपने मुझे दूसरा माइक क्यों दिया? मुझे नहीं चाहिए. ओके. और जो भी सोशल मीडिया पे सब चीजें पहुंच रही हैं उसके लिए जोरदार तालियां. तन्वी की टीम के लिए, वर्किंग टेबल्स. If you guys don't know how to manage your social media, contact her. 30% discount. Okay. And somebody who's spearheading this. हमने तो सोचा MDX करेंगे, स्पीकर से बातें कर ली, सब कर लिया, but बहुत सारी चीजें behind the scenes, operational challenges, despite her day job, despite all of the other things that she was doing. Somebody who's been working at this campus many years. She was a designer herself, became a strategist, did a double masters in UK, one in design and the other in MBA, and somebody who's very instrumental in pulling this off. Isha Patel, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Please come on stage, Isha. Isha ने मुझे बोला था, my only condition of doing this event for you is that I will have to dress up in the color of the X of MDX. I said, okay, Isha, please, you can come and pose. Isha will stay close to the X. And Isha has got an entire army of these crazy mad people, and they are wearing these black t-shirts, very cool t-shirts with the logo MDX. I'm going to call you on stage. But before that, I want to call the guy who designed this logo. Where is Prathamesh? Prathamesh! Do you like the identity? The best part about this is that you can flip it horizontally, M, it stays the same. You can flip it horizontally, vertically, it stays the same. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. The best part is that it is vertical as well as a square. Very powerful identity, right? You like it? What am I saying? Random things. Yeah. I'm just crazy energy right now. So huge round of applause for it's all fine. Okay. No logic. But who thought of the name Mumbai Design Express? No, not me. We were brainstorming together. हमारे पास नाम था Mumbai Design Festival, but then it was MDF. And designers don't want to use MDF as the festival name. And then a lot of other things, Design Fest Mumbai, नहीं ये तो DFM, तो कुछ ऐसा बन नहीं रहा था. I say X Factor, this, that, pata nahi kya kya naam hai. And then there's a guy called Prayas. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice President of ADI Mumbai chapter, industrial designer, came up with the name, part of our team. Come on stage, please. Shabash. We have ADI core team which has been working for more than a year towards making this happen. ऐसा नहीं मतलब एक साल से इसके लिए नहीं काम कर रहे थे, but बहुत सारी चीजों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. So I would like to call Radhika from Yanko Design. Is she here? General Secretary. And I would like to call Ishita, founder of Brand Digest. तालियां बजाते रहो यार. Going. So, Association of Designers of India is a non-profit organization which is completely by volunteer efforts. Means none of us are, so while these guys are only giving 30% off, they're giving 100% off to you guys, okay? So we have one devoted person in Pune who's responsible for managing all the chapters across ADI, the only employee at ADI, our community manager, Anshu Admani, ladies and gentlemen. Aado. Anshu. So Pune Design Festival, if you've heard, she manages the entire thing there. So do meet her later and get 30% off on your next tickets. Okay? 30% off is the theme of the day. Okay. Then, okay. No. So basically, I've been doing events. I run a community of artists, this, that. And I just get so discharged while planning things that jab tak event ka din aata hai, meri energy ekdam zero hoti hai. This time I thought I'm going to put off all of this and look for somebody. I posted it on Instagram and I found this really nice person who volunteered to help out. And it's not been so smooth because we introduced her to the task force much later. And it was my bad that a lot of places I wasn't able to communicate things rightly. But I think we survived and we managed and we sailed the boat in the end. Huge round of applause for Manasvi to join us. Come on, Manasvi. Manasvi has been the project manager for this, working parallelly with the entire team. Circle बना के पास आ जाओ यार guys. See, men this side, women this side. कैसे हो गया ये? Please walk around. ऐसा नहीं, men, girl, ऐसे नहीं कर सकते. Please. Boy, girl. Okay. Then we have a lot of veterans from the design world here. Professor Piyush Gogari, are you here? अच्छा वो निकल चले गए हाँ. भाई चले गए वो लोग. So because this was a free event, a lot of you came in, आराम से आए, attend किया, चले गए अपने टाइम से. अगली बार में 15-20 हज़ार रुपए का रखेंगे इसको. और सिर्फ 3 घंटे का इवेंट होगा. I want to know from you guys feedback towards the end. Like, what should such an event be priced at? And what do you think are things we can work on further? And I'm going to call one very special person who is not wearing a t-shirt like MDX wala, but she's a superpower. She's a powerhouse. She's all of 10-15 years younger to us, but more energy and more vision. I see her as a big part of ADI Bombay. She moved out of this design school, took a bigger role, works at Deloitte right now. She is managing fests in the campus while she was a student, and now while she's outside, she's been so active and calling me every day saying, what can I do? And she's been instrumental in pulling off a lot of young energy in the crowd. So can we have Mahek on stage? Now, there's a little comedy story that when I'm organizing multiple people, this, that, so now Manasvi is there from managing, and yeah, so then there's this girl who studies in this campus, and her name is also Manasvi, and she just texted me, sir, I want to work with you. So she came to our product design lab, and she's working with us, interning with us, and she's very enterprising. She's only 19. So one day, by mistake, we had to make this acrylic unit, and our vendor wasn't replying or something last Friday. So I texted Manasvi. I sent a screenshot of what the response was. And I, by mistake, sent it to the other Manasvi, who studies in this college. And I get a reply, okay, sir, we'll figure. And she figured it. And she got it made. Okay, fun fact, her father does this business of acrylic manufacturing. But what a coincidence, right? And together with her, Neha Thawali, my colleague, product designer, made the 3D model, fatafat, and then we put ADI, cut. Yeah, this is manufactured in Nasik. So while speakers are flown from Bangalore, I don't know, but our MDX logo has come from Nasik. Huge round of applause, Ajo stage pe. Come on. Neha and Manasvi. Ajo. हाँ, mix हो जाओ. Okay, now, can I have a mic, please? यार क्या ग्रुप है ना ये स्टेज पे? देखो इतनी कमाल की कहानी सुनाई आपने. सर ने बताया कैसे स्टोरी टेलिंग और ह्यूमन कनेक्ट. आप इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन बता रहे हैं, आप चतुरंग बता रहे हैं, आप फॉन्ट्स बता रहे हैं. लगता है यहीं पे एक स्टार्टअप खोल देना चाहिए इन सबको स्टेक ऑफर करके. We have a huge scope, ठीक है? And we'll never give 30% to anyone. Okay. Now, all the men and women in black get up. And wait. But I'm going to get somebody here. Mehak, please call one by one.
Okay, long list. Opening for. But first of all, we have Tisya, who's been like spearheading this with me. Huge shout out to her for that.
Yeah.
For your socials, we have Riya and Tanya,
No.
who've been taking
One
care
big
of
photo.
posting all the stories, uploading all the content, of course with Tanvi's mentorship.
go?
Tanvi, come on stage. Why are you there?
नहीं टूटे.
And then we have Shantanu, who's done like a lot of reels. All the reels you've seen are his. We also have Dhwani. She's not a volunteer. She works here, but she has helped us a lot, Dhwani. We have Shruti, who's not from Atlas, but she has been helping us throughout, and she's super excited and super
Some of you
pumped
can
up.
walk from this side. तभी balance होगा. हाँ. Huh?
Guys,
Yeah, we can sit around the logo. Sit here. Sit.
we have Eshani, Kaustav, Praneraj, Amal.
Guys.
Just come. Nihar, everyone come.
These guys.
Everyone, guys.
Mehak, I want to say something to these guys. When I grow up, I want to be like you guys. So mature, so confident, so talented, so disciplined.
Also, huge shout out.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, one person single-handedly managing, no, two people double-handedly managing, two people four-handedly managing the entire tech for today. Ravneet and Aditi. Come on, Aditi. Come on stage. बहुत मुश्किल होता है अच्छे टेकीज मिलना क्रिएटिव लोगों में सच में. We are proud of you. Huge round of applause for Aditi and where's Ravneet. Basically, जब तक आप सब इस साइड नहीं आएंगे, हम अनाउंस करते रहेंगे. We have another friend, two fabulous industrial designers there that I can spot. Rahul, get up, and George, get up. George not there. One fabulous product designer, Rahul. He's designed a spoon that Kickstarter mein he raised some 7-8 crore rupees, and now it's selling globally. Aja Rahul to be. Come.
Prajwal and David. Prajwal did the selfie wall.
Yeah. Announce.
We also have Prajwal, who did the selfie wall out there, and David, who's also been leading socials with Tanvi. Guys,
Come on.
dedicated, he's still taking videos of all of this, even though his name was announced.
And I know I'm not announcing this person because he's taking pictures, but Vinayak, please, ab selfie mein aa jana, aap aa jao. Huge round of applause for Vinayak. Arey yaar. ठीक है. Huge round of applause for the guys behind the lens. Can we turn on the lights so I can see more people? Otherwise, we'll just take photos now. Yeah, we have to thank for our tote bags that are going to the speakers, our merchandise mein food partners, Plant Power. Are you guys here? No, they're not here, but check out Plant Power. They're like yummy snacks that are really healthy. Okay, cool. We have this really talented musician who plays the guitar. Fingers. It's called finger style guitar. I have Shrey Gupta with me. Shrey, come on, join us. Do you have your guitar? Okay, don't come. No, come. Come. David, come. David has been making so many BTS stories. Okay, now all of you who have followed us on Instagram can come on stage. How many of you have followed us on Instagram? We'll check, huh? Okay. One photo we'll take. Uske baad we'll call all of you to join us. Is it okay? Okay. Vikesh, my friend, all the way from Boston, he's flown just for this event. Huge round of applause, Vikesh. But no. He's flown from Goa, not from Boston. Come, Vikesh. Ankit, my friend, founder of VidBlogs, come. See, the idea is more and more people who are such creative people should not be that side of stage. You all should start coming this side of stage. Aajo Vicky, aajo Ankit. All people, faculties from Atlas, please come this side. Any faculties? Please, faculties of Atlas, please come this side. Jigna, please come on stage. Okay. Now we'll take one photo. थोड़ा पास आ जाते हैं सब लोग. यार YouTube लाइव बंद हो चुका है ना अभी तक? Oh यार. We are just learning how to do YouTube live and all, but thankfully not many people are watching anywhere.
Guys, one round of applause for this guy over here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. Oh, Akhtar, come. Despite his rosas, guys, despite his rosas, he's been volunteering. He's designed some kick-ass merchandise for you. If you see t-shirts called Mere Paas Maa Hai Figma, those lame lines are written by him and designed by him. And some people are not around, like Siddharth is not around. He designed the other logo. Yeah, some other people in spirit attending. I want to thank all of you on the WhatsApp group, all the WhatsApp groups we have. Okay. So now what we'll do is, we're really, yeah, okay, sorry.
So, well, Krishan came to us saying, Mumbai Design Express karna hai. We've gone back and forth for 15, 20 days, too many calls, too many conversations. He's the only one who's made this happen, right? He's stepped in today because Suresh was sick, and I think he's entertained all of us. And I speak for everyone, I guess. Yeah, so huge round of applause for him. Yeah, thank you so much. And
बस यार कल सुबह से वापस डिप्रेशन फील होगा. आज इतना टेंशन मत दीजिए मुझे. कल सुबह से मुझे लगा ये क्या है यार लाइफ. So I will crave for this every day. So enough self-love and enough validation. But yes, I need it. Keep doing it sometimes. Okay? So please, people who really love the show, get up and come and join us. Photo Lina? Okay. Okay, sorry. Last photo. Uske baad.
Happy, no?
Yay! We can make X जैसे हम बनाते हैं. Tanvi, can we get them to also make X? Now, huge round of applause. Ek second. Now, all the artists. Ek second, please, थोड़ा सा move. Sorry. कुछ नहीं हुआ guys. So, all the artists, all the designers. Oh wow, यहाँ से बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. एक second. मैं ले लेता हूँ photo. Wow, what a branding. लग रहा है picnic चल रही है. Okay, so all of you all on this side of stage mean nothing till the time there is that side. Yeah. Now all of us are going to clap for them. Get up. Please, all of you get up. And we'll bow down to them and thank them. Thank you. Now it's open. अभी कोई stage नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. जिसको आना है हमारे साथ photo खिंचवानी है, you're most welcome. Thank you so much, guys. Some music. और कोई बचा है?